Hey, Malcolm. What's up? What's up?
You're so loud.
Where you on the phone?
I'm on Zoom.
Okay, period. It's live.
She's dragging the cover.
Hey, Malcolm.
My sister's harassing my cat.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
You're so loud.
Where you on the phone?
I'm on Zoom. There's an echo.
Oh, there's probably an echo because...
She's dragging the cover.
What'd you just do? I don't know.
Matt said he's been waiting for you to let him in for like 5 minutes.
Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. Oh, period. Sorry, Matt. Sorry, Matt. Hi, Matt.
Hello, Matt.
Matt.
Hello. Hi. Can y'all hear me?
Hey. Yeah, we can hear you.
How are y'all? I'm excited to be
Good.
here.
This takes me back to some days.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Just like in school, I am underprepared, but it is fine.
Uh-oh.
I will get through everything.
As you should.
Exactly.
I'll add a lot of more tags later, but I'm just trying to... Can I not do the thumbnail right now?
I don't know. You might have to do it from the computer.
It's whatever. All right, go share the live real quick, and we're gonna wait on Josanne.
Okay. Did you tweet it?
Okay.
I haven't tweeted yet. I'm about
Is it
to.
on SKYLER'S account?
Yes.
Lil Nas X new song has been stuck in my head
Oh my
all
god.
weekend. It's so good. It is.
All right, I just tweeted like the link.
Cool.
If you want to. It's all right.
You're good.
Okay. Oh,
Let me close my door.
I already hate these
I don't
chairs.
want
that
any
we're on.
background noise.
We got 2 people watching. I don't know who they are, but period. Oh, text the link to Eric.
I already did.
You did? Okay.
I did. I literally sent it in the Discord and everything. And Miss Jeff and Eric and someone else. Oh, okay. Jeff and Eric are the only 2 people watching.
Oh wait, really?
Period.
Oh my
Thank
god,
you.
period.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm gonna text it to Haley.
We're already live.
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
live.
America, how are y'all? Everybody's watching, and then
We're waiting on our other hosts to make their appearance.
Listen, I don't care if no one watches. I just wanted to do this for fun. Like, this is gonna be fun, I think.
I mean, I would like people to watch.
Well,
it'd
you
be
know.
nice.
And even if people don't watch, think about like in a year, it'll go viral. It'll have like 1 million+ views.
As it should.
I think that's a little
No, hey, we're gonna dream big or go home
Manifestation.
right now. Yes. Come on, Miss Josanne.
She said she was gonna be like 10 minutes late.
Not that.
Jeff said, we are the audience. Period, as it should be.
Oh, I just got a new subscriber.
It's probably Jeff and Eric.
All right, we're gonna wait a little bit more. She's not in the waiting room, so and we can always just, go back to her when she comes in.
I suppose.
I'm kind of nervous though because I feel like all of our lists are gonna be completely different.
I think that's what makes it fun.
No, yeah, but like, I don't.
Honestly, like I don't even know if my own list is what I feel. Like it's so
That's true.
complicated.
No, listen, I literally was telling him, I was
Because
like,
whenever I was going through the list, kind of like making everything, I kept switching stuff up back and forth. So I don't know. It's something.
no, I I was telling him literally 10 minutes before like the live, I said, I kind of regret doing the 40-point system because like, I was putting movies a lot higher than I like wanted to because of the 40
Same.
point system.
Same.
And I was like, and then some of my favorite ones were kind of low because of, and I was like, I hate this, but it's like, it's fine. Oh, Haley.
No, I put my favorite one back at the top. I don't care.
As you said.
I was like, nope, that's not happening. I'm not taking that from the top spot because of my attachment to it.
Haley said, what are y'all ranking?
Oh my god.
Literally says it in the title.
It's weird because I also feel like even though I've seen all of them, the ones that I saw as an adult, I feel like I was more aware of the impact it had on like pop culture.
No, it's true.
Like from the ones that I was younger. So like the impact also had an impact on my rankings.
Yeah.
Just like being aware of what was going on and the reaction to it when it like came out was like a big thing.
No, that's true. That make yeah. Or for the people who are, oh wait, Haley said I watched Black Panther last night.
You should.
As you should, yes.
All right, do you want to explain the rules to the audience that
Yeah.
the few people who are watching?
Yeah, the few people who are here, first of all, we're waiting for the iconic Josanne, and then we'll start the ranking. But basically, we were each tasked by me to rank the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies in order from least to favorite based off a 40-point system. So 10 points for risk, 10 points for action, 10 points for emotion, and 10 points for story. And we're going to go in order for like, for example, China will go first with the 23rd, so her least favorite movie, then Matt, then Josanne, then me, and then Jake, or however the order is. And then we'll keep rotating until we get to our number one spot. Does that make sense? Also, I don't know if this, if you guys want to do any last minute changes, I just wanted to explain a little bit more like what each one means. Obviously, story is pretty self-explanatory. It's just like, does it have a good story? Emotion literally could mean anything as long as it makes you feel something. Did it bring the anger out of you? Did it bring sadness out of you? Did it bring happy out of you? You know, or did you just not care? And then risk, did it have like a good villain? Was it like, was the story that they were trying to tell like very impactful? Was there death? Was there, you know, was there stakes raised, or was it like always on the bottom and like you're just like a lot's not really happening? And then lastly, what was the other one? Oh, action. Did it have a lot of good action in it? Because at the end of the day, it is an action movie.
I'll say, well, for my list in particular, I kind of blended action and cinematography. Like, was it pretty? Did it look good? Then for that, I bumped it back.
Matt, is this you in the live stream?
No, that's Maddie.
Oh, that's Maddie. Oh, okay.
Period.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, China looks hot. It was said by Miss Maddie.
King.
As it should be.
King.
Haley said Black Panther was amazing in every way, always.
And it was, and you should say it. I do have to say about the action one though, I feel like the older movies for me, I was like, obviously because, you know, they came out way back then. A lot of like the action sequences, obviously they're going to be rated a little lower because we, you know, CGI, the big stuff, like obviously it gets bigger as, you know, more technology comes out. So I feel like a lot of the lower movies got.
No, that's true. I think mine's going to be very like, well, I don't know if mine's controversial. I'm not sure actually. Based off like
I think mine are.
I agree with mine. So I'm
Very
going to say it's not controversial.
I
There you go.
don't think mine's controversial, but I guess we'll see.
Like my third from the bottom, I feel going to disagree with me a lot, but it's okay.
My third from the bottom, I agree with it. It's where it belongs.
Yeah, my bottom, the bottom five were probably my easiest to rank, I think. For me, at least. But I will say, okay, let's talk about this while we wait. Okay, so I have 5 movies with a perfect score of 40 out of 40. So do you guys have a lot of movies that have a perfect score?
I only have one, which is my top one, but I only the second one was like 39.5. I was like, I want to try to differentiate. Like I started getting picky because I was like, if it's gonna be in the top for me, what is gonna differentiate like the top? So I felt like at first when I like first started ranking, and I was like, oh, these are good. These are all good, but I was like, I wanted the scores to be different and have specific reasonings. So for like the top, I would say the top like 6, it was like really hard to.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same wavelength because like I have 2 that are perfect scores, and I feel like there were also other movies that I wanted to give a 10 to those movies specifically for one category. But if you give that a 10, it kind of understands why you gave another movie a 10. Like they're not on the same wavelength. So that's why I don't have like as many perfect scores.
Yeah, the way I viewed it, I just like that top 5, I just, depending on where I'm at in my life, ends up being my like favorite, all-time favorite Marvel movies. Like it just was so hard for me to like, pick and choose what I wanted. So like there was some bias involved, obviously, but I think we all had that a little bit.
I only had 3 perfect scores personally. So
also, Josanne is here as she should be. Everyone, yes.
Hi, I didn't realize we were going to be on live the moment I
Queen.
walked in. So I was
It's okay. It's okay. Well, so Josanne, we were talking about perfect scores. So I had 5 movies that had a 40 out of 40. Did you have any?
I have a few.
Okay.
Yeah. But like, I think, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say, was it more than 5 or was it less than 5 based off that?
Oh, no. It was less than 5. Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So I'm the odd man out with all the.
Yeah.
No, it was more so like I think it's really hard to do it from an unbiased point of view, and that's why I was kind of like, am I really supposed to be giving these movies perfect scores?
No, it's true.
But it's like, cinematic masterpieces. What can I do? What can I say? Yeah. A perfect score is a perfect score. It's an opinion. So.
Exactly. Okay, so do we want to get started?
We can.
All right, so audience, we're about to start ranking our Marvel list. If you guys want to join in, please feel free. Talk about everything that we're about to say because it could be controversial. It could be agreeable. Who knows? Also, Austin will be joining us later. So once he kind of gets in, I think we might just, I don't know what I just said. When he comes in, I guess we'll like play catch up and he'll just like kind of steamroll a little bit about like where we're at. So like say for example, we have like 15 movies left. He can kind of knock off his like bottom 7, 8, whatever. Okay, so anyway, so I have the list of order who's gonna go first. I did change it a little bit, just based off because I kind of knew where some of your movies would be. So anyway, I have Matt going first.
Are we going with least liked?
Yeah, we're going in the 23rd spot. So your least favorite or the least scored.
Oh, child, I think some of us are going to be on the same page about this one. But
I think so.
Okay, I feel like the worst movie. Everybody should be on the same page. If y'all disagree with me, I don't know what to say. Like, it's not okay. But my least favorite movie is Thor: The Dark World. Obviously, everybody should have this as their number 23rd. Whenever Black Widow comes out, this will go to 24. Whenever the next movie comes out, it'll be 25. I don't think Marvel is ever going to make a worse movie than this. If that ever happens, then I don't know. But anyways, so are we just doing like our numbers real quick?
Yeah, give your like final score and then just like a short summary of like why it was that bad, basically.
Okay. If you've seen the movie, you know why it's that bad. So I'm not gonna worry. I gave it a 1. Risk, I gave it a 2. Emotion, I gave it a 1.
Oh my god.
So
I was not that brutal with my rankings.
I wasn't either. Oh my god. Matt said 4 out of 40.
Well,
they will choose violence.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's okay. It's okay because Ragnarok happened. Amazing. Love and Thunder is gonna happen. Amazing. I hope there's a 5 and 6 for Thor, but the first Thor or the Dark World, second Thor, not it. I love Darcy. She wasn't even funny in Dark World. I'm sorry.
Oh, poor Darcy. You're dragging Darcy in this too. Oh my god.
But it's true. No lies were told. Come on now.
I love Darcy. She was funny as fuck in the first. Oh, can I cuss? She was funny in the first one. I loved her in WandaVision, but she just wasn't funny in the second one. I'm sorry, but yeah.
All right, so that's Matt's. Next is China.
So yeah, Thor 2. That's my number 23. I was literally watching it with my mom not even a week ago, and I was bored out of my mind. The mom died, and I didn't even move. Like I was just, it's not. I gave it a. I was not as brutal as Matt. For me, it was a 20 out of 40. I didn't go that, low in scores, but for emotion, I gave it a 3 because I feel like I cry very easily in movies, and if I can't even cry when your mom is dead, it's not that good. Action, I gave it a 7. I feel like with Marvel, you can expect that it's gonna be over at least a 6 in action because that's their action movies. There's always gonna be an action sequence. For risks, I gave it a 5, and for story, I gave it a 5. It was, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, and next up is Josanne.
Ooh, cha. For the second movie, I don't even know the name. That's how bad it is, like, to me.
Oh my god.
Okay. No shade to T, but the reality is I've seen every MCU movie, and I've fallen asleep every single time I've tried to watch the Thor Dark World movie. I believe that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yikes. How am I supposed to be falling asleep during an action movie? That's just me. Anyways, so it's my 23. I also agree with China. I'm like an emotional person. I literally cried earlier because during The Voice over a performance that really was not emotional. So for emotions, I gave it a 0. It made me not care for Thor anymore. No, like deadass, because like these franchises are like based on you want to connect with these characters, you want to follow them through the stories. And that movie, when I watched Dark World, I was like, why do people like Thor? Like, I just don't understand it. And the first movie to me wasn't as strong as some of its like predecessors, like the people there. Anyways, other people in the MCU. So I kind of gave it 0. It wasn't giving me anything, and I've fallen asleep. In terms of action, I do agree with China. MCU movies are all about action, so I gave it a 5. In terms of story, I gave it a 4. And then in terms of risk, because I think in terms of I feel like there's a connection between risk and emotions, because the more invested you are emotionally, the more the risk is there. Mm-hmm. And because there was no emotion for me, the risk was practically not there. So I gave it a 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. That makes sense.
All of us just shitting on this movie.
I didn't know it was going to be this easy. It's easy for now, but I feel like later.
Oh, for now.
So next up is Jay.
Yeah.
Give
us like 10 minutes.
Enough. My 23rd movie, and y'all aren't ready for this. Are you ready?
Wait, is it?
It's Thor: The Dark World.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know his list.
Yeah, I was really bored. For action, I gave it a 7 because, like I said earlier, I kind of melded action and like cinematics, and I thought it was very pretty, like visually stunning. Like I liked it. For story, I gave it a 1. I didn't give a damn about what was going on, like at all. Like, it just didn't care. Risk, I did give it a 4 because you have that whole like, oh, the darkness is like one of the stones, like, so like there was some risk there. And emotion, I gave it a 2 only because the mom died, but again, I also didn't give it a single 5. So.
All right, so I guess it's my turn, and the 23rd spot is actually Black Panther. No, I'm kidding. Could you guys imagine? Okay, no, but seriously, it's Thor.
I froze when you said that.
No, because my heart, I went, wait. What?
No, it's Thor: The Dark World. I tried to be reasonable a little bit, so my final score was 10 out of 40.
I didn't even say mine. Mine was 14 out of 40.
Oh, okay. So 14 out of 40. Yeah. So mine was 10. I gave Risk a 0. I didn't care. I think what Josanne said, for it to be very riskful and very like, drawing you in and edge of your seat, you have to be invested, and I just wasn't invested. Story, I gave 5. I appreciated some aspects of it. I liked how Jane had a little bit, because I've always liked Jane. I feel like Jane isn't as weak as a female, like secondary female love interest as other ones have been. So I'm glad they gave her a little bit more, but again, at the end of the day, I just didn't care. And plus, I think Loki, you know, I feel like we watch a Thor movie now for Thor, but back then I feel like it was for Loki, and Loki wasn't given much in this movie as well. So I think that weighed it down as
100%.
well. Action. I have to disagree. This is probably one of the worst action movies I've ever seen. So I give it a 3 out of 10 because and yes, it is Marvel, but when you have the fate of the world like about to be destroyed and the whole battle is taking place in a courtyard in DC or wherever it was, I just feel like that doesn't speak to the volume of what's really going on. And that goes back to the movie. Just I don't think it cared. I don't think the movie cared enough to do better. I think they were like, this is a Thor movie, it's gonna make money, let's just make it. So anyway, and emotions I gave 2 out of 10 because yeah, the mom died and that's sad, but I will say, just like to jump ahead just a little bit, they dealt with her death a lot better in Endgame than they did in this movie. So 2 out of 10, final score 10 out of 40. So anyway, next is our 20-second movie. Matt, you can go.
Okay, I do want to point out one thing. So whenever we are category risk and stuff, in my mind, because like of what I do in real life and stuff, my idea of risk was like from the production standpoint. So was risk, I gave it I guess if I'm going to be nice and do it from like a characterization standpoint, I would actually give The Dark World a 3. So 1 extra point.
Not the recalculating.
Does it change the placement for you?
No, it's still the last one, but I just need. But my 20-second movie is.
What do you say?
Oh, you broke up a little bit.
Before it was decent for whenever Marvel
Matt,
started.
Matt,
I gave it Thor. The first Thor.
He said Thor.
The first Thor. Okay.
Testing. Yeah,
we hear you now.
The first Thor. Okay, for action I gave it a 4. For story, I gave it a 4. For risk, I gave it a 2. For emotion, I gave it a 3. I just like, I don't know. I just think for me personally, Thor obviously now is a much like better character than he was back then. But for little me going to the theater, however old I was like, this is a dark movie, boring Greek god, whatever he might be, something else besides Greek. I wasn't really interested in everything, and I feel like that might have carried over and stuff, but it just kind of seems like a bland movie to me. I do like a lot of the side characters, but to me it was just kind of like it suffers from the whole. For me, it's just not that good.
And what was the final?
It's not hating on it, but it's just like whatever.
What was the final score? I'm just interested.
13.
13. All right, interesting.
13.
All right, next is China.
Matt and I are very different because my lowest score was a 20 and his.
Yeah.
So my 22nd one was Incredible Hulk, which I was very surprised about only because the Hulk of all the Avengers is my favorite. But I feel like the biggest issue for me was that the Hulk was one of the movies I watched out of order. I didn't watch it until later. So seeing Mark Ruffalo develop this whole story as this character and then watching back a movie that's supposed to be his story, but he's not in it, it was really weird for me. I think that was the main thing. So I gave it a 22. I gave it action. I gave it a 7. I'm very biased when it comes to the Hulk and Thor in terms of the OG Avengers. Hulk and Thor were always the ones that I was attached to. Thor mainly just because I thought he's hot. But yeah, so for emotion, I gave it a 3. I feel like for a lot of my bottom 5, I was not emotionally attached to the movies. And if I'm not emotionally attached, it's going to hit the bottom. So for action, I gave it a 7 because he's the Hulk. He's going to smash stuff. He's going to throw big things. Like he has a decent amount of action sequences. For risks, I gave it a 7. And for story, I gave it a 5. It was but yeah, like I said, the biggest issue for me is that it felt so weird watching someone who wasn't Mark Ruffalo develop this whole story and then just randomly put him in. And I feel like Mark Ruffalo, he is the Hulk. So to see somebody else try to tell that story was very strange.
I get that. All right, Josanne, 22nd.
I totally get where China's coming from, but I did not poke the Hulk there. I feel like it gets too much slander for what it was in the context of the time. I picked a movie that might shock a lot of y'all. It's true.
Why am I nervous?
You might get mad at me, but it must be said. My 22nd movie is indeed Iron Man 3. Yeah.
That's not shocking.
Yeah, the girls love Iron Man 3, but
I'm shocked.
No. I just think, first of all, Iron Man 3 is not a Christmas movie. I don't know why y'all trying to make it a thing. It's not. Next caller.
Yes, it is.
Anyways, but I think the first and second movie were so good to me. I enjoyed them so much that when coming into Iron Man 3, I was expecting when I first watched it, I was expecting so much. And then I fell asleep and I was like, why am I falling asleep during these movies? These should be getting me amped. Like, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
for the overall thing, for action, I gave it a 6. For story, I gave it a 5.
Oh God.
Yeah. Not someone texting me. Jesus. Sorry, I got distracted. For risk, I gave it a 4. And for emotions, I gave it a 3. Yeah. It's just the build-up, the whole story itself, I just feel like the first 2 were such good hits that the third one just disappointed me greatly. And when you put it with the MCU as a whole, Iron Man 3 is not the movie I'm gonna go watch. Yeah.
All right. I'm smiling because something's happening on my list, but it's okay. I'll explain later down the road, but it's your turn now.
Okay. For my 22nd movie, which is kind of nasty with this current slanderous era we're going through, I put Iron Man 1.
You should say it because I'll have stuff to say soon. You should
okay, listen. All right, Tony is my favorite Avenger. Iron Man is my favorite Avenger. But I feel like because it was the first one, it's like the origin story. For action, I put 7 because there was a lot of explosions, which I appreciate. For story, I put a 2. Only because again, stop looking at my goddamn
I'm sorry.
And then because it's like this is the origin story. It's like, oh, he's like trapped and he has to escape and go home. For risk, I put a 4 because obviously he gets his little chest decal heart thing. He has to escape these people and go home. And then for emotion, I put a 2, only because I don't feel like there was a lot of oh my God, a character's dying, that kind of shit. Because that's where I took my emotion from. Was like, oh, did this make me want to cry from happiness or sadness? I still really enjoy the movie though. That's the thing. It's still an amazing movie. But
and you should say it.
You said the first Iron Man?
Yeah, the first Iron Man. At a 15 out of 40.
Okay.
Hey, you should say it.
Exactly. Let's agree to disagree. How about that?
Okay.
Hey.
Well, not me having
Let's agree. Some people are just wrong.
To continue the Iron Man slander,
and you should say it.
But a different kind of slander, I put Iron Man 2.
Not this.
So first of all, my overall score was 16 out of 40. The risk was 0 because I cannot. I literally forgot his name, so I can't even tell you. But Whiplash, I think was his name. Yeah, such a weak villain. Also, if you have a weak villain, your movie's kind of lower on my list as well, because that's just what makes a movie sometimes is a good villain too, not just a good hero. And I just didn't like the villain. I will say I liked was it Justin Hammer? Was that his
Yeah,
name?
see, that's why I didn't put it as low, was
That's-
because Justin Hammer. was
Yeah,
there.
Justin Hammer was amazing, and if he was in the forefront as the main villain, I would have enjoyed it a lot more. But yeah, I'm gonna have to say 0. I just wasn't really involved like the other Iron Mans.
Hold
Story.
on. Wait. I have to ask you a question.
Okay. Okay.
So you're telling me there is a no risk. Okay, when he's on that track, right? You didn't feel the need to yell? You weren't
No.
scared for his
No,
I
because
fucking
like
was. I know that.
Oh,
all
I
I'm
would say Tony.
all I'm gonna say, I'm gonna let you have your little corner of time. I'm gonna be respectful of all that. But the things you're saying about this movie, if you apply it to other movies and don't see the worst in those movies, I have my list.
I
And I'm just
will
gonna be at
say
peace with that.
I will say, and this is okay. I like Tony Stark. I love Tony Stark.
love
Actually,
Tony.
I think he's is one of my favorites.
Agreed.
Movies. I don't know what it's about. Him and another person you'll see later are kind of swapped in the way that I enjoy this person's movies more, but I don't really like them. Versus Iron Man, who I like him.
How do I feel like you're talking about Captain America?
No, cause same.
Well-
Cause that's what I was thinking.
We'll see. But again, I don't know. This again, it's the weakest when it comes to my investment. Action, I will say 7 out of 10. I enjoyed the action, especially seeing War Machine for the first time, like actually in his full.
We're still at 22, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I'll hurry up in a minute.
No, it's not.
But seeing him, like,
only one
fight-
movie's under is.
No, you're fine. Seeing him like literally War Machine for the first time, and as Don Cheadle, I love him as War Machine. I think he is a good choice, and I'm so glad Terrence Howard dipped out and said, I gotta go.
My mom is agreeing with you in the background. She raised her hands in the air.
Yes, perfect War Machine. But anyway, I enjoyed that. Emotions 4 out of 10, and that's another negative thing when it comes to Iron Man. Iron Man doesn't bring a lot of emotions for me. He might get a laugh from me.
Whew.
He might get a tear, but the ones that makes me cry with Iron Man is like the Avenger movies. Like I think those is when he shines. But
Sure.
anyway, Iron Man.
I agree. I actually agree with that. I actually agree with that 100%.
Iron Man 22. Iron Man 2, 22. Anyway, so next is Matt with the 21st placement.
Okay. This is the one in the group chat. I said this at the beginning of the live whatever video we're on. This is the one probably people are going to disagree with me. So I'm just going to say Captain America, the First Avenger.
Oh my God. Let me go on mute.
What
Let
the
me go on
fuck?
mute because I'm pissed. I'm pissed off. No.
Matt!
It's bold. I like it. I don't agree with it, but I enjoy it. Wow. Wow.
I am probably okay. I'm definitely being too harsh on this movie.
Yes.
And you are.
And I am fully aware I am being too harsh on the movie. But even with realizing that, I am not changing the placement.
Okay.
I
So
think
stubborn. No,
I
I'm
think
kidding.
this has something to do with I think this has a lot to do with the fact that I watched every single movie in the theaters, so it's been with me so I was 12 when I watched this. So I do want to say that that kind of mindset, it was with me for every single movie. And when I saw this movie, I was bored. I was bored out of my mind. I thought it was like the worst movie ever. Obviously, I don't really agree with that now. It's not the worst movie ever, but I just feel like it's I think the most interesting parts about it are other characters, like Peggy Carter. Love Peggy Carter. Every single scene she had, I was obsessed with. It has a lot of good action. I gave it a good score for action. I gave it a 7, which I think is really good for movies that were in the Phase 1 section.
Yeah.
For story, I gave it a 6. For risk, I gave it a 4. I was not really feeling it. Yeah, that's what I did. And then for
Are you
emotion,
sure about that?
I feel like a lot of this was under. Yeah, give it a 4 for emotion because I feel like a lot of it was undercut. Like Steve risked his life, and yes, he lost however many years he was in the ice, but he came back.
Bucky's death didn't give you emotion?
Peggy
Bucky's death
Carter-
was
He didn't die. He didn't
But,
die.
but in the movie,
Okay,
he
but at the
does.
time we
But
thought
in
he
the
died.
movie,
At the
he
time, it
does.
assumed he died.
Basically died.
And yeah, like Steve came
2010.
back after those
That
years,
was
but
that was
he
back
lost all those years
that
with
was back
Peggy.
then in 2010. That was back then in 2010. And then Peggy Carter, it was like so tragic when he came back. Everybody he knew was dead. Plot twist: she's not dead. They have more scenes later. We see her. She's like,
Yeah, I kind of get
so
that.
her death
but-
happened later. So that's why it's low for me. Like
Okay.
if you see it, if you were asking me to rank it, like 2000, Peggy's dead, Bucky's dead, Captain America 80 years later, but that's not what happened in 2021. So because of that, my final score is a 20.
All right. All
Oh
right.
my god.
All right. See, now it's not all friendly anymore.
Uh-uh. Those are
Next
fighting words.
next up is China with her first placement.
Yep. I talked about it in the group chat. The girls will be mad. I don't care. Spider-Man Far From Home is a terrible movie. It is a terrible movie.
China! I knew
Plot
it
was
coming.
horrendous. No. Listen. The plot, horrendous. When the Matt, stop laughing. Let's talk about this. First of all, I think putting the movie out when they did, I just didn't appreciate it because, they put it out after Infinity War. Everyone's still distraught that everyone's dead. And then you put out a movie that's after the snaps. Then you already told everybody that everybody came back. What was the point of doing that? For people who don't read the comics, people who don't Google stuff and search it up, you just spoiled the whole end game anyway. But that's besides the point. I don't like what they did with Zendaya's character at all. They put her in Homecoming for 5 minutes to then say she'll have a major plot point in the movie. And then the next movie comes. And I feel like if she wasn't in the movie, the plot would be the same. So she didn't have much impact on the plot to begin with. Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio,
Watch it.
listen,
No, because you're
Listen.
walking a tight line with this line right here.
I like.
Okay,
Jake
can I
Gyllenhaal.
can I defend China
I
for a second?
don't
Because
care
y'all
what
are
they
about
say.
to
I'm gonna
attack her.
stand by
I'm
it.
not
It's
gonna
a
stand for
terrible
that.
movie, and I'll say it.
I definitely agree with a lot of the things China are saying, but I feel like her feelings are like over here, and my feelings are like right here. So I agree, but you're just like taking it further. So I agree with you, but yes, that's
Yeah.
what
Everything that I have an issue with have to do with the plot. I think Tom Holland is a great Spider-Man and a great Peter Parker. They finally took someone that wasn't pushing 30 because he's supposed to be a teenager.
Yeah.
And they gave someone who was Tom Holland, who was very relatable at the time. He was like this little 19-year-old kid. So he was a very relatable character. And I feel like there are times where good actors can save movies, but if the plot's not that great, they can only do so much.
That's true.
It tanked, the plot tanked for me. I think the actual characters, the people who played them, I think they played them to the best of their ability. But I feel like there could have been a better plot. Though the ending, the last like 5 minutes, I think sets up the third movie very well. Because I was like, I don't like this movie, but now I'm back. Because now Spider-Man's whole identity just got revealed. So now it's like this whole thing. So as much as I didn't like the second one, obviously I'm still going to see the third one because now you brought me back in it. Now everybody knows who Peter Parker is.
Yeah.
So for story, I gave it a 5. Like I said, I didn't really like the plot. I thought it was very random and out of place for the... And they always do things out of the timeline, but I think to spoil the fact that everybody comes back at that point of what was going on, like right after Infinity War, I think it should have happened after Endgame. I think if the movie's put out after Endgame, I feel like the plot hole's a lot less weird for me personally. So for risks, I gave it a 7. I did like the action sequences, the fight on the bridge, all of that. I think the random monster at this random carnival in like Germany, I didn't care about it, but I get why they put it in there. So for action, 7.5. For emotion,
Wait, Far From Home did come after Endgame.
I think it did.
I don't remember it coming.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, I watched
It was,
Far From Home like 2 months ago because I was avoiding watching.
Maybe I just saw Far From Home before I saw Endgame.
The movie.
What were you saying, Matt?
Yeah, the movie came out after Endgame, but they said Spider-Man 2 is coming out like a little bit after Infinity War, before Captain Marvel even happened. Before it.
Okay.
People knew Spider-Man was getting his own movie, which ruined that he's not dead.
Yeah.
Because
Sorry to interrupt you. I was thinking. I was like,
Yeah.
I think.
Maybe I just saw it after Endgame, but I could have sworn that it happened because I saw all 3 of those in the movie theater.
I do know that Far From Home came after Endgame only because I watched Endgame like 6 times in theaters, and like the last time I watched it, there was an end credit scene which was Spider-Man, and he was like on top of like this building or whatever, wearing like a yellow jacket. Like I remember that. And then because someone was trying to kick us out, and we're like, no, we're gonna stay till the better end. And then they were like, there's no end credit scene, and then there was. Hot to that person in Cineplex. I remember. Anyway,
there's always an end credit scene. I don't know, like people should know that by now.
What about it?
Endgame and Spider-Man Far From Home, they were in theaters like at the same time. Like you could literally.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Both of them the same day. They were both there. Yeah, because they had such a like long runtime in the Endgame had such a long runtime in the theaters, and then they also added like the what was it called? Like it wasn't an extended cut. It was like whatever it was.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like there was like
it's where they had the Russo brothers talking
or something. Yeah.
They had the Hulk scene. Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
All right.
Sorry, y'all froze for me.
Oh no, you're good. Are we good now? Oh.
It's not the freezing.
Oh, she was doing.
And
there we go.
She's back. I know that's right,
I don't know what just happened. I think it like something's going on with the Wi-Fi. But okay, so for emotion, I gave it a 3. The only real emotion I had was when Jake Gyllenhaal Mysterio reveals that who Spider-Man is at the end. That was like the one moment where I was like, oh my god. So for emotion, it's a 3. It didn't really invoke tears. It didn't really invoke happiness. I was just kind of like, okay. Action 7.5. For risks 7, and then for story a 5. Like I said, I didn't like the plot of the movie. So 22.5 is the final score.
Right.
Come on, 0.5.
Come on, 0.5.
I have a lot of 0.5s.
All right, Josanne, your 21st place movie.
Okay.
Oh, the mute.
We will be on a short break.
Oh.
Right after this commercial.
Manscaped.
Manscaped. Sponsored by Manscaped.
Use it everywhere.
Oh my god.
I'll say that like the risk stuff for Far From Home, I agree with like 100% because really what was there at risk at the end of the day?
That's true.
Like Quentin, he wasn't gonna like kill everybody. He just kind of wanted to like make his own little like Avengers team and kind of rule stuff. He wasn't gonna like kill
Going
everybody,
back to Zendaya.
So I agree with that.
Going back to Zendaya as MJ, I agree as well. I will say I don't think it pushes down the movie as much as it maybe it does for you. But when you look back and you look at Gwen Stacy and even the original MJ with the original trilogy, you know, they had a lot more to offer. Yeah, they were never had like their like own plot line that was very, very important. But you know, MJ had her like musical, she was like in theater. And then Gwen Stacy always had her little like side plot line with her, like wasn't she like a reporter or something? I don't remember that far. But yeah, I will say Zendaya, for someone who is so talented, and Zendaya's a pretty big name too, they don't give her much. They don't. So I'm hoping in the third that they will. Because she deserves it. Because she is I don't know.
Yeah, it really annoys me that like they treated her like that because she's even when Homecoming was coming out, she's been a big name for a long time. And just sideline her like that. And what even the other actress from the first one, I don't even know.
Kristen Dunst.
Not to be mean to her or anything, but like I don't know who she is. Her character didn't affect the sequel at all. So like what was the point? Really?
Oh, you're talking about Kristen Dunst, but he's talking about the first actress from Homecoming. I don't think you're talking about
the
girl?
That
in Homecoming.
The first movie.
I didn't understand that.
I think she was a
Mia?
plot device
Something like
rather than a
that.
character,
It
if
was
I'm being
stupid.
honest. Because when you meet Peter Parker and then they go to prom or whatever it was, or homecoming, and the
Homecoming.
dad's in the
Well,
car, that was like the
Yeah.
whole, like, I
Yeah.
feel like she was more of a plot
Like a filler
device.
character. She was just used.
Yeah,
to
she
expose
Yeah.
she
who
wasn't
was.
she wasn't really the love interest, because I feel like if that makes any sense, I feel
Yeah.
like she was just like a plot, literally.
You
a
know
plot
what would have been
device.
crazy? What if Zendaya was the daughter of the Vulture? Like, what if they did something like really bold like
See, I feel like
that?
that would have
I
raised
think
like,
That
would've been
that
better
would have
than
been way
just
better.
having-
I agree, especially when I will say
and
I
it
think
would have solved so many issues.
I wouldn't have a lot of problem with, and again, I forgot her name. I'm gonna just say Mia, the other girl. I wouldn't have a problem with that reveal if she just didn't move away at the end of it. Like if they continued that in the second one. Yeah, that might be a little
Yeah.
less with Zendaya, but like at least it would mean something and it would be important, not just like a one-off plot twist in the first Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, Josanne, the 20.
Sorry about that. I was talking to my mom.
No, you're good.
So my 21st movie has already been mentioned. It's true.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna go and put Thor. Yeah.
The first one?
Yes, the
Yeah.
first one. The first one.
Oh,
And
God,
the
we all
reason
talked
why-
about the one.
I'm not gonna go too much in detail because I feel like Matthew hit it on the nail on the explanation. But I feel like there's
Thank you.
movies, a lot of like the first movies or the movies that begin a phase are used as a way to connect things together or link things together and not necessarily highlight a character. I feel like there's a trilogy that doesn't do that, even if it's the first, second, or third movie. We'll get into that later. But Thor, like first introduction, it's very basic. Like it's not much. Like there's the basic, Thor versus Loki type dynamic and stuff like that. I just
China Lee.
what?
Is China gone? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just was.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say I feel like with the Thor movie there isn't as much urgency. A lot of these first movies don't have urgency in the sense that they're the villains or the protagonist or whoever they're going against. They're not serving a big part in the plot, where like a smaller part. And I feel like the Thor movie was finding its footing and it lost its footing at the second one, and then 3 is what picked it up because the first one allowed the Thor and Loki relationship a little bit, and stuff like that, and like the dynamics with the father, and the people they were, the other 4 or 5 people that were with Thor. I forget their names, but yeah, it's very basic. It doesn't give much. So in terms of action, I also gave it a 6.
Oh.
Yeah. For story, I gave it a 4. For risk, I gave it a 3, and then for emotion, I gave it a 4. A 5, and I put that higher because I liked the relationships between the characters, and it allowed me to be invested, and it's what made me like Loki, even though Loki is kind of like, so it allowed its footing, and that's why the emotions actually brought the Thor movie higher for me because of the relationships being established and me liking them, and like the start of something great later down in other movies.
Yeah, I have to agree. I feel like the first Thor was more so used to introduce Thor and Loki as like a fractured relationship to lead into what was going to be, Loki becoming this big villain. I feel like it was, for some of these movies, they're pretty much filler movies just to explain people's relationships. So I feel like a lot of them aren't going to be as big in terms of plot lines for the others because they're just kind of used for a backstory and to introduce characters. So I definitely agree with that.
100%.
All right, Jake, you're 21st.
Sorry, I'm messaging Eric.
Okay. Well, I guess I don't know what to say.
No, I can go.
Okay.
All right, for my 21st, I honestly forgot. All right, my 21st is Ant-Man. And let me explain why.
No.
Wait, Ant-Man? Really?
Yeah. Okay. Listen. Again, this is something that me and Skylar talked about like before we.
I don't
actually
agree
set
with
the
him
last
though. So
episode. Some of the movies on the list, they kind of fall victim to the whole point system thing. Ant-Man just happened to be a victim, because I really enjoy it. For action, I put a 6. I feel like, yeah, it had like its cool moments with like the growing small, and even at the end, like that whole like going into the quantum realm like ordeal. I thought it like looked really cool. Story, I put a 5. Like I think it was a really well written story. Like it had what it needed, it didn't have what it didn't. Risk, I put a 1. I didn't feel like there was like a ton. I can sense some conflicting opinions. If you would like to speak, go ahead.
No, I agree and disagree because I think I think it's because when you watch it at first, you don't really realize what the quantum realm like is at the time.
Yeah,
but then it becomes such like a big thing later on. So I get it.
I will say both of the Ant-Man movies also fall victim to landing right after an Avengers movie. And because what I did, me and Skylar, we binge watched all of them like in like less than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And so every single time we watch an Ant-Man, it's like, oh, we just got off the back of this whole Avengers movie where the entire cast is there and all the shit's happening. And now, oh, we're seeing Mr. Scott Lang just shrink really small.
Well, I think that's downplaying it a little bit, but like
that was a drag.
But
that
like
was
again, like okay, listen,
I do want to say like one thing.
Are you okay?
Oh,
sorry. I just want to say one thing I think the Ant-Man movies are so good about is that they tell these like amazing little stories, and I think those are so rare in the MCU, and I love those kind of things. You'll see later. But anyways, I do think that that's such an issue that they come right after these insane, huge Avengers movies. So I think Marvel's kind of like hurting the movies like that. And if they were anywhere else, I think they would have made a lot more money. They would be higher on a lot of people's list. Yeah, 100%.
I think the reason they land right after the Avengers movies though is because they are really funny. They're more like, oh, you just had this heavy fucking Avengers movie. Let's give you like basically a comedy movie, and let's help you breathe for a second.
Yeah,
I still don't know if it's a drag or you're like trying to compliment the movie.
No, because I really enjoy the movie. Again, it kind of falls victim to the whole point system.
Yeah.
For emotion, I put a 4 because it did make me very sad in the end. Whenever he's like, oh, what was his name? Yellow Jacket, was that his name?
Yeah.
Yellow Jacket, he literally was like holding Cassie in this, and Scott was like, I'm gonna have to do the unthinkable to save my daughter, and that like touched me. So I gave it a 4 for emotion. So
okay, I just
this is the end of my drag.
Okay, I just need to get into you for a second. Simply because Ant-Man is like chef's kiss. It's like, and I get what you mean by watching it like in a sequence and like all of that, but you have to remember that the reason why Ant-Man is placed in those positions is because it follows along with the bigger story. Had Ant-Man and the Wasp, for example, come before Infinity War, the end credit scene wouldn't have made any sense.
Yeah.
We go into Endgame, and all of a sudden Scott Lang like coming to save the day low key wouldn't have made sense in the timeline of the way the movies were placed. So that's why I don't agree with that if you look at the grand scheme of things and how they're planning it, because I don't think they're planning like we're going to do one movie and this is the next movie we're going to do. I think they think about it as like the phases. So they need to position them the way they do. But I will say the emotion, come on now. This guy literally comes out of jail and you're already sad for him. You're feeling bad for him. He's trying to make it, what was it, the store? Basket Robbins. This man can't even get the job. You're feeling sad for him. He just wants to love his daughter. The little card chick and the daughter laughing and giggling with him. It makes the emotion. And then you get the risk. First of all, what he's doing is illegal. He cannot leave his house. And he is constantly leaving his house. Scary. The detective.
But again, it's also like a comparative thing, like him leaving his house compared to people getting blipped.
Okay, I'm not saying put him top 5. I'm just saying first.
I have to agree with Josie because when I think of emotion, I think
Yeah.
of my emotional attachment to the characters themselves. And for me, of all the superheroes, Ant-Man was just always the most relatable.
Absolutely.
I'll never relate to Captain America. It's not gonna happen. I'll never relate to an Asgardian from a different planet who's an alien who has thunder. Like Ant-Man was just like the random guy just plucked off the street. He's not strong. He's not like physically like the big muscular, like
he's very intelligent
meathead type of person. I feel like so for me, I feel like he was more of a relatable character. He was funny. He had a personality. Like some of these guys are real. They're meatheads. They're real Neanderthal, like stereotypical type A jock type of people that someone like me is just not going to relate to on a like deeper level. So for me, it was that emotional attachment, not only to Ant-Man, but his little friends, his little circle.
Oh, what was his name? Was it Louis?
Oh my god!
Louis.
When he would tell his stories. Oh my god!
Yeah. So yeah, for me,
I loved the interludes whenever it would like transition to like them basically lip syncing to his voice. I thought that was funny.
Yeah. When he would tell his long-winded story, everyone has a friend that does that. Like they're just characters that you can be like, I can imagine someone like that in my life. Whereas with some of the other characters, he wasn't a rich billionaire scientist. Like we're not like these people.
Yeah.
So I feel like he was just, he's just there. Those are characters you can see yourself in more so than the others. So that's where I think my emotional connection comes into like those specific movies.
Well, again, I love Ant-Man. I don't want this to reflect like I hate Ant-Man because I don't. I love it.
Clearly not.
I gave it a 16 out of 40.
Okay.
16. Anyways,
my lowest was a 20.
All right.
16.
So for my 21st, I think someone has already said it. I think 2 people have, but the score was 17 out of 40. But I gave my 21st spot to the Incredible Hulk. Which first of all, I feel like just means nothing after coming from the controversy over here. So, but I will say, I actually love this movie. Like, I really do. I think right before we turned it on during our rewatch, I told him, because he had not seen it, I was like, I actually like this. A lot of people don't like it, but it's a good movie for what it was. It literally was just the second one that they ever did in the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe, and for what it was good. I will say Risk was 2 out of 10. I just felt like, again, I think someone said it earlier, but some of these earlier movies, the risk just isn't really high because they're really standalone movies, especially in the very beginning. Story 6 out of 10. I enjoyed it. I really did. I will say, I had seen Incredible Hulk first before I had saw the Avengers, but I will say, even now, when I watch the Incredible Hulk, I'm like, where's Mark? Like, I need Mark Ruffalo in this movie, because if he was in it, I hate to say it, no offense to Edward Norton, but like it would make it so much better, just because I think Mark is a better Hulk.
Mark Ruffalo, he's great.
What do you?
But I feel like sometimes it's a little. And I mean, I get it, like, he's, like, kind of like a comedic relief in a way, but sometimes it's, like, too.
Okay, yeah, that one scene, I'll give you that. Like, the one scene in the first Avengers movie, when he's like, you want to see me get angry? I was like, oh, Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he doesn't have, like, an intimidating aura about him. And
yeah,
Incredible Hulk is supposed to be like, oh, he's, like, this big guy. Whenever he has like anger issues, and whenever he gets upset, he turns into this big green hulking monster and fucking smashes shit up. But Edward Norton, for me, he had that because he was like subtle and like what's the exact word I'm looking for? He was like almost enigmatic. Like you didn't know a lot about him. But Paul Rudd, he's like, oh yeah, I'm a scientist, herp to derp, don't upset me.
Not Paul Rudd. You mean Mark Ruffalo.
I do feel like with Mark Ruffalo's
Well, I would let Paul Rudd break my back. I think that's why he was on my brain.
I feel like Mark Ruffalo's approach was more of like a Jekyll and Hyde type thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like you would never expect it. So that's what makes when he turns into the Hulk even more intense, because you would never expect someone like that personality he has as a human to become that character. For me, in my opinion.
For action, I did 8 out of 10 because I will say that because I watched all these in the movies as well. I think I was 8 when this came out, but that final scene with the Abomination and Hulk, I enjoy very much. I think it's just a little. Yes, it's a little older, so some of the graphics aren't the best, but I think that whole scene just shows you what the MCU was setting up and just giving a little taste, and I enjoyed it. Emotions, 1 out of 10. And as much as I do enjoy this movie, as much as I enjoy Betty, I love Liv Tyler as Betty. I hope she comes back in She-Hulk. But
There's a rumor she might.
I know, but this reminds me of like a bland piece of cracker. So it's like a
saltine.
like a saltine cracker. Like when I'm sick, I want it. Like when I'm sick, I want it to coat my stomach and like, you know, turn on the movie and watch it. But when I'm healthy and like doing my best life, I don't want to watch it, if that makes sense.
You have to be in the mood to watch it. It's not an everyday turn on type of movie.
For sure. But like I said, 17 out of 40, not too bad. But yeah, that's my 21st movie. Moving on to the 20th, Matt.
We're gonna be here for a while.
I don't mind it. I'm enjoying this conversation.
No, yeah.
It's like I have my podcast.
I don't mind it either. This is fun. I like this.
Podcast.
If it takes too long, maybe a part 2. But
oh my god. Okay.
Okay. Anyways, so y'all might have noticed I really didn't say anything against that movie, and that's because my next movie is the Hulk. I do want to say though that originally I did have this 2 spots up, but looking at the 2 that I have next, and this isn't the movie's fault or anything. I just think it's to the success of the MCU that they've had so many amazing movies and they've just built upon each other. So the nostalgic for these other 2 movies, I think, is the reason I changed it. So yeah, I do want to say that I do really actually like this movie. For action, I gave it an 8. There are especially for the year this came, I think it was 2011. Actually, I think it was 2010. For the year it came out in, the action was really good. Cannot lie. No one's gonna disagree with me. Story, it was a little lackluster. I gave it a 5. For the risk, I gave it a 6 because at the end of the day, I mean, Harlem got fucking destroyed. It sucks. But at the end of everything, like, what was the Hulk really gonna do? And then for emotion, I gave it a 4. So my total score was a 23. I do think that, like, for the movie at its time, it was actually really good. A lot of people really liked it when it first came out, but because of the actor changing, it completely went a whole different way. And I do want to say that the actor who played Bruce Banner in this movie was really good. If you look at him, he is Bruce Banner. And Mark Ruffalo, he's amazing. He's done so many great things for the character. But when you compare the 2, and I saw this before, I saw this like in the theaters and everything, so I didn't have this idea of seeing in all these movies and then going back eventually and seeing this other guy play him. So I just I don't know, I just feel like he really is Bruce Banner. When you look at Mark Ruffalo, he's like he's like nerdy, but he's not, I don't believe that he's a scientist. I don't believe that he's this kind of guy. As for that's a completely different thing. Anybody could theoretically be the Hulk, so I don't think that's an issue. But yeah, I do like the other actor a lot, and I like how. I mean, I don't know. I like horror movies a lot, so maybe that's why I like this movie, because there were a lot of elements that were like straight up horror scenes, like that's whenever true. The Hulk was rushing through that factory. So I don't know. I like this movie a lot. It is lower on my list, but I do think that's just because it's so different from what we're used to.
Yeah, I think we can all agree Thor: The Dark World is like the only one that's like bad. Like everything else is still amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's all going like up.
Like I hate to say it, but Thor: The Dark World just has no good about
it. Well, it's like I said earlier, it's very beautiful. It's pretty. It's pretty to look at, but it's not engaging.
Marvel movies too.
It's not. There's no substance in Thor: Dark World, if that makes anything.
No. Not us coming back.
It made.
I know we're coming back.
Quit. That's how bad it was.
Oh God! Oh my God! All right. So China, your 20th place.
Yeah. So this movie was set already, and it was met with disagreements. But I said Jake should say it. So Iron Man 1. Here we go. I think I'm a little biased in the
Boo.
sense that Tony Stark is probably, of all of the MCU characters, the ones I'm the least attached to. I think, like I said, when Iron Man came out, I watched it when I was little, but it was never a movie that I wanted to go back and rewatch. So as the years go by and more of these movies are coming out, I'm seeing ones that I actually enjoy a lot more. Because some of these movies I've seen at least 10 times. Iron Man, I mean Iron Man 1, 2, and 3. I've probably seen maybe twice.
I'm in the same boat.
And in terms of like the first one, I prefer Don Cheadle's dynamic with Robert Downey Jr. as opposed to Terrence Howard, which is why I ranked it lower than the other two, because the relationship was more believable. And I feel like he took on that character better in that sense. So for the first Iron Man, for emotion, these movies didn't evoke a lot of emotion out of me. I feel like someone said it earlier, I don't remember, and I agree that Tony Stark's emotional side for me really comes out in the Avengers movies. So for that, I gave the emotion a 4. Risk, I gave it a 6. Story, 6. And then action, I gave it an 8. So yeah, for me, I mean, the Iron Man 1 through 3, they don't really have that big of a score difference. The only reasons why for me it's lower than the other two, which will come up very soon, is because, like I said, Don Cheadle for me was a better casting character choice than Terrence Howard.
All right. So now, Josanne, your 20th place movie.
No, I agree with everything Trina said. It's not my 20th, but it's coming. But my 20th is Hulk.
Okay.
And Hulk, everything you said, everything that was said, especially with Matthew, I agree with 100%. I think Hulk, for it being the second movie released in 2008 and what it was really good. And my Marvel journey, I guess, started really weird because I actually started Marvel movies with the first Avenger movie. I completely forgot what happened and then went back and watched all of them in the order that they came out. So Hulk, the Hulk movie was the second movie I watched, and I really like it. I like old movies. I like to see how we've evolved, especially with like the theatrics and stuff and all of that. So with Hulk, I think who played Hulk was a good choice at the time. The only thing that disappoints me is in retrospect, like Mark Ruffalo has been Hulk since the Avengers movie, like the first one. So when you see it the long term of things, it's like I don't want to erase the first one because I think it's really good, but it's very frustrating that we don't see an origin story or a movie centered around Mark Ruffalo. I think they gave him like a co-star in Thor Ragnarok, which was really cool. But now, like that movie in comparison to how Mark Ruffalo and the Thor is right now, I feel like the Hulk is more of an accessory, if that makes any sense, to movies.
No,
so like
true. I get it.
Especially in Infinity Wars, when he wore that like Iron Man suit, whatever, it felt very much like an accessory and not necessarily really part of it. And that's why I like the Hulk movie, and that's why it's not as low as people like to put it. People like to put it last or second to last, and I kind of disagree with that. So that's my 20th movie.
All right. Jake, what's your 20th?
Oh my God, I know he's gonna say that.
If you say Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Not Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
My 20th movie is Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Oh, no.
Shut the fuck up.
Listen.
I refuse to listen.
I already have my argument, but I just want to hear what you have to say.
No.
Well, okay. Well, would y'all like to speak first before I say my piece?
Yes, I will like to speak first. You are.
You want to speak?
You
wrong. That's it.
Wrong.
That movie was so important for the setup of Endgame. Like, it's so crucial. It's like, you go.
Okay.
Okay, everybody watching, please turn off the speaker. Come back when it looks like I'm talking. Thank you.
Or listen, I made this list like literally maybe less than 2 hours ago. So I was kind of struggling. again, it's like a movie that I enjoy. It's 19 out of 40. I'll go ahead and say that.
Not even a half.
It's not even
Not even a
50%. Like, take that in. You're giving it less than 50%.
Oh, Maddie
48.
said Jay.
No, because I know
No.
Maddie said in the comments, he said, Ant-Man I can understand, but Ant-Man and the Wasp I'd have to fight.
He
And you
did say
sat
that.
there knowing, and you sat there knowing.
No, and I sat here, I was like, fuck. I honestly, I would probably reevaluate my list a little bit, but I just have to stick with what I have. For action, I put a 7. Again, I think with all the Ant-Man movies, it's the sequencing, like the sequencing with like the shrinking is really cool and really fun, and I enjoy it. For story, I put a 4 because I'm gonna be honest, it's not one that it's near the end, but I don't really remember it that well. It's just not one that has like stuck to my brain. And
was the villain.
Well, yeah, but I think it's because oh, see, I completely forgot about her.
I
I think it's because Endgame really wrecked my fucking shit that I've forgotten a lot about some of these other movies.
Okay, but see, you bring up Endgame.
Endgame came after.
Without
Okay,
Ant-Man and the Wasp, they would have never figured out how to bring everybody back. They used the quantum realm because Ant-Man was stuck in there during the blip when they
Talk
thought
about
Yeah,
it.
so essentially Ant-Man saved everybody.
No, he did. And I
No,
feel
get louder for the people in the
I feel
back.
like you guys are
China.
gonna think
Hey.
less
Well,
of
technically, Hank.
Without
Yeah.
him being in the quantum realm, they would have never been able to figure out a way to save everybody. So essentially, Ant-Man saved the day.
It's true, it's true, it's true.
He's the MVP. Sure, Tony Stark, blah, 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 whatever. But he didn't even know how to figure it out until Ant-Man came out of the quantum realm.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to talk about this point that often. For story, risk, and emotion, I'll put a 4. You guys can hate me if you want. Moving on.
How is risk 4?
Boo.
I don't
Like, that's what I want to know. I feel like
How is Go really
Go-
dying? Janet has been in the quantum realm for 30 freaking years.
Oh yeah, I also forgot
No.
about her. I just don't remember this movie.
you forgot Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I
as
just-
Janet.
And I love Michelle Pfeiffer. I just don't
No.
remember this movie.
No, that was slander. Michelle
I'm
Pfeiffer.
sorry.
I will give you a little bit of
everybody watching, let's realize that this person, I'm not saying their name, of the movie, so it voids out this entire slot. Doesn't matter. That's all I'm saying.
The whole sequence with the truth serum was so good.
So funny.
The comedy, it was great. It showed depth. It wasn't just an action movie. It was
No, that's what I think about the Ant-Man movies. They're basically comedy movies. They're not like these in your face. Like,
And you're just looking for something different.
what?
Is that it?
I'm
No,
not trying to be different. I'm just.
I'm saying like because it's not action heavy. You're just when you're watching a Marvel movie, you're looking for something different, not a comedy movie. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, because I'm a comedy girl, and I think it's so funny.
So,
but I don't.
Jake just wants boom, boom, pow, pow, boom.
No,
boom.
I'm really not an action girl. I'm a comedy girl. Like, if I could watch any movie, it's gonna be a comedy movie. That's like I will rewatch both of the Ant-Mans like on repeat. Like I love them, and they just have fallen victim to this point thing, which is fucking stupid, and I'm mad because now like y'all hate me.
We don't hate you.
I understand from the action standpoint.
And then,
Ant-Mans are never going to get a 10 for action. They're just not. You
True.
know, half of it's comedy and a lot of it's focused on the dialogue and the plot points. So it's never really gonna be. There's not much you can do. The guy shrinks and then he gets big and then he shrinks and then. But besides that, the plots for these just 10 out of 10.
Surpass. Yeah.
Okay, so could we move?
Yeah, please move on. Please move on. Please. Eric's gonna yell at me.
So my 20th, the overall score was 18 out of 40, and I decided that Thor, the first Thor, took the 20th place. And since we all kind of have said, I think 2 people have now said Thor, the first one, I won't go too much on it. I don't know if this is just me, but like when I watched Thor, especially the first one, and obviously not every single, especially in the earlier days, they are getting better and they're getting better and better every day. But like the cast, I feel like in Thor, besides Heimdall, is just so white. And like I feel like I feel like the movie is made for the white audience, if that makes any kind of sense.
Mhm.
Like it's very like, and I don't know if that is just me or if I'm
A
just
shaky-
picking up on that.
The shaky cam.
It's just
I
very,
know.
it's just white audience. No,
I know.
but I will say my favorite thing about the Thor movies, and it was
White people love shaky cam.
that's true. But no, seriously though, my favorite thing about Thor movies, and it was prominent in this, and that's why the story got 10 out of 10 for me, is because I absolutely love the dynamic between Thor and Loki. And in this movie, I think it definitely set up their relationship perfectly. And I liked Odin in this. This is my favorite version of Odin as well. I don't really like Odin a lot, but if he stayed the way he did in the first movie, I would like him a lot more. I just think he's a father that cares, but he's a father that's never there, if that makes any kind of sense. And I kind of related to that a little bit, and that was definitely one of the focuses in this movie. However, I will say the risk and action are very low for me, because when you think about it, there was no like big fight. Yeah, they had that little I forgot the robotic person's name, but it's the one that had like the fire.
I don't remember his name either.
But you guys
Yes,
know what I'm
the
talking
first
about.
movie.
Yeah, the big robot man. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that was like the big fight, which I just was like, what, you know? And yeah, but I will say my favorite part besides the relationship is I love a good fish out of water storyline. And besides Ragnarok, obviously, this is one of the only Thor movies that I actually laugh at. Just because, especially that diner scene where he had the cup and he's like, I want more, and like slams it on the ground. Everyone's like, oh my God. So anyway, overall 18 out of 40, 20th place. All right, Matt, for your 19th place.
Don't say something that's gonna hurt my feelings,
Okay,
please.
before I say, I'm gonna try not to hurt your feelings. I'm gonna try.
No.
Okay, before I say my thing though, it's not a bad one. I don't think y'all are gonna complain. This is just like a general PSA for everybody. It's criminal that we're doing this right now, because literally in like 3 weeks, once Falcon and the Winter Soldier is over, I'm gonna do my full rewatch of the entire MCU. So it has been a while since I've seen some of these movies. So like some things are gonna be high because WandaVision and the Winter Soldier came out. Some of these are gonna be really low because they're not connected to what's kind of going on right now. It's been a couple of years since I've seen some of these. So I do think whenever I rewatch everything, a couple of these are gonna
move around.
Also, I will say,
so
can I say something just real quick? When Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I'm already planning a WandaVision video, but so if you guys want to be a part of that, let me know so we can break down WandaVision.
I'm down.
But also when Falcon and Winter Soldier ends as well, I'm going to do one separately for that one too. So if you guys want to be, as you should.
I'm a Bucky. I'm not gonna say it. Oh, Bucky Warskin.
Fine.
Well, we know my profile pic. It's literally Bucky, but we'll break that down later.
A train.
But anyway, Matt, your 19th place.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that real quick.
No, you're fine. You're good. My 19th place is Iron Man 3. So I don't think it's controversial at all. I think some of y'all probably think it's lower. But I really like this movie, and I think a lot of people, yes, do shit on it, and yes, it's not perfect. Like obviously it's number 19 for me, who loves Tony Stark. But I do think there are a lot of good things about it. Like it shows just like one complaint I see about Tony Stark all the time is that he needs his Iron Man suit. And he doesn't. There are so many scenes in this movie. The one that comes like is in my brain whenever he's kind of like at that like little palace place and he doesn't have his
with the fake Mandarin.
He's taking people out. He's able to get inside. Yeah, the fake Mandarin thing. So he's very capable even without his Iron Man suit. So there are a lot of good things I like about this movie. So action, I gave it a 7. Story, it's not amazing. I gave it a 5. Risk wasn't very high risk. I gave it a 6. To 4. Yeah, so I just think it's a fine movie. It has a really cool ending. I love Gwyneth Paltrow. She's not able. loved having her be like
Mhm.
one of those experiment people that turns into like fire and do all that. So that was a lot of fun. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's an okay movie for me.
Interesting. All right, Miss China, your 19th.
Well, as Matt and I always say, we see each other because Iron Man 3, number 19.
Interesting.
I'm not going to really go too deep into it because Matt made a lot of points that I had. But like I said before, I think a lot of it has to do with personal biases and who you're attached to as being big fans of the cinematic universe. And like I said, Iron Man was never a character that I was attached to. So I haven't seen Iron Man 3 since the year it came out, probably, honestly.
Interesting.
So for me, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Iron Man 3 is my 19. Like I said, it's higher than the first Iron Man only because Don Cheadle is in it versus Terrence Howard, which was a big change for me, which I think was a positive change. So besides that, yeah, that's about it. So I gave it a 26 because I'm like I said, my lowest was 20, so it's gonna be pretty high in comparison to everyone else. Emotion, I gave it a 4. For action, I gave it an 8. I feel like since Iron Man 3, we haven't really seen a lot of sequences of him without a suit and fighting. Like I think since then, he's been in his suit the majority of the time.
Yeah.
So it was a nice change because I think Iron Man is pretty much MCU's Batman, where it's just the rich guys in suits, and that's their power, being rich and white. So like to see that he's capable without having a suit, I appreciated it. And then for wrist and story, I both just gave it a 7 because it's okay. It's not, for me, it's not memorable. It's probably the ones like you remember the bad ones and the good ones, but the ones that are just meh, they're meh.
Interesting. All right, Mr. Zan, 19.
I see a little trend going on. While Iron Man 3, I ranked it 22nd, like it was down there. I do have Iron Man, the first one, in my position. I just, again, like, I don't feel connected to Tony Stark. Like, technically, he's a war criminal, but I digress.
That's a different video.
That's a different video. But, I just the first movie for what it is really good. But Tony Stark is so you either like him or hate him in the movie, in my opinion, because he's so arrogant, so full of himself. Like he thinks he's the shit. Like, and like yes, some of it, like when you get to know Tony as a character, you understand why he's like that. But as an introduction to who Iron Man is, you're kind of like, kind of not a good taste in my mouth. But I do like the story, and I haven't actually seen Iron Man. I watched all of the movies in order, but I couldn't find the first Iron Man when I was doing my first watch of the whole thing. So I watched Iron Man like when Disney Plus came out for the first time, and I was like, wow, this is like a huge step back for how I feel about Tony as a character. So from that's why it's there. I gave it like overall like a 5 for everything, which doesn't seem like really good, but in retrospect it equals 20 points, which is why it's the position it is. But like, yeah, it's not, I wouldn't go and watch the first Iron Man, period. I like Tony as what Skyler said. I like Tony as a person of the group of the Avengers, in comparison to Tony as the lead character in a movie. Yeah.
I like it. All right, Jake, what is your 19th place?
This movie has been mentioned already. Go back to my notes. My 19th place, sorry, I've had a drink or two, is Spider-Man Homecoming. So, round of applause for Homecoming. I love, so I would say I think Andrew Garfield is so hot.
Okay.
And I was like kind of like hesitant. I was like, oh, another Peter Parker. Like, oh, this is gonna be the third one we've had now. I hands down Tom Holland's the best Peter Parker anywhere. So for action, I put an 8. I think
Joanna, the comment.
I'll say it out loud. When he was in Spider-Man, I was like, okay, Far From Home. Okay, I get it. It wasn't the strongest. Okay, China made some valuable points, and then I heard, no, Homecoming, sick. Homecoming is far better than Far From Home, but I digress. Go ahead.
Oh my god. Okay, so for action, I put an 8. I think the action is really cool. Like whenever he's like on the plane, like trying to break into it. The whole like little fight where he's like almost gets like knocked out at the end, like it's trying to like fight the vulture, and then the whole like but I feel like we kind of saw it coming with like, oh, here's this love interest, and if you know Spider-Man, you know like, oh, it's MJ that like he ends up with. And so when you see him go for this Liz girl, whoever the fuck she is, it's like, oh, of course it's her dad. That's the villain, of course, because fucking writing in general. But for story, I still put a 7. Like I think I really enjoyed the movie. I think it was great. I just wish we would have seen more Zendaya because she's a fucking icon and I love her. Been a fan since Shake It Up. Gonna be honest. Just gonna throw it out there.
I still play replay to this
literally
day.
No,
to this
it gives. We can't make the bop not bop.
Exactly. You can't make the music not bop. It's true.
No, it's true.
For risk, I put a 2. I think the only like risk was like, oh, we can't let these weapons get out. Like I didn't feel like what?
No, it's true.
The way you said it so nonchalant. It was really funny.
Well, I don't feel like there was anything other than that. It's like, oh, these weapons are gonna get stolen. Like you can't let them get out. For emotion, I put a 3. Because again, I think it was like, this is like your introduction to Peter Parker. Like I like origin stories in the way like, oh, you find out how they get their powers and how they become who they are. But because we have seen so many Spider-Mans, we obviously know how he gets his powers. We know that he either gets bitten by a spider or fucking creates these
which was the
things.
positive of Homecoming.
No, exactly. No, but that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We're just shocked that it's Homecoming. You know, that's it.
Well, I won't argue too much because I will say this: Homecoming is lower than Far From Home for me as well.
You guys have lost your minds.
But
I'm not shocked that it's this low because honestly, the character itself I like, but the movies as a whole, it's like,
I'll explain myself.
But it's Homecoming being below Far From Home. But I think what also sets the movies up for disappointment, and we keep bringing up Zendaya, but when you use her as like one of the
a big name
focuses of people to bring into the theaters, and then she's there for 5 minutes, kind of like sets you up for disappointment a little bit. And that's not to say, because obviously, you know, usually the women in the movies, like the little girlfriends, are never like really big focuses. But when you make it a purpose to market her as a big focus, it kind of
whenever it was coming out, they were like, "Oh, Zendaya's going to be starring in this movie," and literally, we were watching the entire movie, and I didn't even think about it. But then all of a sudden, you see her for a good chunk at like the end.
And like pans the camera, she puts up her middle finger, and then it's back to the movie. Like,
it was his first time watching it during the rewatch, and he literally looks at me. He goes, "Where's Zendaya?"
Literally,
and I was like,
assuming she was going to be like a starring role.
And I will say, I think thinking back now, I think she literally is the most underused female love interest. Now thinking about it.
100%.
Absolutely.
So I think that's interesting.
Weird.
I think Thor's love interest and maybe Iron Man's love interest are the most.
I gave it a 20 out of 40. So half.
When Jake says the points, I get it. I do.
So everything I'm saying is making sense.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I just think Far From Home first, which is why I'm like, if it's before Far From Home.
Deanna's disagreeing.
I'm just stubborn, okay?
Well, China, we know how you feel about
my Taurus.
Yeah, I have a special kind of dislike for Far From Home.
Okay, well, I won't spend too long on my 19th place because I think we've actually all covered it now, but I'm going to do the first Iron Man. And I'll just give you my score. It was 19 out of 40. So it almost made that half cut. I will say I appreciate what it is. It's what kicked off this whole thing. But I think besides Iron Man 2, it's my least favorite Tony Stark. Just because which it makes sense because it was the first one. So he's overconfident, he's arrogant, he's totally a war criminal, full on, full stop in this one. But I will say I enjoy. Oh, also I hate the villain. I hate Jebediah. I think he was really weak. And I think Iron Man villains tend to literally be Tony Stark, but the opposite of Tony Stark. If you guys if you think about that now, and I think that just like literally, you know, because if you think about it, so far, 2 out of the 3 Iron Mans are in my bottom 6, and I think a lot of it has to do with the villain and the way Tony Stark acts in these movies. I don't know what it is, but the Avengers is where he really, I think, is strong. But anyway, I won't go much into it anymore because we've already talked about it. But yeah, 19th Iron Man one.
Literally blowing my phone up. Eric would like to disagree about me with fucking Spider-Man. I'm getting plenty of
he's
text
mad.
I know that's right, Eric. Per bestie.
He said
he said, "Get out, you know Spider-Man." Like, OMG, the scene in the car, Michael Keaton gives a masterclass on acting. The whole thing with Liz is that it shows the eternal struggle between Peter's personal life and being Spider-Man. Like, that's been a central theme of Spider-Man since the 60s. He has to give up his personal wants to do the right thing, and that's the whole point. That's why the random girl is there, so he can lose her. Jake, how could you do this to us?
You see, Eric,
Right,
Eric, you
I
and
still
me
think it would have been
know.
more interesting if Zendaya's father was
Yeah.
like,
I agree.
If you're gonna market her, use her. I think between both movies, she has like 20 minutes of footage between like 4 to 5 hours.
I will say though, if Zendaya was the Vulture's daughter, I think Far From Home and all of that stuff coming in, I feel like it would be really weird because at some point when Zendaya finds out that he is Spider-Man, or MJ, sorry, she would have been like, "You're the reason my dad's arrested." Like that. Like I feel like it would have been like.
It would have caused a restraint, though. I think.
Yeah, but I feel like their relationship. It's like a slow burn. You know what I mean? Like if we're just we're itching for it, and that's why I think a lot of people will be excited for the third movie. Because we know that Zendaya knows now, the whole world knows, and maybe at this point, that's when she'll really be by his side. That's what I'm hoping for. If not, I'm gonna be really pissed off. But I'm holding out hope for that third movie.
Matt, were you gonna say something?
I 100% hope that happens, but I also think it's so I do think that like that the slow burn idea is awesome, and I hope that probably is that Zendaya hasn't been used accordingly. That's just my thoughts. Anyways, let's go. Wait, is it my turn? For the
Matt, 18th place. Here we go.
Okay, so the next 8 movies are kind of like in a bracket for me, and then it's like 4 and then 5 and stuff. The ones that I had underneath were kind of like, yeah. So I just think these next group of movies, like, there are so many different things I like about them so much, and then for other movies there's completely different things to compare them. Yeah, so with that, I'm just gonna say that like my next one is Ant-Man, the first one.
Ant-Man?
I love this movie. I think it's great. I really like it. Ant-Man. Yeah.
Kind of gagged.
Because
you were hyping it up in the chat.
I love Ant-Man and the Wasp and the characters. As a movie, though, this is my placement for that. Okay, so for action, I have it as an 8. I think it has some of the most unique stuff, like in the whole MCU. Obviously that kind of like is further down the line with the sequels and stuff, but I think even for where they were when the first one came out, the whole idea of being able to play with items like this is so cool, so I give it an 8. For story, it was a little simpler than a lot of the MCU stuff, and that's really just to say like how successful they've been in making these movies. But for me, it's a 6. For the risk, I don't think it was really that high of a risk. I also gave it a 6. For emotion, I gave it a 6 again, so I had a 26 as my final score. So yeah, I like the movie, but like I just think that compared to the other stuff I have kind of in the same vein, it isn't serving as much as like Galaxy see stuff happening, team ups, magical elements, things like that. So I just think that's kind of like where it falls a little below.
Right, interesting. All right. I like that though. I like that point of view. All right, now China, 18th place.
So I'm just gonna continue the trend. My 18th is Iron Man 2. I'm basically gonna say the same things I've always said. I'm not attached to the Iron Man movies, and I think it's so hard when Iron Man is such a standout in the Avengers, but then I just feel like I'm not as interested. And I think it's because when you have a character that arrogant, you need the other personalities to kind of out and kind of, go against him in a certain way. So I feel like when it's just him alone, I don't want to watch it. So that's all I'm gonna say on that. Hold on. So I gave the emotion a 4. I gave action. It's a 20. I gave it a 26.5. So for emotion, I gave 4. Action, I gave 8. Risk, I gave 7. And story, I gave a 7.5. So that's all I'm gonna say about Iron Man 2.
All right, Josanne, your 18th place.
China and me always see each other. It's true because Iron Man 2 is my 18th place. Yes, it's true. And here is why. I think Iron Man 2 is the best one out of all 3. Argue with your mama. I don't really care. I just think it's the best one for me. It's because I feel like in terms of who he is as a character, I think it makes more sense than the first one. And I'm more engaged in that story than I am in the third one. So if I can't stand him in the first movie, it becomes really hard to like the movie because he's the main character. And then 3, the story is so boring. I literally fell asleep several times. So Iron Man 2 is my favorite one. But like China had said, after the Thor series, I feel like Ragnarok is so like not a part of the first 2. But like if you look at it as an overall whole, like Iron Man and then Thor and then Iron Man, like the series itself, like it's very not there for me. I'm not really engaged with the characters as much. I think the action sequences are iconic. I think the last battle is iconic. I think the whole race car scene moment is iconic. Like you cannot touch that in comparison to the 2 other movies, in my humble opinion. So that's why, with everything in consideration, it's my 18th position. Sorry.
Yeah.
So in terms of points, the villain in this movie, I feel like I was the most emotionally connected with this villain in terms of all 3 movies as well, because I understood it more and I kind of had a feel for it, and I was like, okay, I get where you're coming from. And he had comedic timing. Like he was like building these robots for whoever his name was, I forget, but he was like funny. He was funny. He had that emotional attachment with me, so I understood it. I think if you can understand the villain's mindset and it makes somewhat sense, not rationally, but in general, that makes a good villain. And he's one of the few villains other than like Killmonger, in my opinion, and like some other villains that really do that. So I gave it a 22 overall, just to like split the time, but it's literally practically the same points that China said.
I just want to make it known that Shadow Cat, I don't know who that is, but they also
Alan.
agree. Oh, Alan. Okay, well, Iron Man 2 is the weakest for him too. So
Alan,
I see you. But anyway, I like those points though, and they make sense. 18th place for you, Jake. Please don't be controversial because you've given me a headache.
No, because that Ant-Man comment. Oh my god.
Okay, I don't know how y'all are gonna feel about this one, but my 18th place is Captain Marvel.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I thought you were gonna say Captain America. I was about to lose my shit.
I care.
Okay, so I like how it goes back in time. Like we love like the de-aging technology that they've been using. Like we see a young Nick Fury. Who else was like
Agent Coulson?
Agent Coulson. Not him being the rookie. First off, that part made me laugh. I was like, what the fuck? For action, I put a 9. I think it was amazing. Like whenever you see her like really come into her powers, like seeing her fucking fly into space, like fighting on these things. For story, I put a 7. I think it was interesting how they made her human, because whenever I was going into the movie, I was like, oh, okay, so yeah, she's like a human, she has powers, but then like she's like with Kree, and I was like looking at Skylar, I was like, isn't she human? Like, why is she with the Kree? Why is she in space? Like, I'm so confused. And I think it was clever how they like, oh, I wouldn't say clever, but it's like it's interesting to discover how she gets her powers. Like the thing like it's blown up and like zaps her with like photon energy, and now she can like absorb it and control it. I think that's a really cool way to give someone their powers, like not necessarily them being like inherently born with them, but then like achieving them in some way. For Risk, I put a 3 because while I feel like, yeah, it's because it's more like, oh, just her own people are attacking her, not necessarily like this big fucking like invasion.
National, like
Yeah.
world. Yeah, I feel you.
For emotion though, I put a 3, but I feel like I need to change that because the whole, I forgot her name, but because like she forgets her. I honestly just did
her best friend.
Marie. Yeah, I just
Maria.
honestly didn't think about this like whenever I was making the list, but
Maria Rambeau.
Yeah.
Icon.
Literally,
Where's
like
my
she loses.
quote?
She doesn't have her memory.
Mom,
Doesn't
my
remember.
mother, Maria Rambeau. Look her up.
Oh my god. And then like you see her like slowly like get her memory back, and like the moment when she realizes that she's talking to her best friend, I was like, wow, that part. So I did give it a 3 for emotion, but I honestly just didn't think of that specific point in the movie, so I honestly probably changed that. I did give it a 22 out of 40, but again, I probably rank it higher now in my current state.
Do you think? I think you haven't seen WandaVision, right?
Oh, I haven't seen WandaVision yet, but I do
think
know that her daughter is like
What
a main
the?
character, right?
I think though. I think if you watch, that's why it's so hard ranking these unbiasedly, because I feel like once you watch,
it's true.
WandaVision, you'll
Yeah.
the emotion part and some of these elements will add on to it. So that's why I feel like some of the rankings too might be different, because we're coming from different places and when we've seen it, when we haven't, which is really interesting overall, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm very excited.
And then I hope my little quote didn't ruin anything. But
What'd you say?
Oh no, it's okay. He knows some things, but he doesn't really care about spoilers.
Yeah, I don't really care about spoilers.
I'm very excited to talk about Captain Marvel later, though. So sneak peek. But anyway, my 18th place is, I think this is going to be my first controversial pick.
Oh, Lord.
It's 26 out of 40, so not a horrible score overall, but it is Spider-Man Homecoming.
There it is.
But let me get into it. First of all, like I think he said it, Risk. There's no risk. Like there was no like. Yeah, the Vulture is a really cool villain. I love Michael Keaton. He was amazing in it. But like they're dealing with neighborhood weapons at this point, which makes sense because at this point
he's still like a kid
in the stage of Spider-Man in the MCU. He is a kid.
He's the friendly Spider-Man from your neighborhood.
Spider-Man.
Come on now.
Talked about it, but the underuse of Zendaya made me very upset. And this is going to be the controversial take here. So everyone just sit down.
Okay, hold on. I'm holding on to my desk.
Let me put my drink down.
For, like, as much as I've seen it praised, I don't like the relationship between Iron Man and Spider-Man.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that one, Chief.
Well, hold on, because in the grand scheme of things, I would love it if it wasn't in Spider-Man's first movie. Like, this is the first time we're actually seeing Tom Holland, like, in the main role, and we're still focusing on Iron Man. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it's sweet. Yes, it's touching. Yes, the payoff is amazing when he gets blipped in Infinity War. But it's like, again, I didn't really need half of the movie. Plus, like, again, I know he's young, but, like, Spider-Man in itself is a really powerful hero, and I hate how Iron Man always needed to come in and, like, save the day. You know what I'm saying? It's like
I feel like that was the whole point.
It was the point, but I didn't like that point.
Okay, let's discuss a bit. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I have to get into the gig.
I do feel like because we don't know how long he's been Spider-Man when this is all happening, I think that plays into a factor because
Okay.
obviously we don't know if he's been Spider-Man for a couple years or if he's only been Spider-Man for a couple months. So we don't actually know how much of a crutch he really needs Iron Man for because we don't know how much experience he has with Spider-Man. So that's why I kind of see both points. I feel like if we would have known, because you know they never really give a backstory for this version of Spider-Man, there's a lot of plot holes in my mind.
Oh, and another thing, I think that storyline in itself isn't there to crutch Spider-Man. It's there to help Iron Man grow in a Spider-Man movie. It's like that relationship obviously I think means more to Iron Man because it shows that Iron Man's growing. Because the last time we saw him, what?
Is someone getting upset? Because they
Eric's
should.
getting upset.
And I'm going to come into it. Okay. Bestie, whoever's upset, let me defend you for a second. Now, let's talk about it. First of all, the whole premise is growth. Unfortunately,
That's literally what Eric's saying.
Spider-Man and Iron Man are like bonded together, like at this point. And it's not even just this movie, it's like practically every single movie that comes a part of it when Iron Man and Spider-Man are in like together. Okay. So like we see a little bit of it in Civil War, whatever, but in general, Peter Parker is a younger hero. Like his hero story is instantaneous versus like Iron Man, you see that growth. Captain America, 1945, you see everything, whatever.
Yeah.
And this my opinion might be because I haven't seen the original Spider-Man movies before this one. Yeah. What about it? I don't really care. But I'm like, it just makes sense for their relationship to be what it be because at this point, Iron Man isn't used to being tied down. He's not in a real, like, he's just starting his relationship to be like monogamous and like having that codependency. But in general, in his whole life, he's been independent. It comes and it stems from his parents not really being in his life. Like, it just makes sense. So for Peter, Iron Man is this like fatherly figure in some sort of way. And Iron Man never really had a dad like that. So that relationship, that dynamic makes sense with his story and him coming in and taking Peter out of nowhere to just fight Captain America and the rest of them. Like it makes sense. And that little beginning with Homecoming where they explained that a little bit more, it's like Peter now is introduced to this world. Whereas before it was a very smaller issue. Like at the end of Civil War, people were arrested and it became like an international UN situation nonsense. Yeah. So for that to just be like in his face automatically and then come back to the friendly neighborhood, but he wants to do more because he's done more, he's seen more. It makes sense. And I feel like he needs Iron Man's help because he wants to do so much, so quickly, instantaneously. So that's why I disagree.
No, I agree. Sorry, I kind of want to defend myself for a second because it's like I get it and I like what it's doing.
This is proof that I love Spider-Man. I don't hate Spider-Man.
No,
I literally have a Spider-Man wallet.
I like it. I like what it's doing, but I think one of my issues is one, out of the origin story that we didn't get with this Spider-Man, which I understand why we didn't. The one thing that I think is missing is Uncle Ben, because if you're gonna put,
I don't know who that man is. Sorry to this man.
Uncle Ben is very in the Spider-Man universe. He's very crucial into the development of who Spider-Man is. So,
and I feel like if you're gonna put the father, like needing a father figure storyline, and you're putting Tony and Peter together, I think we just never really got a scene of Peter struggling without a father figure or without Uncle Ben like we did in the movies before. And I feel like if that was put into place, it would make that relationships, because again, I think it's there to make it important and to make Tony look good, not Peter. If that it's important for Tony, not Peter.
But do you think it was done because we've seen that story so many times that's the reason they didn't do it?
Well, no, I don't need to see Uncle Ben get shot again. I just need to see No, Uncle Ben gets shot. I don't need to see him die again, but I would like to see
mention
this Peter thinking, like maybe talking to Aunt May saying like, things had been different without Uncle Ben, or to Tony and saying like, I'm glad you're in my life because I've lost Uncle Ben. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I want more of
But-
that emotional
but-
for Peter.
I don't think there
I do
needs
want to
that
say
undertone. Go ahead,
Skyler,
China.
to
No, go
Skylar's point about it needing to make Iron Man look good. I don't know if it's necessarily to make Iron Man look good, but I do think Peter Parker is definitely crucial in humanizing Tony a little
No,
bit
yes,
more and
that's what I
having him
meant.
be more in tone with his emotions and dealing with things. Because as we've seen in his past, he kind of likes to push people away. He's very void when it comes. He likes to suppress all of his emotions. So I think Iron Man for Peter Parker is a mentor, and since we don't have an Uncle Ben type of character, I think Iron Man is more of a mentor in navigating him through this world since he was thrown into it really quickly. And I think Peter Parker is, because like we've seen, Peter Parker becomes almost his child in a way, because you see the
No,
impact
it's true.
what
Yes.
losing Peter does in Infinity War, to the point of what it looks like when he also has a child after the blip happens. So I think for Peter, that's his mentor, and for Iron Man, that's what brings him back to more of a human-like reality, to where he's not so cold as he was before.
And I think, and they never like specifically stated it, but I
Mhm.
think how he interacted and what he learned from Peter, I think that's what made him a good father. For I forgot what his daughter's name was, but I think that's, and again, going back, I think it was setting up Iron Man to be a more humanized, stronger character. It's not a negative, but it's something that because Spider-Man's one of my favorite like heroes growing up. So when I go into a Spider-Man movie and there's this huge, very important, very good storyline, but it's not there for Spider-Man, I just kind of get a little lost, on top of Zendaya not being used, and on top of the risks and the villain being just a little subdued for me. Like, it's a good movie. Tom Holland, especially as Spider-Man, is amazing. And another thing I wanted to add, there's also some inconsistencies with the whole Marvel timeline. I forgot what it was, but from the timeline that they put within the movie from the first Avengers to that one was wrong. Completely wrong. I forgot how many years they said went by, but it was just wrong, which is a minor detail, but it's a detail that I have to point out because I'm just that person.
No,
but
go
anyway,
ahead, bestie.
But anyway, that's why it's 18, 26 out of 40. Still a good movie, but yeah.
I like how in the beginning we said, oh, we'll talk about our rankings, like 1 or 2 minutes, maybe. Fuck that.
When you get into it, it's fun.
Yeah, I feel like because we have this conversation, anytime we will get to Spider-Man Homecoming rankings, like we won't spend as much time about it because we dissected it at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think your different standpoints it does come from the fact that you've seen the original Spider-Man, so you know his origin story versus Josie who's starting it. And that's not a bad thing, but like
I thought you were gonna say, I think your point of view comes from you not having a father.
No, I was gonna say, because I think when you see the Iron Man becoming Tony,
not that you would say that. That's what I was thinking.
Mentor. As soon as you mentioned Uncle Ben, and Josie was like, "I don't know who Uncle Ben is."
Yeah.
The difference in opinion kind of like click, because when you understand what Uncle Ben was basically the catalyst of Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man, that's when you realize the disconnect in him not really having an origin story in the MCU.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But anyway, but rest in peace to Uncle Ben.
Oh my God.
So anyway, 17th place, Matt, who's been a little quiet.
I really don't care about Homecoming, so I just didn't really have anything to say.
Thank you.
Anyways, my 17 is, and surprisingly, it's not Homecoming. Homecoming's a little bit higher, but anyways, number 17 is Iron Man 2. So the reason this is a little lower is because Iron Man 2 is a really messy film. Like, I know there's a lot of praise at it being the best one and stuff, but from my perspective, they're trying to do its own trilogy in one movie. It's crazy. There's so much stuff happening. And I do think there are a lot of positives. That's why it's a bit higher all these other movies. Like there's Don Cheadle, a new version of him kind of being in the sequel. There's a lot more Pepper Potts in this movie than there was in the first movie, and I think she's such an amazing like character for Tony to bounce off of. I know a lot of people have forgotten about her because she was really only in the trilogy. I don't think she was in Iron Man 1. She wasn't in 2. She was in 3 for like a scene. She was in 4 for like a little bit. So we've really forgotten about her, but she was such an important character for Tony to really become who he is. So I just think seeing all of that is really nice. For action, I gave it a 5. For story, I gave it a 6. For risk, there wasn't really a lot, honestly, so I gave that a 5 too. For emotion, I also gave that a 5, so my total was a 21. It's a solid movie. It's good. There's a lot of stuff in it. There's a lot of fun moments in it. I think this is the one where we see Peter Parker as a little kid. That's really fun. There's a lot of cool moments here. Yeah, it's just a good movie.
Oh yeah, I
That's
mentioned
what I
that
have
to
it.
you, seeing Peter Parker, and you were like, "Oh my god, is it
Oh,
really?"
yeah.
But yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Anyway, 17 for Miss China.
I'm not gonna go too deep into it because it was already said before, but I put the first Thor. Mainly the reason it's higher than a lot of other stuff is because I feel like this really shows this like is just the beginning of like Loki's entire like arc, because Loki has a really huge impact on the entire like MCU timeline. Like a lot of this doesn't happen without Loki stealing the Tesseract, you know, everything happening. So I feel like with Iron Man, the origin story is necessary just to know who Iron Man is, but Thor's origin story is more to know the impact that Thor and Loki's relationship has on the entire series.
Dynamic,
Yeah, which is why I ranked it a little bit higher, because I feel like it has more of an impact, and the impact lasts all the way up until Infinity War. So that's 10 years of a relationship that we see unfold, and it's all stems from this first movie. Yeah, so that's it.
All right.
And I gave it a 27. I gave it a 4 for emotion, 8 for action, 7 for story, obviously, because the story is the Loki, the whole family dynamic story. And then for risks, I gave it an 8. Yeah, that's about it. Jane was cool, I guess. I didn't really care about
it. All right, 17th place for Mr. Zan.
So my 17th place movie is Spider-Man Far From Home. Yeah. Yeah, you see me put Homecoming before. Homecoming is better than Far From Home, but I digress. So coming into it, because I watched it literally 2 months ago, coming into it, like I didn't know what was gonna happen, and like I don't know if it's technically the beginning of Phase 5. I don't know the logistics of it, but coming into it, I was like, okay, so we just had Endgame, like it's kind of like a reset, and I don't know where they're gonna take us from here. It had its comedic moments, like that one scene when they're playing the instruments and then half of the people are running against the court and hitting stuff. I found that kind of funny in contrast to what we see in WandaVision, which is like a real different contrast in comparison to how they take that shot of people coming back. But overall, I was like, who's Mysterio? Don't really care. Like his plot coming into it, the movie was kind of like, the only reason I was enjoying it until the point we found out what Mysterio's true intentions were. The only reason I enjoyed it was actually because of the little like Peter trying to like hit on MJ and doesn't know how to, and like Ned and that news girl. Like those little relationships are what are carried my interest for that movie. Not even like the water scene or like that didn't really pique my interest 100%. It didn't keep me invested. It wasn't until he gave the sunglasses, and me and my mom were sitting there, we're like, don't give him the sunglasses. Yeah. Don't do it. And like obviously like you don't know he's like ill-intentioned when you come in not knowing anything. So when we have that switch, and the way it wasn't like the way he became a villain, I thought was so clever. Like all these people came together and just made shit up. That's so cool to me. Like that's so dope. Like it's like he's a clever witted villain, and like the Spider-Man villains to me, in comparison to every other villain, it's like they're really like evil and like rotten to the core. Sorry, Descendants reference. I digress. But
Come on, Descendants.
like
That's
and
the
then
video.
right. Cool. But like Mysterio to me, I think he was kind of like he was likable and stuff like that. And I think Jake Gyllenhaal did a great thing. But in comparison to all the other movies, I do think that it dragged on at some point. I was like, okay, like when are we getting into the nitty gritty? Like, and the end scene was really good. I think the best part of the movie is the end of the movie, which kind of sucks because like this movie I feel like is very skippable, even though it has its like redeeming qualities, but you can't skip it because of the end. You know what I mean? So it's like baiting you with that last ending part, if that makes any sense. So
I get it.
Just overall, I gave it a 24. And yeah.
Dang. All right, Jake, what is your 17th placement movie?
All right, we don't have to talk about it that much. Me and China's brain are similar. We know. I put Thor, 23 out of 40 for action. I put an 8. Again, for basically all the movies, action's pretty high because again, they're fucking superhero action movies. They're gonna have action. They're gonna be shot great. Story I put a 6, risk 6, emotion 3. Again, I think with some of the earlier ones, like where we're being introduced to all these characters, we're still not like super like involved in them yet because this is our like first time seeing them, so there's not like a huge like emotional attachment. But I really enjoyed, I think what Thor does better than some of the like other origin movies is it really sets up like Thor and Loki. It's not Thor's movie, it's Thor and Loki's movie. And it's really fun to see that dynamic. And like China said, like over the entire 10-year like time span between whenever we're first introduced to Loki and whenever we see him, you know, get the chop, if we will. It's very fun to see them like in the beginning, they're like at each other's throats. And while they're still at each other's throats throughout the entire time, we see more of that brotherly love develop. And I think that's why I ranked it so high. It's because it's very nice to see that dynamic. It's like you don't just have Thor, you have Thor and Loki, while Iron Man, it's like, oh, this is Iron Man's movie, or oh, this is so-and-so's movie, but this is their movie. So yeah.
All right, so my 17th place movie has a 27 out of 40 score, so we're getting really high with mine now. I am gonna have to say, I know we've talked about it, but I want to debate a little bit because all you guys have it so low. Iron Man 3. It's my favorite Iron Man. Listen, it is because first of all,
listen, I still haven't talked about Iron Man 2 or 3.
Oh, okay.
So
I like Iron Man 1. The villain, I appreciate it wasn't another person with a suit or some type of machinery, or some type of weapon. I liked how it was. I forgot his name, so I can't like hype him up too much. The guy with like the fire melty power kind of thing. Remember, he was injecting it into everybody. What was his name? Anybody remember?
That rich fucking bitch.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I appreciate because it makes Iron Man look stronger when he ultimately defeats him. I love Pepper in this movie. I think Pepper had a lot to work with in this movie compared to the others. And I appreciate I think Matt said it, but like towards the end where she actually ends up getting injected with this like power serum or whatever it's called. And I like, and I actually wish they would have continued that. I wish, because I think they mentioned it either at the end of that movie or the next Avengers where she got it removed. I wish she would have kept it. I think that would have made Pepper interesting. But I liked Pepper in here. That final scene where all the robots, like all his tech starts coming in and helping him. Like, I don't know why, but that just makes me get very excited for an Iron Man movie, which is very hard. But Iron Man 3 did it. And I listen, I'm sorry. If I can, Killian, okay. Killian is the villain. If I can ever find Iron Man relatable, it's in this movie. I enjoyed the PTSD, the anxiety. Like this is, I think,
it very humanized. Yeah.
This is when they I think they were setting up Iron Man to be very sympathetic and very human. And I loved it. I personally I always struggle with anxiety. So seeing this, and especially when I was younger, seeing this in a character who at the time I looked up to, I loved. So I will say it does have a little more of an emotional pull for me. But I enjoyed it. I love Iron Man 3. If I'm gonna watch an Iron Man movie, it's gonna be the third one. And I loved the little kid.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the whole storyline of like, oh, he just had this battle, his suit's dying, so he crash lands in like Tennessee, and he meets this little kid, and this little kid's like messing with him, and it really like triggers some of that like PTSD that he got from Avengers. Like flying into the portal and literally falling to the earth. He's like terrified of like any big booms, which is a complete like 180 from the person, like this arrogant asshole that we got to know.
His anxiety, it's important to point out his anxiety, a lot of it is coming from him not being in control of losing people. Because you know, we had wait, was that before? Yeah, I think I'm right though. Sorry. But and that's such a 180 from Iron Man 1 and 2, where like, yeah, he like cared about Pepper, he cared about a few things, but like overall I don't think he was like a caring person.
He was so selfish.
But like we really see him grow in this movie, and I enjoyed it a lot. But anyway, I won't talk about it anymore, but 27 out of 40 is my final score. But anyway, on the 16th place, Matt, sorry. I was reading a comment by Maddie, and
my next movie, you're okay. My next movie is Homecoming. So I think this movie, like, okay, I respect the idea of storytelling that involves putting everything into place, and then once everything is kind of set up, it goes from there. But I just feel like we've seen so many Spider-Man movies at this point when this came out, and they already knew they didn't need to tell the story of like Ben Parker and stuff like that. So I just felt like there was so much, like, it was a good movie, don't get me wrong, but there was so much that like it didn't serve what I needed. Like I needed to get going. And there's so many things like I think her name was Liz that y'all said, the other girl who was like the sort of love interest. They just get rid of her at the end of the movie. Zendaya's not used. Like, oh, there's a cute scene where they're running between school buses. Like, cool. I don't know. Like, I just really wanted more from the movie, I guess. And yeah, like, I don't know. It was a good movie. Like, all these movies are good movies, but whenever you're ranking them like this, I'm kind of picking at what I had problems with.
Sure.
So yeah, my action was a 7. My story was a 7. Again, like I don't dislike it, but these are my things. My risk, there, like y'all already said, wasn't much of a risk. I gave it a 5. Emotion, there actually was a lot of emotion, which I do like about this movie. So I give that an 8 with a total of 20. Really need to say more, but those are my thoughts.
Period. Okay. So have we all said Homecoming, or?
I haven't yet.
I have not. I said Far From Home.
I haven't, but it'll be there soon. Don't you worry.
Josie, if Homecoming isn't in your top 10, I think I'm going to be disappointed in you at this point.
It's not in my top 10.
Oh, it's not?
It's not in my top 10. I just think it's far superior than Far From Home.
Interesting.
Okay, it doesn't really be way up there. Like I was defending Ant-Man and all those characters, but it still wasn't super up there for me. But
that's true.
No, agree.
All right, 16, Miss China.
I think you should say again that all these movies are great movies.
Oh yeah, for sure. Except for Dark World.
This might be a little surprising, but mine is Doctor Strange.
Oh.
And I feel like if I watch it again, it will improve. But honestly, when I saw it in the movie, the flashing lights hurt my eyes to the point where I couldn't even look at the screen. Like I do really bad with like really because of my like issues with my eyes. So like watching it literally felt like one giant LSD trip. And then I literally had to close my eyes at some points because it hurt my eyes so much. But this is Doctor Strange, as even though I put it 16, it's probably one of my favorite origin stories. I think it's a really, really good origin story. So I put a 10 for the story. And then I put an 8 for the risks. For 9, I put action. I think it's a different type of action than what we're used to, which I like. Because it's a little bit more complicated than just let's go punch out these robots.
It has like Inception vibes. That's like the whole point.
Yeah. For a
Alan said China, why?
Well, I explained it, you see.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was mainly like it's the fact that it hurt my eyes so much that there were really long periods of time where I had to either put on sunglasses or close my eyes because I couldn't watch it.
No, I get it because I have super bad motion sickness, and like watching it sometimes the way they would just like kind of flip, I would be like, I need a minute.
Yeah, but I loved the plot, like the origin story. The heart surgeon crashes, and then it's like he has to deal with all of this. Like, it was very like mental, very much like I think it was a more intelligent type of action movie than what we're used to seeing. I forget the lady's name, the bald lady, the monk.
Ancient one. Ancient one.
Yeah.
Ancient one.
I love the characters. I love the plot. So I mean, it's still a 31 out of 40.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a 31 out of 40. So yeah, I it's one of my favorite plots. It was mainly just because my technical difficulties that it was I find really hard. I have a really hard time like watching it. But yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
Okay. Josanne, your 16th place.
Yeah, I feel like we're all kind of in the same wavelength when it comes to movies because the same movies keep overlapping. Someone has already mentioned this movie. I don't know who said it, but I put Captain Marvel, and I put it in that position because I only watched Captain Marvel once. I haven't had any wanting or willingness to go revisit it, but I did watch it in theaters when it did come out. I think Captain Marvel is a great movie. Like, it's a great movie, but when you look at all the other movies in the grand scheme of things and how they overlap with each other, Captain Marvel's overlapping with, I believe it was Endgame, like makes no sense. And that's just like not me trying to be shady. I understand that they filmed Endgame before Captain Marvel. I think that was a really dumb move because it just doesn't make sense. It feels like she doesn't know who she is, and it takes away from the first movie itself, if that makes any sense. So because they're taking away from the first movie, it makes the first movie itself less impactful. I want to revisit it because of WandaVision, not because of the movie itself or Cara Danvers herself. So that's just what it is. I put it 25. I don't think it's a bad score. Again, none of these movies are bad. It's just I'm sure it's an origin movie and it's not that strong in my opinion for in the grand scheme of things comparing to all the other movies that aren't origin movies, etc.
Okay, all right. 16th place for Miss Jake.
Oh fuck. Again, yeah, I think at this point all of them are gonna start overlapping. Stop looking at my goddamn list.
I'm not. I'm looking at you stirring that with a spoon upside down.
Well, because it's easier that way.
He's using a spoon, but he's using the handle of the spoon to stir.
Listen.
But anyway.
But what? Never mind.
I put
so many wrong things here, but
I put The Incredible Hulk. I have all of you mentioned this movie already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really liked it. Like again, like I said, I enjoy Mark Ruffalo as the Hulk, and now that China said it, I do see the Jekyll and Hyde kind of effect, like with oh, Mark Ruffalo, like how could he be this big, strong, like angry, mean man? But I really enjoyed, what was his name? Edward Norton.
Yeah.
Edward Norton.
I really enjoyed his somber, enigmatic kind of oh, this is a scientist. He was in a bad experiment and he's on the run. Like he's in where was he? Brazil? Like he was literally running.
Yeah, I think it was Brazil.
He was literally running away and these people are chasing him down. For action, I put a 7. I really some of the ones that really come to mind in terms of the major action shots is whenever Hulk's in that park and he's hulking out like he does, and Betty is trying to calm him down, and her dad is fire, and then he's oh shit, because Betty's about to get shot, and then you see that humanity within Hulk, oh, he still wants to protect Betty. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the Abomination thing. It's oh, we have another power hungry dude who's like gonna
Mhm.
inject himself with some random shit so he gets power, so he can be powerful.
It was very the opposite too, because the Abomination wanted it.
Yeah.
Hulk didn't.
Yeah.
Bruce Banner didn't want it. He
Mhm.
was like trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like throughout the entire movie, he's like bringing out this laptop. Like, how do I get rid of this?
But doesn't that remind you of Ant-Man though? Low key.
What do you mean?
Like, I'm forgetting his name. I don't want to say his name is Hank. It could be Hank.
Hank
Hank
Pym.
Him.
Hank Pym.
Yeah,
That's the
Pym,
scientist
yeah.
guy.
China said
Yeah,
it's Hank.
the whole like the Ant-Man serum. The whole idea of it is that they don't want it to be a thing, especially after the mom. So that those two similarities are very different. Like they're similar in comparison to a lot of these other heroes. Like people chose to be heroes, whereas like some of them are just like, I guess I'm in this situation. I kind of have to be. You know what I mean? That was something I just realized while you were talking. That's why.
Yeah, and for story, I put an 8. I think it was very well written. And again, like, before we were doing our binge, Skylar mentioned that this is like one of the lower tiered movies, like in terms of like fan favorability.
Yeah.
Which is just something I didn't understand. Like, I understand like the whole actor change situation because apparently he was like a dick on set and they fired him. But I think it was this really like moving story of like, oh, this man and like unrequited love, like he literally had to like leave the love of his life because he like was fearful of like injuring her and trying his hardest to find this cure, but like sort of near the end, like,
if you think about it, it's kind of a metaphor for gay people.
Okay.
Like, no,
is it?
Like,
come on, queer POV.
Come on, queer POV.
Because like you have something that you can't like he can't control it, and he wants to get rid of it. He's searching for a cure. There is not one, so he's gonna have to live with it.
I think it's a putty moment,
like
kind of.
But like it's there. I don't know.
No, but I do. Yes, I kind of. Yeah, I see it in a way. For risk, not my vodka cranberry. For risk, I put a 7. Like again, like the whole like fearful of like injuring because whenever he fucking hulks out, he like destroys everything. So
everything.
Like, the risk is like pretty high. Like if he gets pissed off. For emotion, I put a 2. Again, like not feeling like super connected to these characters. I'd probably raise that too. I feel like in terms of emotion, again, not to spoil anything, but because Endgame hit me like a fucking truck. Everything else in terms of emotion is just not
the same.
Yeah. I remember emotion just isn't like.
But when I was making the list, I was thinking, like, yeah. So it's like that sort of thing. Like
you were using that as your like standpoint in comparison. Okay.
Yeah. But again, I'd probably raise it like the whole like unrequited love story. Like whenever, Bruce is like going to see whatever his name was, her dad.
Oh, General Ross or
General Ross.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah, and like she sees him, and like they're like, oh, when she literally like goes out into the rain to like find him, like that was sad. Like if anything else, that was just sad. That's crying.
Oh my god.
But yeah.
My 15th movie is and I'll try to be a little quick because I know it's getting a little late. But I'm good if y'all are good.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
16th place is Ant-Man. And I will say, Ant-Man, like any of the Marvel movies, really, watching it alone, it's amazing, show-stopping. Like, it's so good, you're engaged, whatever. But once you kind of put it with some of, like, the greats and, like, all these other really good movies, it gets hard where to place it. And I think Ant-Man was just one of the victims of the ranking and how we're ranking it in that point system. But I think just the main thing that I have to say is it's a negative and a positive that it is so small scale, pun intended, because it doesn't feel so big, it doesn't feel so great, but sometimes that is good. That is good to get a little breather, get a little palate refresher.
I think that's what both of the Ant-Man have been.
And
breather.
And I think both Ant-Mans are one of the funniest movies in the Marvel universe. 100%. Like they're so funny. But yeah, overall, it's just the movies ahead of it are just better, in my opinion. But my score is 28 out of 40, so it's a really good score.
Oh, my score for Incredible Hulk was 24 out of 40. I don't know if I mentioned.
All right. Can I just say before we move on to our top 15, we are in our top 15. No
We've
one
covered
has
7 movies so far.
No one has said, I don't think, and I'm actually very proud because it gets crapped on all the time. Age of Ultron.
Oh, don't say that yet.
Oh,
Okay,
It'll be
we'll get
coming
into
soon.
it.
we'll get into it later, but I appreciate it. But anyway, Matt, you can do your 15th. What? Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say something. 15.
Okay, so we are at 15. I think it is time to up the energy. Oh, yes.
The way I'm 2 drinks in and you're trying to up the
Oh, I
energy.
literally just poured my 3rd. So
Hold on, maybe I should run downstairs and get a little something.
There.
Margarita.
I'm gonna pull myself a sell top 15. But anyways, my number 15 is going to be Captain Marvel. And I am saddened by this. I really thought this would be higher. I love Captain Marvel. I remember when shirts. I bought a shirt. They were like, they had a hat. I bought a hat. I was hyped. I had so much fun. But it is kind of lower for me. And I do think that like it's just because the way they kind of told the story. And I agree with someone says earlier, it being between the final 2 Avengers movies and how they handled Carol in Endgame. It was just kind of awkward. And I don't know. I really like the character, but she is kind of overpowered, which is really cool, but also kind of annoying for some things. I don't know. I just really like the character. I think there's so much going on. Like her and Maria, I don't care. They're wives. They are. That's canon. But
it is in some
here and there that are just kind of nitpicking. But for the scoring, she got a 29 for me. Action was 7. There were a lot of cool things I really loved. The whole subway sequence, her fighting the quote unquote old grandma. That was so much fun. Story, I think it was told. Yes, it was a good story for that one sitting, but kind of rewatching it, it doesn't really hit the same way. But I still think it's a 7 for storytelling. Risk. There wasn't really a ton of risk. It was a more like internal thing. Yes, we're going to see more of the scrolls, but for her, this story, 7. Emotion, I think there was so much emotion here. I really like the movie. Kind of wish it was higher, but that's kind of where I have it at.
Okay. All right. China, your 15th place.
Okay, looking at my 15th place, I'm going to switch it because Homecoming is not better than Doctor Strange. So in hindsight, I would flip those because I don't know how Homecoming got higher because it's not higher. But Homecoming is my 15th. You know.
So it would now be your 16th, right?
Yeah, it would now be 16th and Doctor Strange would be 15th. But I think on the first watch of it, I was more attached to Homecoming, you know. I'm from New York. That aspect of his life, seeing all of the things that I can relate to on like a really personal level was fun to see, you know, the little deli scenes with the cats and the sandwich number, whatever. I also think it's nice. I think in a lot of ways, just like Ant-Man is like a little refresher, Spider-Man is too, because he's closer to our age than these other characters. So I think in that way, it's a little bit, you know, easier to watch because he's still going through trying to find himself as a person while being thrown into this world when he never really asked to be thrown into it. He kind of, Iron Man didn't really tell him what he was getting into. So he kind of just said, oh, I'm going to be a hero. And then kind of just entered this place that he can't really come out of now. It's too late. So I gave it 8 for story. The plots are a little but I always like the way the actors take the characters in the Spider-Man movies. I think, like I said, the actors do the best with what they have, and I think they represent their characters really well. For risks, I put it 8. I don't know. I don't remember why. I don't know. This would be a lot lower now when I look at like my rankings. It would probably be like a couple slots lower.
Exactly.
It would be. It's
But
still
it would be
it's still
before.
not better than Far From.
That's well, okay. We'll
It's
talk
still,
about it.
it's not lower than Far From Home. Far From
Exactly,
Home
China.
will stay where it is.
Mhm.
But in terms of impact, you know, it's all right. It was good for the kids.
For the kid.
It yeah, it did a lot for Tom Holland, so great for him. But it was fun.
I did forget to mention, I do like the DC scene a lot. The scene where he has to climb what is that building called? I'm in the US.
Washington State.
The Washington.
Oh, the Washington Monument.
That scene.
When you said DC, I thought you meant DC Comics. I was like, what?
No, sorry, I meant the whole when they're in.
I really enjoyed that action sequence. That was like one of my favorite.
I think it was funny. It
was so good.
It's nice, but it's not one that I'm really attached to. So it's middle tier. It's not the worst, but it's definitely nowhere near what the top 10 are for me.
Yeah,
so
it's like
it gets put in that middle tier.
Yeah, I get it. All right, 15th place for Joseanne.
Some of y'all about to be real mad at me.
I'm interested. I'm in it.
I'm scared.
Yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Oop. Yeah.
2? Volume 2?
I loved it too. 2 was
absolutely. Miss Joseanne about to beat your ass. Are you sure? No.
Mm-hmm. And
Are you sure?
15th position. Guardians of the
I can live with
Galaxy,
that.
Volume.
What's the score?
As long as it wasn't like one of my top movies, I wasn't going to be heartbroken. So,
well, I just want to say 4 of my top. Hold on. Okay, hold on. 4 out of my top 10 have already been said, I think.
Whoa.
Wow.
I think
Hold on.
Wow.
Yeah. I think
That's
so.
crazy.
Well, here's
I think
the
only
game.
one of my top 10 has been said.
I don't think any of my top 10 has been said.
None of my top 10 have been said because I know
Let
I
me
got
see.
space.
Actually, no, she just said one of my top 10. Oh,
And
wait,
I'll
actually,
say-
no, 2 of my top 10 have been said.
No,
2 of my top 10
Because Jake wanted to be controversial in the beginning.
Well, now Joseanne's being controversial,
Yeah, now
so
let's get into it.
Yeah, I think I'm correct. And I'll get into it. First of all, I feel like that plot is a mess. Like in terms of like everything that's happening. Like we start off, okay, they're hired by those sunlight people, whatever, and then the rocket steals something, and then it goes back to the daddy issues, and then the daddy being there, and then being disregarded, and it's just all over the place. Like if you think about it in retrospect, it is all over the place. Especially in comparison to the first movie. Like the first movie, I feel like it's very clear and neat. Boom, 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 boom. This is what needs to be done. And that's why the first one is, to me, better than the second one in terms of like the whole arrangement and stuff. The only reason why Guardians of the Galaxy isn't as low as it should be if we're just looking at the plot is because the comic relief, the characters that we get in it, like it's just so, it elevates the mess that it low-key is. Like no shade, no tea, but that's just like the gag of it all. I think the soundtrack and the comic relief is really what saves the whole thing. And to go into the old retrospect, me ranking and knowing what happens, some of the relationship that is built between the characters gets lost because Miss Ma'am gets sacrificed. And then she comes back and she's kind of like, I don't even remember you, Peter. Not Peter, Quill, sorry. Like, I don't even remember you, dog. Like, I don't remember you. So it's like that whole relationship that was built in the second movie, which was super important to me, got lost. So it's like, this literally has no value in the grand scheme of things because they're going to have to reset at some point. Unless she somehow gets all her memories back. We don't know what the plot is. But for now, in 2021, as it stands, So I get that it's cherished and that it's loved. But yeah, it's 15th for me. I gave it, out of a 40, I gave it a 28. It was a 3-point jump to Captain Marvel. But yeah, if you look at it at the grand scheme of things, I think it deserves to be where it is.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, interesting.
I agree.
Oh.
I kind of feel like the way you talked about this movie is very similar to how China felt about Far From Home. Like it has a lot of the same problems that I agree with, but you're kind of like pulling on them a little bit. So I agree. Those are all.
All right. So Jake's 15th placement. What is it?
My 15th is very sad, very sad, very sad. Endgame.
No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Ah! Oh my God!
That was karma.
Kevin Feige throwing your ass.
That was
down.
Oh my
karma.
God, are you okay?
That's her even challenging the fact.
Oh my
that
God, you
Endgame
almost took me down.
will be 15.
Jesus, did you see that?
Oh my
Okay.
God. Okay, well, let's act like that never happened.
Let's reset real quick. Okay.
This is why we're live, y'all.
My 15th spot is Iron Man 2.
Okay.
You
You did all that for Iron Man 2.
It was well, because I love Tony. I love Tony so much. He's my favorite.
Someone has to.
Okay.
Oh,
Again, I kind of agree with like some of the point.
Wow.
No.
oh my God.
No, I kind of agree with some of the points that were made. Like this weird like duo villain sort of story with like we have Whiplash, who's like set up to be the main villain, but then the villain becomes like Hammer. But I put action at an 8 because like again, it's an Iron Man movie. We're gonna get a shit ton of explosions. Like the whole like racetrack scene was really cool. Like whenever he like cut the car in half, I thought that was bad fucking ass. Story. We're bleeding. For story, I put a 7. Risk, I put a 7. I don't remember why. And emotion, I put a 3.
All right.
Am I bleeding?
You're not bleeding, I don't think. Nope, there's no blood. All right. So my 15th placement is, and it's funny that I just hyped it up, but it reminded me. But my 15th place is Age of Ultron. As much as I do like it, as much as I think people crap on it unfairly, it can't go any higher than this because I do still have issues a little bit with it. First of all, the obvious is it is the weakest Avenger movie, I think, out of the Age of Ultron.
Oh.
And I am very, even to this day, from the moment I saw it back then and even now, I'm so conflicted on how they handled and portrayed Ultron. In a way, I loved it because some of his lines are like the funniest lines from any villain in the MCU, and he's just genuinely interesting and funny. But then on the other end, it's like the Ultron that I know from the comics never jokes, never cuts up, and is very like, you know, taking over the world heavy, you know, kind of like that. And it's like, I felt like the way they portrayed him, I didn't take him seriously, but that can be a negative and that can be a positive depending on how you view it. So like, again, I'm just very conflicted about that, but that's why it's not as high as it could be. However, I also will say Wanda, love her. She's my all-time favorite character. Even before WandaVision, she was my #1 character. And that's her introduction. Well, technically she first appeared in the end of Winter Soldier, but you guys know what I mean. That's her first like movie. And I loved her and the Quicksilver relationship.
Quicksilver.
Amazing. And yeah, I don't know. I like it. And I love and here's the thing, it's one of those movies where the villain itself isn't raising the stakes, but like the action and what's going on is, if that makes sense. Like, yes, Ultron is behind this whole city being lifted up and is about to ruin the thing, but it's like, yeah, it's her hometown.
Sokovia.
Yes. But yeah, I thought the risks were really high, and it was really hard to top Avengers, but I think they tried. So, you know, this is one of the movies where it's like, it's good, but it's not great. It's not the greatest. But yeah, my final score is 30 out of 40 though. So we're now finally getting to the 30s for me. But anyway, moving on to top 14. Matt, what's your 14th placement?
Oh, you guys are about to be upset with me again.
Hello. Okay. I think y'all are gonna be upset with me
Oh
right
my god.
now.
I feel
I was thinking. I was like get ready for this. Okay. I was thinking about maybe change something, but like looking at the titles I have right here, I really don't feel comfortable changing anything. Well,
I'm
yeah,
scared.
I don't want to change anything. My next movie, The Avengers.
The first one?
That doesn't bother me.
The first
Oh,
one.
that actually doesn't bother me.
That
It
doesn't bother
doesn't?
me.
Okay, good.
No.
It doesn't
And,
bother
and,
me, but I'm
and let
puzzled.
me tell you why. When I look into my brain and try to think about the Avengers, I don't remember nothing. Like I don't. Like I really don't remember anything. Like the Hulk throws Loki around. They fight at the end. They get some dinner. They hang out.
I feel like you're understating what happened in
The Tesseract? I don't know. That was a big.
Rip in space, the portal.
Loki.
One of my favorite
Bucky.
action sequences is in the first Avengers when like Loki literally masterminds
Okay.
Hulk letting loose in
See,
the
now y'all are mad. At first, y'all were like, that don't bother me.
because when I
But-
think of, like, one of my favorite sequences, even though it's not really talked about, is Thor versus the Hulk when he holds his hand out.
No, I love it.
The intensity, that hammer's coming, but the Hulk is coming faster. You don't like, and then chef's kiss. But anyways,
okay, this might be a casualty of me not seeing it in a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Yeah, like of course the action is amazing. Of course the story's good. Of course the risks are high. This is the start of Tony's PTSD. The emotions, I don't really. Okay, so honestly, so you know how everybody like loves Loki and everything, right? Like Loki's everybody's like favorite thing. For me, I've never really felt the Loki hype. So maybe for me, when I first saw it and since it came out, him being the villain and him and Thor having this thing, it probably didn't click with me the way it clicked for other people. So maybe that's just like a me thing. But yeah, I don't think it's that great. And the reason it like Age of Ultron being the worst, I think the reason why it may have switched on me is the way WandaVision has kind of transformed Age of Ultron a little. Like if you've seen WandaVision and then watch Age of Ultron afterwards, that movie is just so different.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll agree with the Loki thing because Loki. I have two villains that I appreciate more than Loki, so I'll agree with the disconnect. I feel like if you're a huge fan of Loki, this is probably one of your favorites. Yeah. I think there are more standout villains. He does come across sometimes as a wannabe, edgy little stepchild who no one loves me, but everyone loves him, so he's crying for no reason.
Well, I think that's because he's a villain that isn't.
He's like more of an anti-hero.
He's not a straight up like he's a villain that they care about. So like you're literally seeing his whole story, and it's like by the end of it, he's not really a villain. So I think that might be.
I think the thing about Loki is that Loki is shown a long term.
Yeah, his arc is like really long.
He's the only villain. Like Thanos, the thing about Thanos and Loki, and like Thanos is like little glimpse. So like when the beginning of the movie is that weird ass CGI of Thor, like not Thor, Thanos is really weird. He looks very different colors of purple. Like it's just like weird. So Loki's the only villain we've seen throughout, and that's why I feel like people have this hype about him because there's that connection overlasting. Loki's been in what, 5 movies, 5 MCU?
He's been in a
you know what I mean? And like an actual prominent, somewhat character, you know. But I'll let you continue, Matt.
Yeah. I don't think I have a ton more to say. I do. I think I read somewhere that Loki was like being controlled during the first Avenger. Like it wasn't really him. Is that true or is that fake?
No, he controlled people, but he was like working under.
He was
someone,
working
if
under
that makes any
what's
sense.
his face, the red guy.
Red Skull?
It was someone
He
who
was
was
willingly doing it.
no,
He
wasn't in
was
control of all
working
this stuff,
for
right?
him in a way. He was.
he was willing, like he was doing it within consciousness, like he was there, he accepted it. He wasn't like he wasn't the main one driving the action, but he was underneath someone, and that one person was working with Thanos, so it was like a working compartmental thing. But he was mind controlling what's his name,
It was like
the
pyramid.
bow and arrow guy and someone else, but yeah.
Leonard and
Hawkeye.
the scientist from Thor,
Yes.
from the first Thor.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have too much more to say. For me, it's kind of underwhelming. Of course, it's iconic because this is the first team up. But yeah, that's all I have.
Interesting. Okay. I'll unpack my feelings when I get to that movie. All right. So now China, what's your 14th placement?
So me and Skylar were a little bit similar. I put Age of Ultron as 14. It is the worst Avengers movie. I think. When I think of the impact, because that's what leads into Civil War. That movie is like, it's the introduction of Vision as a character, and it pretty much leads to the huge divide, which is a really big focal point for like the ending of the entire series. So when you think about the impact that it has and the characters it introduces, obviously Wanda and Vision are two very key characters, because obviously Vision carries the stone, which leads to him being one of the biggest targets in Infinity War. And it introduces you to Wanda, who's pretty much the most powerful Avenger that they have. So I think as a whole, it was probably the least entertaining, but I think in terms of what it turns into, as how it develops the entire MCU, I think it is a very important movie. And that's all I have to say.
Period. I think
what did I rate it? Sorry. I rated it 32. It was a 5 for emotion. I didn't cry that much, even when the planet was in this, not the planet, even when Sokovia was in the sky. I was like, yeah.
What about Quicksilver's death?
When Quicksilver died, it was sad. I didn't cry. I just thought he was hot and now he's gone, you know. Action, I gave a 10.
Exactly.
I agree with what you said. Ultron was a little bit of a letdown for me. As a villain, I expected more from him.
And he didn't really like, do you guys know Apocalypse and like the X-Men side of the, like, he's in the same vein of like, I want to take over the world and like control everything, but like Ultron never really did that. Like he was so focused on like destroying it, but like we only saw him target like one city. Like I don't know if that makes any kind of sense, but like,
no, I feel you.
It felt small scale at the same time as being big scale. So it's like weird. I don't know.
I gave the story 7.5 just because I felt like they could have done more with Ultron as a character. Most of the people that I know that are very into the comics are disappointed with the direction they took Ultron in.
Yeah.
Which also plays a big part. Risks, I gave it a 10 because I mean, there's a planet in the sky with millions of people about to fall off of it. The risk is very heavy. The impact, if the thing came down, you know, high risk. Action, the Avengers, all of the Avengers movies for action, I pretty much gave a 10 because it's just a lot of shit happening and a lot of characters. So yeah. That's it.
All right. Josanne, you're 14.
Some of y'all about to be real mad at me once again. It's
Not again.
So for my number 14, I picked Ant-Man.
Okay.
The second one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, the second one? And the Wasp.
And the Wasp.
Below? Is that below?
I just wanted to give it a tease. Yeah, it's below the original one.
Interesting.
And I'll explain. It's the same way I feel about Guardians of the Galaxy. I just feel like there's too many stuff happening at once.
Really?
And here's why. There's the cat and the mouse scene. Like it was giving me very much that with the house, like the building, a lot of cat and the mouse. And like the first time you meet someone, they're trying to make a deal and stuff like that and all of that. And I first of all, coming into it, let me start from scratch. Coming into it, I was kind of over the fact that like they were upset with Ant-Man for taking the suit during Civil War. I was kind of like, really, you're upset with him for doing that? I don't know. I just feel like he's technically the hero. It makes sense why he chose to do that. I don't think he had a really big effect on the characters who were upset about it. So coming into it, I'm like, okay, these characters are kind of like exaggerating. I'm kind of over it. Like I don't understand their motivation. Therefore, I can't sympathize with them. I'm more so on Team Ant-Man, but it just seems like it's Ant-Man versus the world, and even Ant-Man is sympathetic towards it, and I don't get that. So I don't understand the man animosity
I'm gonna
points
have to
because you could disagree. I completely like that's totally fine. I from my point of view, I just can't agree with why they're upset. So then the whole like animosity thing in the beginning, I was like, can they just like hurry up with it and like get together and just be okay again? And then from that point on, so that's already like two stacks down from the starting of the movie. And then coming into it, the whole like deal and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is the main villain, but then there's also the ghost lady thing. Sorry, I forget their names.
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
Hannah
but
was the ghost, I believe.
but there's like
Her name is Ghost.
yeah, ghost. But like they're her character and her arc, I think should have been the center point from the jump. I don't think we needed to deal with that man. It was just like two different situations going on at once. And I definitely think that the ghost should have been really the center point. I really did not need that other man to come in there and be like every single rich man that wants to have a suit or something. Like I was kind of like, okay, that's fine. Um, and with all of that going on, the emotional part for me all came from Ghost's story. But even then, I was just like, dude, why can't you just like talk? Like you don't this whole back and forth, like it could so much be like resolved so much easier. We don't have to go run to that person's house and then come back and then run back and forth, and then the FBI comes in and run back and forth and all that. Like it was giving me very cat and mouse, and that's why I think that's why I like the second Ant-Man in comparison to the first one. And I think it also falls down to the point system as well. I like Ant-Man and the Wasp, the second one. I really do like the movie. I also think it falls victim of the point system as well.
Well, I
So
about 14. That's about horrible.
yeah.
Yeah. The reason I say I disagree is because I 100% believe that they have a right to be mad. And it goes back to Hank Pym's history with the Starks. He's trusting a person he's now developed a relationship with, the most precious technology he has, the technology that he's lost his wife over. And you then take that technology, use it to fight against the Accords. So now with him getting in trouble using their technology, it got them in trouble with the government and pretty much got like they were in the same place that Ant-Man was, where they were in trouble with the law. So he did all of this and he didn't even think to ask them and put them in a position to be under watchful eyes of people they never trusted to begin with for decades. So I think that's the root of it, to where I disagree about them not having a right to be as upset or taking too long to forgive him for it, because he kind of just made this impulsive decision to work with people that he doesn't really know. He just thinks, oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan of these people, so I'm going to run to their defense. Meanwhile, these people who I've given him an opportunity to be in a place where he can now see his child, he's in a place where he's making money to be able to now, what's the word? Be able to, what's the word? Provide for his child now. He's no longer in a place where he's now in a place where his family trusts him again, and he's now allowed to be around his daughter. And that was something that they gave to him when they gave him the suit. So for him to just be like, Captain America's calling me, I might get arrested, who cares? And just take the technology, I think it's like a slap in the face almost.
I don't think, but the thing is, I personally am against the Accords. I was Team Captain America the whole time. So having Ant-Man run and do that, I feel like if I was in that, to me, my understanding, the rules, and it could be attributed to the first Ant-Man, but like I didn't think that there needed to be like hey, if you're going to use the suit, you have to ask us. To me, it was, you are Ant-Man. You are doing this for us, this thing, but you are Ant-Man. Just like Captain America doesn't have to ask the government to go do something because he's a part of the army. You know what I mean? Like, that was my mindset. So
I kind of get
that's why when they were so upset with him, and it wasn't like they disagreed with being Team Captain America. It was they didn't like the fact that he asked them. But it's like, to me, there's people are dying constantly. You're gonna hold a grudge over this, like let's keep it pushing. But that's just me. But I don't think it's a bad movie at all. I think it falls again with the point system. I think it kind of faults that down because the emotional parts to me were very small, and now we're reaching the 30s in terms of points. So because you don't have the emotion part for me, it just slims everything down and brings it to the 14th position.
Interesting. All right, what's your 14th position? Also, China was really in that argument with
I'm
Ant-Man on the
a
Wasp.
little biased for Ant-Man.
So is it? Can you just
I am just
explore
like
a little
so
bit? Yours in the
puzzled
top
by
10?
it being that low. My mind is.
Well, y'all were blown away when it was 20 for me.
Oh my! I was gonna say Joanne put it in her top 14.
That was not okay. Okay, I do want to say one thing though. So you said it was a very busy movie compared to like alongside with Guardians of the Galaxy. I do want to say that like Guardians of the Galaxy, I 100% agree. There were so many different things going on. Like it could have been 3 different movies, legit. But like Ant-Man and the Wasp, it was a heist movie. Like everybody was wanting this one kind of item, so you need these different parties all kind of coming together. So even though like I feel like Guardians of the Galaxy, there were 3 kind of plots kind of just going together, but Ant-Man and the Wasp, like 3 different things tying into one, coming together. So I just feel like even though it was kind of busy, that was the formula of the type of movie it was. And in the end, it kind of did wrap up. And I don't know, I feel like China kind of like hit it on the ball with the Hank Pym stuff. And I just feel like the white guys who were just kind of wanting stuff, it wasn't just that. Like them being there throughout the whole movie, I feel like really showed that Hope and Hank have been trying to get their mom, the Janet, back for so much time. And this is like a constant reminder that like these are the people they've been going through to get the materials to even make the door to get to the quantum. So I feel like it was like everything that was there was kind of a reminder of the history that the Hank Pym has and Janet has, because there is so much history there compared to like basically every other character. Like they have decades worth of stuff going on. So I just feel like there's a whole storytelling things.
I will say, like, just to respond to that, like the Guardians of the Galaxy side, what I meant by like busy is like I feel like there's so many little dynamics with all these characters that is going on that sometimes for me it's like I don't need all of these relationships to like bash at each other. And yes, I get that it's a heist movie, but like simply in my mind, Ghost and the man that was helping Ghost, I forget his name.
Bill? Was it Bill?
I forget, but like he helped build the original one, like the original suit. Like I feel like those 2 characters were enough for me. I didn't need that other side of it. And it was to me giving cat and mouse, which is what I don't like in action movies. Yeah. It's like to me, like the risk is there because everyone wants it, but it's also like I'm taking it. I feel like I'm getting pulled in different directions, and I literally did not need that third part of that issue going on. I feel like the 2 ghosts and whoever that man was were enough, especially with the history with Hank Pym. I feel like that history aspect of part of it and that urgency were there that we didn't need those other people. And that's why with the point system, that's why it's where it's at, you know?
I really agree with that. Like I thought those 2 characters together and the kind of father-daughter dynamic they grew over like however long it's been since she was little were like amazing. And I don't know if they're going to be in part 3. I really hope they're going to be in part 3 because they were like 2 standout characters for me in that film alone. But yeah, I understand like it's just a taste aspect. Like all these Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Jake, what's your 14th place movie? Uh-oh, here we go.
No, I don't think it's that category.
Oh, okay.
My 14th is Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Should be
Again,
lower.
Should be lower, if anything.
No, I feel like y'all gonna tear my list to shreds.
No, you guys, I'm not going to reveal it, but you guys are going to tear out my Far From Home placement. You guys are going to
Oh,
literally.
he's saying it's top 10, child.
That's literally what.
Oh, I'm just saying you guys
literally what
might.
they're saying.
You guys might.
Again, like I love Spider-Man. He's one of my favorite like Marvel characters. So obviously, like I'm gonna enjoy the movie tomorrow. It was great.
I have to go get a pee and get a drink of water, but you keep going.
Okay, you're good. You're good. Now that it's justice, girl.
Okay.
So I think I've had a little too much to drink. I think that was the sign whenever I fell off the fucking chair. So for action, I put an 8. Like again, what?
No,
I think he's a little delayed.
Oh, I got really insecure. I'm sorry. Yeah, for action, I put an 8. Like again, like it's a Spider-Man movie. You're gonna see him jumping and flipping and twirling and death dropping everywhere. So it's
come on.
great.
Hey.
Oh my god, we lip synced last night. I was drunk as hell, but it was so much fun. Are you kidding? I literally have rug burn from it. Anyway, action I put an 8. Like obviously it's gonna be great in terms of action. Like I feel like we don't need to keep reiterating that point.
Mm-hmm.
Story I put a 6. Like I think it was a good story, and like the whole premise is him being like away from home and like trying to go on this trip because he wants to feel like a normal kid. But then obviously shit goes down. For risk I put a 6 because like this whole like he gives, I don't remember what the glasses were called, but he gives like the glasses to Mysterio.
Mm-hmm.
Because he thought he was a good guy, and I don't know why, but that part really bothered me.
Yeah.
I know like he didn't want to like he was mourning over Tony, and he didn't want to like feel that weight. Like he didn't want to have to be the new Iron Man, so he was gonna go find the new Iron Man. So he goes and finds this random fucking dude and just gives him the glasses. Like he saved people once, and you're just gonna give him glasses. Like
he might as well just give it to any of the other Avengers at that point.
Yeah, like that's something that like didn't sit right with me in terms of the whole thing. In emotion, I put a 6. Like I was like tearing up whenever him and Happy were like on the plane, and he was like stressed. He's like, I can't be the new Iron Man. Like no one can like replace Tony. And like they had like a really intimate moment, like talking about their love for this character. And so I gave it a 26 out of 40. Like I really enjoyed it. I think it's really like the emotional impact is what really made me favorite over Homecoming. And that's why I put it above it. But yeah, that's how I feel.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I was gonna say weights for Skylar.
I'm coming. Hi, sorry. I started talking to my roommate and I said, wait a minute, I got 4 other people.
Oh my god, I just
Hello.
realized you have a Groot sweater. Not Twitter, t-shirt.
Yeah.
I
And
am
there's
a
my
Groot
Black
stan. And
My Black
that's
Widow
why.
right there.
Oh my
We also
god,
have Scream.
Yeah, Scream's my favorite movie.
Jellyfish, Baymax, Harley Quinn.
If any horror fans, I should do a horror
Skylar and
podcast
Drag.
too.
Oh my god.
Okay. Are we on top?
If you do a horror one, bring me on, please.
Yeah, we're
you're the
still-
last person.
I want to talk about Nightmare on Elm Street.
All right. Anyway, so my 14th is okay. My opinions on this movie, I want to unpack and talk about because there's a sequel to this movie that's higher. But I want to unpack what my feelings, a lot of my feelings for this movie in the sequels ranking. Because they kind of go, if that makes any kind of sense. But I will say this. The score is 31 out of 40, so it's not too bad. But it's the first Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I could deal with
That's
that.
I mean, you know,
I'm
I
okay.
think that the first one is better than the second one.
Well, I
but-
disagree, but I want to unpack it later.
Mm.
Because
We'll
I
unpack
No
it
issue.
I
No
like
issue.
I like your points and I understand your points, but I don't know. I've been keeping quiet because I have a lot to say about it. But all I'll say is emotions very high for me with this movie. I did lose my father, so like losing a parent really speaks to me. So that the opening scene alone really drew me into it, with Peter losing his mother very especially early on in his life. And I enjoy I don't want to say too much, because again, a lot of my opinions are for the second one.
Mhm.
But I will say there is a reason why it's lower, but I'll unpack that later. But yeah, 31 out of 40. I will say the villain Rowan. I don't like Rowan. I really don't.
Yeah.
I think he's probably one of the most weakest important villains, if that makes sense. Like, I get his important value and I get why he's there. I'm just like, I don't care, whatever, get off my screen, you know? But especially when we saw him again in Captain Marvel, like, I get why, because he's still alive in Captain Marvel, but it's like, ugh, whatever. He's not that good to keep coming back. Like, whatever. Anyway, but that's my opinion on Rowan. But yeah, I'll unpack it later for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. But that's my 14th placement. All right, top 13, we're getting there. I'm excited for our top 10. I think that's when it's going to get really.
It's
all right,
me
so
taking
13.
all of your top 10s,
Okay.
driving them down.
I'm worried about Jake's
Yeah.
top 10.
So
My top 10?
I
Come on,
think I am the
Robert.
last.
Oh my god.
I think I am the last person to say this movie,
Interesting.
but Iron Man 1. Now, let me tell you why this movie is awesome.
The Notebook
Okay.
Slam.
Iron Man 1. Of course, it started the MCU. It is iconic. The opening sequence, boom, 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 boom. People die. People get shot. Tony captured. Horrible. It is chaotic. It's awful. Anyways,
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom. People die.
whole, like, the whole like beginning of the movie where he is captured and he's with that other like scientist doctor guy. I don't know who he is, but the dude with he's like bald and the glasses, and then they try escaping together, but then he dies. It is so sad. It is heart-wrenching. I remember watching that in the theater. Amazing. Yes, it has the criticism of being just the same thing versus the other same thing, but you have to remember this was 2008. It is the very first movie in the MCU. Like, who cares? They did it. They did it amazingly. Pepper Potts, amazing. And of course this didn't happen like this wasn't planned or anything, but in Far From Home, spoilers, whenever Quentin Beck says that like he worked for Tony Stark, guy, box of scraps, the guy that yelled that at the little guy, he was in Iron Man 1. Like, these drawbacks to movies over 10 years ago, and this world building is just like so amazing. And I just feel like every single year that like more projects come out, this so many things that are just like little things. And what else do I have to say? Like the cheeseburger, he eats his cheeseburger in game. The little girl wanted the cheeseburger, crying, iconic. Like, I don't know. I'm just like a Tony Stark. I love Tony Stark. I love Iron Man. So that's why this movie's so high for me. But yeah. And then for my rankings, Iron Man. Where is it at?
I love how you guys had the little like notes and stuff, and I just put it all on my notepad in my phone.
No, it's in my notes app on my computer, so I keep staring
I
at
was
it.
gonna do that.
It's so professional. I love it.
I was
though.
gonna look at
Like,
but
no,
I don't know. This
I
just
love
makes
it.
more sense to me. Okay, it had a total of 32. Action, yes, it was 2008. Yes, even in 2021, it is still getting 8 points. Amazing. Storytelling, 8. Risk, Tony literally almost died 5 minutes into the movie. So you know what? I gave
This is propaganda.
9.
Uh-oh, we're seeing a change. We're seeing a change. It's Iron Man 1. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? 34 points. Emotion, 8. It's a great film. I don't care what anybody.
I feel so bad because
No.
we've all like gone and like has
One,
said
yeah.
he's been sitting like I need to say this. Interesting.
It's the facts. It's the facts.
That
Y'all said
Iron
what y'all
Man-
said an hour ago. Listen to what I'm saying now. What I'm telling you right now. Look me in the eye and tell me I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No. You can't disagree
Not
with
me
me.
in
Like,
China.
I put it out there. You see it. You're like you might think oh the sky. It's I'm telling you no. It's legit blue. And you look at it and you're like, oh fuck, that's blue. You see it now. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. All right. China's 13.
So my 13th is Captain Marvel.
Okay.
We've already said it times.
I love that.
For me, I
Roseanne.
agree with Josiane in the sense that it was so rushed. I feel like her character, she just found out who she was, so to be so underdeveloped, and then all of a sudden she's this like she seems like this whole new person in Infinity War and Endgame. It's just very weird. And for me personally, I wasn't really interested as much as it was Captain Marvel's movie. I was more interested in seeing Nick Fury's sort of.
Agreed.
I was very like because Nick Fury is like the center of everything. He created everything.
Agreed.
Somebody's playing Fast and the Furious outside. Sorry, but to me, even though, like I said, even though it was Captain Marvel's movie, to see how Nick Fury developed, so it was almost like we got Captain Marvel's origin, but also Nick Fury's origin and how he chose to create the Avengers. So that was the part that interested me more than her.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's as low as it is, because she's supposed to be the focal point of the movie, but I found the most interesting part to be Nick Fury's character development.
That's crazy that you think that's low, because Captain Marvel was what for me? 16.
Yeah.
So
It was a while
for
ago.
story, I gave it a
Me too.
10. I did enjoy the overall story. I just think if I had like seen that movie just by itself without seeing Infinity War and Endgame after that, I would have loved it. But she just seems so underdeveloped to then just be this whole new character in the other two movies. And then for risks, I also like the story that you kind of see the scrolls and how, she thinks she's working with the quote unquote good side to find out that they're not. So it's like this whole like identity crisis on top of actually not even knowing her real identity. So it's like she thought she found out who she is after losing who she was, and then she finds out that's not even real. So like it's very in depth. And then I like I said, Nick Fury's background. I like her coming back down to earth and the child who has her box of stuff, and it's like, look, it's a picture of you, and look, it was really cute.
Not the child.
I didn't watch WandaVision yet, so I don't have the impact because I know she's in WandaVision. I know she's in WandaVision, but I haven't seen it yet.
It's really good.
It's crazy how WandaVision, I think, will change his rankings, but continue, sorry.
Yeah. For emotion, I gave it a 7, only because I feel like the only emotional parts for me was when she comes back down to earth and that child brings her box of all her stuff and she's listening to all these stories about who she was. For me, that was the only part that invoked any real emotion in me, because even some of the parts that were supposed to be funny, I didn't laugh. The comedy seemed a little bit forced. So action, it was a 10. The action sequences right off the bat, there were several. So and for risks, I gave it a 7, which in hindsight would be a little lower for me. So it's a 34, but honestly, when I look at these rankings, I would probably place it a little bit lower on my rankings. But yeah, my main appeal for the movie was seeing Nick Fury's backstory more than learning about her.
Also, I'll talk about it now. Nick Fury stated he was from Huntsville, Alabama, which was I was born. So literally, I watched it in Huntsville, and everyone started screaming.
Yeah.
It was iconic because we were like, "Oh my god, that's us!" But anyway, that's just a tidbit.
Okay, I guess I'll go.
I do want to say that Captain Marvel's movie being so like far apart in the timeline wise definitely hurt it. Whenever it was smack in the middle of two of the biggest stories in the MCU happening in the present, definitely didn't help it. Like I would have liked it if like Captain Marvel had her trilogy and then she has a fourth movie set in the 80s. This is her origin. I think that would have been very cool, but oh well.
Okay, I guess I'll go. So my number, we're at 13, right?
Yes.
Alright, so my number 13 is something that's already been said. It's Age of Ultron. Yeah, it's really high. And I think it has everything to do with WandaVision. Had I not seen WandaVision, Age of Ultron would not be this high. I also think after listening to what everyone has said so far, I think the fact that I didn't read the comics, but I like have an understanding of the comics, if that makes sense. Like I do my research somewhat before a movie or during a movie or after a movie. But Age of Ultron to me, like it was. I'm gonna pull this reference, and it might seem really like a stretch, but to me it makes sense because I literally just watched the movie, which is The Matrix. This idea that these robots know better or whatever, and they want to control it. Like, I get now with what I know now and everything. I understand like Ultron's motives more, and I think the reason why I put it also so high is because it has these little important characters to me. For example, Black Panther, the little guy without the arm, that's when he loses his arm. I was like, oh my God. And I had completely forgot about him until I rewatched it like one time after I had seen Black Panther. So when I saw him on my screen, I was like, oh my God, it's you. And I got really excited. Obviously, I am a hardcore stan for the now Scarlet Witch. What about it?
What about it?
So I love Wanda. Quicksilver, I think, it's really sad, and like that's where the emotion comes in for me because I get really excited when I see these little characters that I know will have a big thing, but then I get really sad about Quicksilver's death. In Age of Ultron, I also get really excited when we see the whole I don't want to say the hammer, but I'm gonna call it the hammer, Thor's thing, the Homer, whatever it's that little scene when they're pulling it, and then you have to think, did Captain America have that ability to pull it off the whole time and was just keeping Thor's feelings, like taking them into consideration, or was he just not there yet? Like it excites me as a fan, and that's why the emotion for Age of Ultron for me is like 10. Like I just feel like,
Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I thought we were still talking about Captain Marvel, and I was so confused to what you were saying. I was like, did we watch the same movie? But Age of Ultron makes sense now. Okay.
Like, it excited me, and I'm someone who's only can go off of the movies I've seen. I'm not a comic person. So instead of being disappointed, I'm really excited about these little things that I pick up as the more I watch things, the more I see things, the more like this is actually a relevant movie and a stepping stone. I think I understand what you mean. I think Age of Ultron was a little cheesy in some extents, which is what took some things away from the villain. But like as a robot, I understand. We get Jarvis turning into Vision, and like it's just, to me, it's just such a stepping stone for some of the best things to come out of Marvel, in my opinion, which are Black Panther, WandaVision, Endgame with the end with Captain America. Like it's just such a good stepping stone. But if I was just watching the movie as is, like if I was watching it the day it got released, it probably wouldn't be this high. And that's the truth.
Good. All right, Jake, what will be your 13th?
My 13th. I actually don't know if any of you have mentioned this. Yeah.
Oh no.
Kind of nervous.
Not my top 10. Let me hide.
I put Thor Ragnarok.
Oh, China's
fine.
gonna be upset too, but China's gone right now. Should we wait for China? Because I know China loves this movie.
You want to wait for her to yell at me?
I do gotta
You know
get.
what?
I do gotta get my burrito. So y'all just.
I'm gonna go to the washroom.
I am also going to use the restroom. We love an
I'll just sit
Intermission.
All right, for intermission, Jake, you talk to the audience so they don't leave
here.
until China when she comes back. What your 13th movie is?
Well, I'm just gonna sit here and feel my feelings. I'm feeling a little sad right now. I don't 100% know why, but these are the cards I was dealt, and thou must live with it. So, I also drank a little bit. So. These are the cards I was dealt, and thou must live with it. I'm just not entertaining on my own. I'm just not entertaining on my own. I feel like in front of my friends, I'm such like a dude. I'm not a dude bro. I feel like I'm such like a gay, crazy character. But when I'm by myself, I'm like the biggest fucking bro I know. Like, smoke a little weed, drink a little drink, play fucking Overwatch, talk shit. I don't know. Hi.
Hi.
Is it heated up?
Mm-hmm.
Can I have a bite?
Sure. For the people who just joined, we're taking a small intermission, but we are in our top 13 movies.
It's been a long journey. It's been 3 hours.
I'm having fun though.
No, me too. I just didn't think it was going to take as long because we kept having these long ass discussions.
Honestly, it's whatever.
No, it is what it is.
But 7 people are here. How are y'all doing? Have we said a movie that like really made you mad? You're like, that's my favorite movie. Why is it so low? I'm interested to know because, well, I find it funny that 5 out of my top 10 have already been said. And that just makes me very upset.
Have I said any of your top 10?
I think so.
Okay.
I think everyone has said at least one of my top 10s.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
No, you're fine. We're all taking it. We were taking an intermission.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I got
fine.
popcorn.
Anna, did you hear Jake's 13th place movie?
What was your 13th? What was it?
Everyone's very upset, and we were gonna wait on you because I think you'll be upset too.
I might. There's 3 movies that I take very personally to my
Name them.
very close. No, that's for later when we rank the movies. But there's 3 movies that are really close to like my heart and soul.
I think, based off our past conversations, I think this is one of them. I think. I'll say this: it's a movie that you were upset about how low it was for me in the past.
I don't remember.
Okay, well, just say it because you've already said it.
Thor Ragnarok.
No, I gotta go. You don't. No. I will debate every point you make because I don't think you understand what that movie means to me.
Told you. What is this?
No, but I don't have.
No. It is.
No, I don't have anything bad to say about the movie. That's the thing.
It's literally 13. That's bad enough. It is a top 5.
It's really better than half the movie, so it's fine.
It's better than the majority of the movies.
I'm assuming that was one of your top 3s.
Just you wait.
Number 1.
I will say I used to have it lower, but I've come to love it.
No, I love it. It's
Hello, I am back.
Listen.
China just found out the number 13 spot.
No, because that's wrong.
Awful. Awful. It is incorrect.
I think y'all think less of me now.
Hella as a villain, first of all. That you don't understand, to be there to see the first opening trailer and it's Hella holding the hammer and breaking it like it was nothing. To be there when that first trailer dropped was like wow. You don't like wow.
Amazing.
So China knows that. That's your what, 13th one?
Yeah, it's not 13.
Sick.
Here's the thing though. I think it's beautiful. It's shot really well. But the thing about Ragnarok,
And it is the best Thor.
it is the best Thor. You can't stop Ragnarok. That's the thing. So no matter what they did, I knew, because like I love mythology, like I love Norse mythology, Mayan mythology, Greek, Roman, like all that shit. I know so much shit about so many gods. Ragnarok can't be stopped. So like all like going into it, I was like, how are they gonna like do this? And obviously like you can't stop it. And so I'm glad they stuck with that. And I think it's definitely the best Thor. I had a great time watching it. Let me actually go look at my scores. So for action, I put an 8. Like again, beautifully shot, like everything is. Story, I put an 8. It was engaging, be able to see like this whole new world, like with the little rumble arena. You got to see Thor basically as like a main character. He's in the entire movie. You get to see like the Valkyrie storyline, like see her kind of battle with what it means to be Asgardian again. Risk, I put a 6, only because, and I know that might be shocking, Miss Josie Ann, but again, like I already know, like you.
Asgard blew up.
But it's unpreventable, so I wasn't like gagged that it blew.
But
up.
Asgard's not a place; it's a people.
Exactly. And emotion, I also put a 6 because like it kind of got my heart going, especially when Mrs. Meek died, or we thought she died.
6.
That was the
A 6.
Emotion 6. Ooh, child.
You don't remember Odin?
And Tessa Thompson's character reveals the PTSD
Yeah.
to being a Valkyrie. And she has the flashback of Hela destroying every army member to the point where she becomes what many military veterans become now when it talks about dealing with their mental issues and the drinking and this is like it. No.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's
Do
a,
we
it's
wanna-
a, it's
do
a
we wanna
movie
just-
ranking.
We want to
It's not just a movie. This movie, you don't understand.
It's
This
not just a
movie
movie ranking.
means to me.
As she should.
Crying.
Okay, Skylar, what is your rating for?
Ragnarok.
I definitely want to get into the ones we haven't said, so I'll kind of move a little quickly as I can, but still like give it an opinion. My number 13 is Ant-Man and the Wasp, with a 32 out of 40. Out of the two Ant-Man, who gasped?
Was mad.
What? What? What are you trying to say, baby? Oh, he wants me to say that his Thor Ragnarok score was 28 out of 40.
Wrong.
So you're a little low, but like, because we're already all in the 30s, so yours is a little low. Your scores, interesting. Now I want a croissant. Okay. Anyway, so Ant-Man and the Wasp number 13.
Y'all eating. I kind of want some spaghetti now.
It was 32 out of 40. Out of the two Ant-Mans, I love this one the most. First of all, growing up besides Spider-Man, the Wasp was one of my favorite heroes as well, especially in God, it's been so long, but one of the Avengers cartoons, I think it was just called The Avengers. This was like a little bit after, I think this was like 2010. But Wasp was one of like the main characters, and I just fell in love with her and I loved her. So I was so excited when I found out that she was getting not only her costume, but she's in the title now, like the Wasp. Because I knew Hope was gonna be the Wasp. I just didn't know when. Oh my god, I must go back. But anyway, I just loved it. I also love their dynamic. They're one of my favorite couples because I just love that, like, in the beginning, it was like that back and forth bicker kind of thing. And I think it's like the closest thing we're going to get to a hate to love relationship in the MCU, at least for now. Well, I guess Gamora, well, anyway.
Yeah, Gamora's.
I was going to say Gamora and Peter, but we'll get into that later. But I don't know. I just like Hope. I like, I think Scott was definitely like this. He was so funny. Lou, all three of the, don't they have a group name? His friends. It's Lou, I'm trying to think what all their names are.
They have a company, and I forget what
Yeah,
the company
like
is called.
well, anyway, they're all so funny. And I'm trying to think of like other Ghost. I love Ghost. I think she was really cool. And I like her too, because I think even when she was a villain, because again, she's only been in one movie, but even when she was the villain, she never felt like a bad guy to me. She felt like someone who was lost. And I loved that. I loved seeing that. I think that was one of, like, even if we had a villain before that was kind of like that lost soul kind of thing, it was done very well with Ghost. And I literally like, and that's why Emotions for me is 10 out of 10. When she has that like monologue about like how much pain she's in and how she feels it every single day. Like that's literally like one of the best, like that's all the motivation I need to understand why she's doing what she's doing. And that's all I need. But yeah, I know I love Ant-Man and the Wasp, 32 out of 40, 13th place, now to our top 12. Which, okay, again, literally now, I think now 7 out of my top 12 have been said. So I think that's interesting.
That's a lot.
No, it is.
I think 4 of my top 10 have been said.
I don't think any of you have said my top 10 yet.
Interesting. Joanne has that strong.
But I think it might be said like.
Oh, China, I love your
11.
phone case. That's so cute.
Okay. I got it for $2.
Okay.
15. Next, the 12.
Yeah, Matt.
What number?
We're on 12.
Number 12. Okay. My 12 and 11, I've kind of been going back and forth with over the past like round. So really, you could interchange these, and I would probably be okay with that. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go with this one, just because like I've watched it the least amount of times compared to these two. But my number 12 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. Don't know how y'all feel about that.
I feel fine.
To be quite frank. Action, I gave it a 7. When I think of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, my mind always goes to the action sequence where they first met with another. I think that is so much fun. I think it's very rare that like, I guess not rare. Oh shit, what's happening in my laptop? Sorry, I had to deal with that. I thought my thing was messing up. Okay, anyways. I love how they all fought against each other. I think that was so much fun. Story, I gave it a 7. I think it's kind of like, it's not super generic, but it's kind of a formulaic origin story for a team coming together. So I give that a 7. Risk, I think the entire universe was at risk, right? So I get it. Groot dying, sob. I gave it a 7. So my total score was 29. I thought it was a really good movie. I don't think it's as good as Volume 2. I think some of y'all will disagree about that. But yeah, I think it's a great movie. Like, I think it's so funny. James Gunn, no matter what, like, I don't know, I don't like him so much personally, even though that stuff was a long time ago. But I've always really liked his movies, like Slither. That was my shit when I was little. Brightburn, I thought Brightburn was so good. So I just think he's a really good director. I like both. I love both of his movies. I'm excited for the Suicide Squad. So I just think he has such a way with like making his characters so warm, especially because Guardians of the Galaxy, like those characters were Marvel would do, and now they're like household names. Like everybody knows who Groot is. Everybody knows who Gamora is. Like that's like I think such a testament to how good this movie was. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
All right, interesting. China, number 12.
Right. So this one's already been said, so I'm not going to go into it too much. But my number 12 is Ant-Man. I love the characters that are introduced. I think, like I said, it's a breath of fresh air to get more of a comedic route because, you know, action can sometimes get very repetitive. It's, you know, superhero, fight scene, then the real problem occurs, fight scene again, then the main fight scene with the villain, heroes win, and next. So I think this one is a little bit different, and I think it gives, you know, a little bit of variety in the MCU because to me, as much as it is action, I view it as more of like a comedy type of movie. So yeah, I like that Ant-Man is, like I said earlier, one of the most relatable superheroes. I think it's the fact that he's, you know, the root of all of this is so that he could be a better provider for his child, which I think is something that a lot of people can relate to. I think it's very fun, it's very cute, and where is my rankings for it? Hold on. These, like, all of my top 12 are like 0.5 differences, so I'm like in 35s by now, I think.
Oh yeah.
So Ant-Man is a 35. The story I gave a 10. I think the Ant-Mans have great stories. Action, I gave an 8. You know, from what we've seen for Marvel, it's the action scenes aren't really like huge. Emotion, I gave it 8 because it was more so not a make me cry movie, but it was a make me laugh movie. So I laughed a lot. I loved the little storytelling his little best friend gave with the mouthing of the words, and it's still his voice with all these different people. For risk, I gave it 9 because, like I said, this is our real introduction into the quantum realm and what it is. So I feel like just them experimenting on that is a lot of risk within itself because of how delicate the situation is. So yeah, that's my number 12.
Yeah. All right, Josanne, number 12.
Same band as China. My number 12 is Ant-Man. It is harder than the second one. Even yeah. I agree completely with China what she said. I think the way the story was told was really enjoyable for me. I liked it kind of pulled on my heartstrings in the sense that like my parents were divorced and I lived with my mom for like my entire life. So to see a father who's so willing and loves his daughter and like that one mistake is what's really like tearing that family apart, even though he's trying. To me, like that pulled on some emotional heartstrings. I completely understood the villain in the sense of like jealousy, and while it is kind of the formula, it's kind of uh, um, the action movie formula. I think what sets it apart to me is just how lovable most of these characters are, and their comedic timing. And I think now the MCU or the later phases of the MCU have really used comedy as a way to elevate their movies. I think the most notable example is Thor Ragnarok, but I feel like Ant-Man is the first example of us seeing how comedy can really elevate a movie and make it even better. Because without the comedy, the little moments, it wouldn't be that good. Like Ant-Man wouldn't be that good. Um, I think the way it all went down, I enjoyed it much more than the second one. And I think with the scoring that we're doing, that's why it's so high in comparison to other movies. But yeah, it's scored a 33 out of 40 for me. So yeah.
All right, number 12 for you, Jake. Are you sure it's not too late, guys, or are we doing good?
I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay, good.
I go to bed at 6 a.m. now, so like,
Okay.
it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
My number 12, rounding out a trilogy, is Iron Man 3.
Dang, you were holding
That's
on to
fine.
Iron Man.
I
This is Jake holding on to Iron Man for
That's
dear
I
life.
was literally like,
I just have such like an attachment to Tony Stark because I have a pretty estranged relationship with my dad, and our Tony Stark as a character reminds me so much of my stepdad, and he's my stepdad's favorite character, so I feel like I've always like had that kind of like attachment to him, like regardless of how our relationship is going. And I don't know, for action I gave it a 10, mainly because of the big scene where he calls out all the different marks, like all the suits, like that's chef's kiss, cinematic masterpiece.
I agree with you.
In my opinion, I think it's definitely, which I guess it's a controversial opinion, but I think it's the best of the Iron Mans.
I do too. I agree.
Oh, okay. Period.
No, I
okay.
had it the highest Iron Man too.
Okay, I'm glad.
Look at us.
Period. Story, I gave it a 7. I thought
They're all so quiet. They're like, this is Iron Man 3.
Oh my god.
I feel like we're back to the beginning of the stream.
this is like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
It's because you were holding on to it, Jake.
Listen, I love me some Iron Man. Like the whole thing with Killian and like him being like close to like Pepper, and then him like infecting Pepper with like this whole thing. Honestly, I kind of wish Pepper would have kept the powers.
That's what
but
I
that's
said.
just like that's just us.
Yeah.
And like her whole thing where she like whenever she like kind of like lost her mind at the end for a second,
Mhm.
that's queen shit.
Yeah.
And I appreciated seeing that. Risk, I gave it a 7. I feel like
I remember loving that when I saw that in theaters.
As you should.
Risk, I gave it a 7, and Emotion, I gave it a 7, as well. Isn't this also the movie where his home crumbles?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
that scene
that.
too. Has no one talked about that in their Iron Man 3 wrap up. But when his Malibu house got destroyed,
Literally,
that whole
fell off
scene
the cliff.
is iconic.
It's what he deserves.
Oh,
It's Malibu house.
wait, what did I
Not
say?
a Malibu house. The fuck? His Malibu house.
Oh, well, I'm
how beach like is
He did
that's
not
what I'm saying.
deserve that.
It's what he deserves. Yeah.
you know, Josie and I have an issue with that.
okay. Well, Pepper
No.
didn't deserve it, and that was Pepper's place
I
too.
I'm just gonna explain quickly why I said that, because I feel like Tony Stark doesn't get any consequences, like long-term consequences, to a lot of his actions, and that's why it's really hard to like Tony Stark in the movies in comparison to
But
in
the one
Marvel
movie
sequence.
he got consequence you don't like.
Listen, he had consequences this whole damn
He died.
He flew
No.
into the portal,
Hold
he
on.
has-
I said he has consequences. I
This
said
whole
he
fucking
has
thing
consequences.
for-
What I'm saying is that I feel like he doesn't have any long-term consequences other than like what's set in his movies. So his Malibu house being destroyed is literally
Well, no,
nothing.
I just meant from like a cinematography, like it was a really cool like scene.
Oh, it's a cool scene.
Like,
It's what he
yeah.
deserves. The Malibu house can go. Like, he literally has a tower the next movie. Like, this man is fine.
Yeah, no, yeah. Emotionally, it's all fine, but
Okay.
I just like the scene a lot.
That statement makes me so sad, but I do understand where you're coming from.
I
And
get
I
it.
agree, but it makes me want to cry.
You see,
Oh
I
my-
don't say things that are out of pocket. It makes sense. I feel like I think a few of you have this attachment to Tony Stark that I don't have,
Yeah, I
which
don't
is
have
why I
it.
can
Yeah,
say
yeah.
those
I
things
don't have it
without.
at all.
I completely understand that, like, I'm so attached to him, and some people are like, "Ew, get off me." But yeah, so I understand where you're coming from. Like, that
No, but
makes
it's
so much
totally.
sense.
I
He
feel like
really
everyone has
hasn't
their.
ever
attached to him is
had
because-
anything happen to him long term.
Mhm.
So I agree. Yeah.
I think the reason I'm so attached to him is because my favorite archetype is like the lovable asshole. Because I feel like, especially like in terms of like the beginning of our friendship, is what I was. I was like the asshole that like for some fucking reason you like.
Well, no. Okay.
Gee.
No, I'm kidding.
So yeah, I think that's also why I'm so attached to Tony, is because like he's arrogant, he's selfish, but he, in a weird twist of irony, opens his heart to the possibility.
All right. Well, my number 12, and I'm excited because I think besides Matt, we're all hanging on to these movies. I think. But this is my number 12.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Oh my god.
Which one? Which Captain America?
He's gonna
Captain America and the First Avenger.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm
It's
all right.
About damn time.
It's
All
the
right.
okay.
damn
Hold on, I have
time.
to I have
You
to
know
stand
what?
that.
I was worried
agree.
about. I was worried
okay.
about my Bucky movie.
No,
It's
hold
okay.
on. Hold on.
Skylar,
I
I
have to-
understand why you said the first one. It's top 12, top 11, whatever we're at. Okay. It's fine. It's okay. When
Top
Matt
21.
said it,
Top
but when
21.
Matt said it,
No, okay. I want you, Jake. What are you doing? I don't know. I want to go back to what I said. I don't know why I got up. I want to go back to what I said earlier because okay, Captain America is who I was talking about when I said I enjoy his movies more than I enjoy him as a superhero and character.
Yeah, he's very plain Jade.
But okay, I am not supposed to like Captain America, and let me tell you why. I hate war movies. I hate Nazi movies. I hate any period movie that's like past like the 50s and 40s usually. You know, like I'm not supposed to like this movie. And I also hate movies that have like a very heavy emphasis on America as well.
Yeah.
But I like it. And I don't know why. I don't know if I think one of the reasons is I love Peggy Carter with Steve. I love them together. I love the idea the first of all the whole scene where he jumps on the grenade before even thinking that it could be fake. That's iconic. And that just really showed why like he deserved this like superhuman serum. I forgot what it's actually called. And I think the reason why it's so high on my list too is because this was and again, I've been here since the beginning. I've seen every movie except for I think 2 in the theaters. This was like the first movie where I watched it. I was like, oh, I get what's about to happen. Like it's about to be a lot bigger than we think it's gonna be, you know, because I think I saw the stakes. I saw how, you know, bits and pieces of like future movies and yeah, I don't know. And the scene where they at the end credit scene where they find him in the eyes, like it's just like I don't know. I just was very, very excited because this was right before Avengers. So you kind of think like, oh, maybe it's not going to be that good because it's like Avengers is coming up, but it's so good. I love it. I gave Risk 8 out of 10, Story 10 out of 10 because I love a good. This is a movie where like the underdog is the strongest person in the movie. Because like even when Steve like has the powers and stuff, he's still an underdog because of how we just saw him, you know. So anyway, I love it. Action is a little lower though. I gave 6 out of 10. When you think about it, I feel like a lot of the action in that movie is just a lot more of explosions than anything. And then emotions 10 out of 10. When he is nose diving off into the ice and Peggy is on the line and they literally know that this is gonna be like the last time they might speak to each other. I cry every time. I really do. But anyway, that's my number 12. And the final score was 34 out of 40.
Yeah, I think that ending scene where he just wakes up and is like in Times Square was like
iconic.
I love it. Iconic.
Everything.
Insane.
And I was so excited to find out like how he was gonna like
still number 21.
So I take back my comment about my top 10 not being said because I forgot that Matt put First Avenger in 21, but I digress.
That was so low because here's the thing, when I heard that, I thought the other Captain America movies were gonna follow because I thought maybe he just doesn't like Captain America. But the fact that that's the only one that you've said so far.
Oh no, Captain America. Yeah. Like Captain America, I vibe with. I love it. That's amazing. Okay, maybe it might be because like the first Captain America, he's solo, like, oh my god, government, America. And then part 2 and 3, he's all like, fuck the government. I'm doing my own thing. That might be why. Yeah.
Oh no, but
the movie was boring. Sorry.
I would never
but,
put Winter
yeah.
Soldier. I would never put that below Bucky.
Bucky Barnes.
No,
is-
first of all, you guys think you're gonna whore yourselves out? No, I am, because Bucky is Bucky. So
He can
I
run
am
me
in
over.
love with
Bucky.
Bucky Barnes. Even when he had the long hair, I was like, when he had
Ooh.
that mask.
Oh yeah, the
Okay,
long
we'll
hair.
get to that in the ranking.
We'll get
I-
into it later. Yeah, girl.
I love the short hair. The short hair is so good. Like
I like the
cannot.
bob.
Hold
When
on.
he's in
I
his
am gonna
villain
get
era.
a water. I'm gonna get a water bottle. Give me
You're
like
okay.
5 seconds.
Oh my
Right?
god.
Jake's in the bathroom anyway.
I am a Bucky.
Fine.
No, there's like a few men in the fictional world that I just. Bucky is one of them.
As he should.
I think Dylan O'Brien as a person himself, any movie he's in, yeah.
Oh, you're a Dylan O'Brien fan?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
as you should.
Yeah. Dylan O'Brien is fine.
No. Bucky, I don't know. I can't.
Sebastian
First of all,
Stan
I'm
just,
in love
Did
with
you guys
Bucky.
see the possible buy tease that they might be doing with Bucky?
I did with Falcon and Winter Soldier.
The
I'm
what tease?
interested.
The bisexual
Oh.
tease.
Oh yes, I saw that in the group chat. You
I was
sent that in the
very
group chat.
excited. I was very excited.
Also, I was thinking, would you guys want, because we're at 11, would you guys want to save our top 10 for part 2?
When will we do part 2?
Yeah, it depends on when we would do it.
When would you guys be available?
I don't know. Some games have been asking me for months to play some stuff, so I don't even know when I'm
It
supposed
probably
to play
wouldn't
them.
be for another 2 weeks.
Like I'm thinking about it. I'm
Oh.
like, okay, I have a game.
I have an appointment on Saturday.
I have a game on
Well, we'll
April
just see
4th.
how it goes.
Yeah, because I'm fine.
I'm
I'm
fine,
okay.
but Jake has work in the morning, but
I
I'm
work at
fine.
7.
I feel like
Okay.
the top 10 won't take as long because it won't be controversial.
Yeah.
I feel like, well,
we can always come
with
back
Jake.
to later if we wanted to.
yeah, I just don't. I think for me, it would probably be a couple weeks.
I'm
Okay.
going into exam season soon, so I don't. The issue is I kind of do stuff last minute when it comes to school. That's a bad trait I have, but it's never done me wrong, so I keep doing it until it does me wrong. But I'm pretty sure I'm going into. I think I have a break for a week in April, but like it's probably for like studying exams. So like I'll just
What we can do is from now on, we'll say our ranking and our thing, and then continue doing that. And then if we have any like last minute comments, like towards the end. So like, yeah, so I think that would be better. Plus that means like we could still discuss and Jake can like leave if he needed to and go to his bed. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So I think that's what we'll do.
I'm so upset. I was
Hello.
gonna get hello. Waking up in the morning. Seen
What are
too
we on
many
now, 11?
things.
I don't want
11.
Okay.
Or,
What?
Matt, you were gone, but so because Jake has work at 7 a.m. So what we're gonna do is I don't want to do a part 2 because like I don't want it to be like 2 to 3 weeks apart. So what we're gonna do is now that we have 11 left, we're just gonna go like around and go like 11, and just give a quick thing, and then if we have anything to add for like the other people, we can do that like at the end.
Sorry, you kind of lagged.
Oh, did I
Can you
lag?
repeat that one more time?
Yeah. So from now on,
Yeah,
you're gonna say your 11th place, and then the next person will say their 11th place, and we'll kind of go in like a quick speed round, almost not too quick, but just a little quicker. And then at the end, if we have any comments or any debate, we can like still debate, but Jake will be able to like leave since all his rankings will be done.
Yeah.
All right. Does that sound good?
Okay, for sure.
All
Okay,
right,
so yes, it does. So my number 11, all of y'all have already, I think everybody said this, Far From Home. Excuse me. So I think it's obvious, like, I'm very attached to Tony. There's a lot of Tony, like, posts his living in this movie. I think Spider-Man Far From Home had a lot of like actual moving chess pieces as opposed to the first one, so I like it more. Quentin is very smart, and that's all I'll say. Oh, and I gave it what are my numbers? 8 for action, 6 for story, 5 for risk, 6 for emotion, and I'm gonna give it a 7 for emotion because I can. So 26
Good.
is the total, and that's it.
All right, China, you're number 11.
My number 11 was the first Guardians of the Galaxy. I agree with Matt. I like the second one more. But I gave it a 10 for story.
Uh-oh. Is she frozen for me or is it everybody?
Oh, I thought
No,
that
I
was
thought it was
just
just
me. Yeah, she's
Okay, yeah.
frozen for me.
Because even Jake and Skylar were kind of like in there, but
I-
and then Matt was, and I was like, oh
Well,
no.
she paused at a really funny time.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, China.
China, if you can hear us, you might have to like leave and come back
Yeah.
because you're gone right now. You're not. I don't think you're coming back.
She's frozen.
Okay,
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hi.
I literally did the whole thing and then I look up and I'm not on Zoom anymore. But I said
Oh
Guardians,
my god.
I said Guardians of the Galaxy. I said I don't like Peter Quill. I watch for everybody else except Peter Quill. Story 10, risk 8.5. You know, it's kind of like an Avengers but in space almost, because the rest of the Avengers are on Earth, so it's like the Avengers
I feel that.
in space, but these Avengers have more personality. Emotion, I gave it a 7.
Oh shit.
Action, I gave a 10. So 35.5 is the total.
All right, period.
Okay, so my number 11 is Doctor Strange. I think Doctor Strange is such an interesting interpretation of what a hero can be. Doctor Strange was literally a jack. I'm not gonna finish that word, but you should get the hint. I don't know if we're allowed to curse or not on your channel.
We
but-
can.
Yeah.
But he literally is like the most intolerable person ever, and then they like deconstruct him because his hands are what is most important, and they take that away from him so quickly so that it starts from like bottom to zero, and they built him up to be who he is. And I think that building up was amazing. I love what they did, the way it was filmed, the way like it was shot too. I think it was such an interesting take. The reason why it's not higher is because I don't really have an attachment to Doctor Strange, so things don't get as elevated as they can be in terms of emotion and smaller things and risk. But great hero.
Good. All right, what would be your number 11? Yes.
Waking up in the morning. I can think of so many things.
I just wish things would get better. The fact that comes from a Real Housewives episode is
No, I literally found that out today because that
It's
song was in my
funny,
head.
and it's a child.
All right, sorry, number 11.
Number 11. All right. 11, I put me and Josie very, very, very on same wavelengths. I put Doctor Strange. Again, like I love like the Inception like side of it. Like the effects is really what does it for me as like a whole. Even though it did trigger my motion sickness maybe once or twice, and because that's the reason. I think I told you I was tired. Whenever we paused it and watched it the next day, it's really because it was making me sick to my stomach. But I think it's really cool action. I put a 10, story an 8, risk an 8, and emotion a 6. I liked there's this dude and he literally loses everything he has, which is his work in his hands, and he has that desperation to kind of find a purpose again. I really enjoyed.
All right. My number 11 is, and we can unpack it later, but it is Thor Ragnarok. Barely made it the top 10. It's 36 out of 40, so it's a good score. So y'all don't look at me like that. But my main gripe, out of all the perfectness that Thor Ragnarok does, my main gripe is, though I like what's going on, it does feel like two completely different movies. You have this Hela side where like she's, you know, being the bad bitch that she is and being iconic as she is, but then you have this whole like very comedic, very funny, very bright and colorful movie on, I forgot what the planet's called, but it was Jeff Goldblum.
The car.
Yeah,
Sakar.
Zakar. You have this whole side, and it's just like, it just feels like two different movies. However, there was so much good about it. Valkyrie, amazing in it. Hela is amazing. Odin's death makes me literally bawl my eyes out. Everything about it is good, but again, it just barely cuts that top 10. But anyway, now we're to the top 10. Everyone party.
Woo!
Woo, woo, woo. All right, Matt, you kick it off with your first top 10.
Okay. So my next movie is Guardians of the Galaxy 2. I think it's so high for me just because I am obsessed with Mary. It's amazing. She needs her own solo movie. Also, Nebula.
does?
I love her. Mantis.
Mantis. Oh,
So Nebula deserves her own movie. It is a little messier than the first one, but I do just like how further along all the characters are in their own little stories and everything. And I think there's just like amazing visuals. For my numbers, I gave it a 29 total. So action 8, not really that big of a story. It's kind of smaller scale. Emotion 7, and that's all I gotta say about it.
period. All right, China, you what's your top 10?
Once again, Matt and I, we see each other because Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which technically there's a tie for my 10th and 9th, but I'll just name Guardians of the Galaxy 2 first because that's what I originally had first as 10. The 10th and 9th have the same score, but yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Like I said, I feel like, and this will be quick, the part that I like about Guardians more than the actual Avengers is I feel like there's just more diversity in personality. And that just makes it better for me. So, next.
Okay,
Right,
so number 10. Number 10 is going to be Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one.
Interesting.
Because I think it's better than the two. I already explained why, but from jump, it's very emotional. Losing a family member is hard. And then we get this amazing sequence in the beginning with the music and the hey. Oh my God, it was so good. And it's just, I love the storytelling about it. It's so clear to me. I love the jail moment. And Groot. For a character who says, I am Groot only, and makes you cry at the end. The hugging, it's just
Girl.
like it's like peak. Like it's so perfect, and it's so hard for me that it's 10 because all the other movies that are left to me are just like everything to me. So 10 is Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one. Because we're just waiting for.
Sorry, Jake's trying to decide because he has work 7 a.m., but he also wants to stay the night with his boy thing. So, but anyway, it's your turn. So, top 10.
10. My top
And
10.
bestie.
My 10th is Captain America: The First Avenger. It's at a 32 out of 40, action 8, story 8, risk 8, emotion 8. I really, as a whole, encompassing movie. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great fucking time. The whole, like, him, like, being fucking full of shit. I'm trying to go quick.
No, it's okay. My number 10, and I'm really excited about this one because I defend this movie like my life depends on it because of multiple reasons, and I will get into those and we can unpack them later. But my number 10 is Captain Marvel with the 37 out of 40. Yes, I love Captain Marvel. First of all, this isn't an origin story. This is I need to find out who the hell I am story. and I love it. I love an origin story that isn't your typical like we're gonna see where they're at in the beginning. Like this was like I've spent my whole life doing what I'm doing, but all of it is a lie. And I just loved the reveal of like us finding out because I'll be honest, I know a little bit about comics and stuff, and I've read comics before. I don't know anything about Captain Marvel before going into this movie. So I had no idea what was going to happen, and I loved it. I love Brie Larson. I love her performance. I like how she's kind of like she's cold-hearted, but she isn't. But she still has a heart. And I don't know. I love it. I will say, I don't think this whole movie was necessary to set her up in Endgame, just because overall, I don't think her role was that important in Endgame. However, I don't think that knocks this movie. But overall, I loved it. And like China said a long time ago, I loved young Nick Fury. I thought that was amazing. And I want to see more of Nick Fury, especially after this movie. But anyway, that's my number 10. And the score, I don't know if I said the score, but it was 37 out of 40. All right, number 9.
Before I say my single digits, I just think it's funny that Skylar said it's not an origin story. And then he said, I love when an origin story does
Well,
this.
no, because
Yeah,
well, y'all knew what I meant though. Like you thought
Yeah,
your
I got the gig.
Yeah, you.
no,
got
yeah,
it.
I'm just kidding. I know what you meant. You're good.
You like Captain
I just
Marvel,
wanted
so
to make a
don't get
joke.
on me.
No,
No,
I love Captain Marvel. I love her.
as you should, but I respect
anyways,
it.
so for my
Sure.
single digits, Doctor Strange. Love him. So action 9. I think this is my first love everything about how his towers works in this whole world of the magic realm. Story 8. I think this is like the first time they got really gritty with the story, which I loved with his hands and everything. Risk 10. Like probably the closest risk there really is besides like automatic death or anything. Like this is a whole like him trying to like get back to who he is, and then he ends up on this magical journey. Emotion a little less, 7, total of 34. I love Doctor Strange. I never really thought about it. I think Jake said like it made him feel a little sick. China, your eyes. I think I didn't have those issues, but those are really important issues that I never really thought of. So that probably really needs to be worked on for like other Doctor Strange movies. But I loved it. I thought it was amazing.
I think
It's
in
my
just
number
in
9.
terms of
That's
like
why I
the
gotta say.
effects in general, I don't know if it's something that can be avoided. Like if you have motion
Yeah.
sickness or sensitive to flashing effects, I just don't think that's something that can be avoided. So
I will say
like,
I do remember.
we can still like enjoy it, but
I also
we just
remember
need
there-
to take it in small doses.
I also remember there being. I was also kind of nervous, but I remember there being like a warning before the movie. I don't know if anyone else got that if they watched it in the movies.
Oh,
I don't
well,
remember.
Yeah, there was a warning,
I
and I was
saw it
like,
in the movies. I just don't remember the warning.
I was like, is everyone okay? Because like I'm just kind of nervous because I was like, what is this? Because the trailer already looked kind of sick, so I don't know. But yeah, anyway. All right, China, you're number 9.
Oh well, Matt goes usually before me.
I thought Matt already went.
Oh yeah, he just did. Okay.
I was gonna say, wait.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'm sitting in the margarita. So yeah, like I said, I gave this one a similar score. The first Captain America I put, for me, this was really special to me because like he was the kid from Brooklyn and I was the kid. Like how you said when they said Huntsville, Alabama, and everybody cheered. It was like Captain America was like from Brooklyn, New York, and it was like this huge thing. Every time he said Brooklyn, everybody would just scream. And I specifically remember when I saw this, it was for a trip at summer camp, so it was literally just a theater full of children.
Oh, period.
So it was like the experience of like seeing it for the first time was like a really, really big deal. Like I said, Bucky Barnes and thinking he died, it was like heartbreak. It was like, wow, okay, but yeah, I'm gonna speed it up. But yeah, for me, basically, this is really here, not because I think it's more of a nostalgia thing for me, just of where I was in my life and like what I was experiencing when it first, because like the other ones I've seen in the movies and don't remember the way that I remember this one and some of the other ones watching it for the first time. And I was still young when this came out too. So yeah, it's the Times Square scene, iconic. The, you know, when they first opened the machine and he's from little body to big body, iconic. But yeah, so I gave it a 36. Yeah, so okay. 36 out of 40.
Period.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say a movie that I've been holding on for dear life. It's true. Spider-Man: Homecoming. Yeah,
Ah.
I've been holding on. Yes, besties. I just like it because I've never watched a Spider-Man movie, and that was my first introduction to Spider-Man. I think Tom Holland, sorry, did an amazing job with Peter, even though I haven't seen the other ones. He was just so childlike, so human. I think the story about growing into independence is so cool. Like going from dependability to figuring out, like getting stripped of everything and just fighting it out and still being the good guy at the end. I would have knocked that man's ass. I wouldn't have killed him, but
Oh my god.
if it's meant to be, it'll be. So I would have just walked away. You know, that's just me. That's just me.
Period.
But I just think it was so well done, and I really enjoy it. And like, I feel like the stakes are so understandable with the context, which is why the risk for me makes sense. Because the other risks, I feel like in other contexts, there's no like context set in place and like these barriers. So that, and I think Spider-Man did a great job with that. So with the risk, with the context that was given, that's why it's so high for me, and that's my number 9.
Period. All right, your number 9.
My number 9, I put Avengers, the first one, 33 out of 40, action 8, story 8, risk 9, emotion 8. I think it was a very cool way of like the very first
Jake,
one.
you're still not in the 30s.
I am 33 out of 40.
Oh, 33. Okay. I thought I saw 29. I was like, Jake,
no.
you might as well throw those 30s.
No, I think it was a very cool way of like first introducing like all of them together, like getting them to like do their thing, and like that's when like the PTSD for Tony starts. It starts that storyline. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
My top 9 and 8 are actually tied. And I tied them because I think they go hand in hand very well. I know maybe some people might disagree with me with that, but I'm just gonna go ahead and put them together because they always interchange with me. But it's Endgame and Infinity War. Yeah, number 9 and number 8. I think because I think. Ow! What do you mean?
No.
But okay.
8 and 9.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's literally.
But okay. We're not supposed to unpack until later.
That's true. Okay. I will say I love watching them back to back because I think they go very well together. And literally if you look at my scores, risk 10 out of 10, action 10 out of 10, emotion 10 out of 10. The only thing that was lacking, I think, was story. Story was 8 out of 10, only because I think Endgame story in the middle is just a little weak, just a little bit. And I think because I don't know. I will say I don't like time travel. I don't like time travel in media. However, out of all the time travel I have seen, Avengers, Marvel did it the best. So I'm not knocking it. It's just when I go into a movie and I already know they're going to do time travel, I'm just like, okay, we'll see what happens. But they did it the best. I will say that. And we'll unpack it later. But I will say top 10, those are like, I watch them constantly over and over. So there's not really like a bad movie in here. It's just how the numbers fall. But anyway, that's my top 9 and 8.
Okay.
That stressed me out.
Well, that was interesting.
Skyler's 9 and 8.
I don't need that process in my head. Wait, so which of Infinity War and Endgame was it? Number 9?
What did you say?
Which was 9, Infinity War or Endgame?
I would probably
Which
I would probably put Endgame higher, so at an 8. So Infinity War would be 9.
So they were
basically tied though.
We're gonna move it along. My number 8 And yes, I have been holding on to this. I understand. Age of Ultron, it has aged like fine
It has.
wine.
Oh
It
my
has.
god.
Yes. Okay, so my action was 9. Mwah. Story was 7. It was okay. The risk was 8. Think about it. If the city fell to the earth would have exploded. Emotion, Pietro, love of my life,
Fine. Fine.
dead. 8.
You just said the whole
Exactly.
world would explode, but gave risk 8 out of 10. What? What would be a 10 then?
First of all, I am not sober right now. So let's ignore that. 32 is, you know what? We will address it. 10
We
is the
will.
emotion.
We will.
10,
I was just curious because you were
34,
like the
34.
world would explode.
Does that
8
make it
out of
better?
10.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Okay, the risk. 2 more points.
2.
10. 36 is its total. Age of Ultron, amazing. Wanda, Vision,
I've been
WandaVision.
wanting to ask about that.
That's all I will say because we're speeding it up. But amazing. After WandaVision, Age of Ultron got so much better. There were so many little things that were like amazing. And I do want to say one thing, but I know we're trying to speed it up, but I just want to say one thing. Elizabeth Olsen did say that while they were filming Age of Ultron, the director, her, and Paul Bettany, who plays Vision, they did plant these little moments everywhere between their two characters and by themselves, ever able to tell like these bigger stories. So not only was this planned like kind of early on, as opposed Iron Man where they just used it for Far From Home. This was stuff that was like made during the filming process that was like hopefully meant. So
Yeah.
that's why it's so high for me, and that's all I have to say.
I'm a little listen, I'm really dumb because I just realized it's called WandaVision and her man's name is Vision.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Stop that.
Oh, you
She
know.
hasn't seen it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Neither have I.
But
No.
It's a play on television and Wanda and Vision.
But I was like, I literally, as when he said WandaVision, I saw the pillow and saw it was Wanda and Vision on the pillow, and I was like, wait, it's
Wait a
called
minute.
WandaVision. His name is Vision.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
But my 8th movie that I've been debating for dear life is Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Period.
Lord Jesus, I can't believe it's there. Anyways.
Yeah. 8, it's number 8 because of the importance of the quantum realm. They do not bring all those people back if he did not if he was not in there for 5 years.
Here she
It
goes.
was a listen, it was a setup for Endgame. It was literally a setup for Infinity War and Endgame. Endgame does not get solved without Ant-Man. He saved the day. I'm sure Tony Stark's death was very important. He still couldn't figure it out without Ant-Man. So Ant-Man is really what saved them. R.I.P. Tony Stark. Next.
All right. So what number we at? 8.
Yes.
I think I'm one of the last people to say this movie. Captain America, the first Avenger. Yeah. What can I say? Bucky Barnes.
Exactly.
Introduction
Exactly.
already. That scene, the whole the whole military camp thing, iconic. It shows the heart of Captain America, and that's like literally one of the most important things of the Marvel MCU. Like it literally is brought up in the Avengers movie, like all of them pretty much. All of the Captain America movies, like his heart is like we get to see but I won't unpack it too much. Overall, it's just so amazing. And Lord, that scene where he becomes Captain America with the muscles. Oh, Levitation. All right, next.
Monkey Barnes. Yeah.
I could talk about that movie forever. So
I can talk about Monkey Barnes for
here
hours.
it gets you.
My number 8 is Guardians of the Galaxy. I did 33 out of 40. An action 9, a story 6, risk 10, emotion 8. I think the specifically the final scene is very powerful, where they're all holding the Infinity Stone, and we learn more about why Peter was actually able to do that, like in Volume 2. But I thought that was pretty cool.
I've already said my 8 because they were tied, so we're just gonna go ahead and go to the 7.
Sick. Okay. Seven.
Twisted.
Matt, what's your final set? What's your 7th place?
My 7th place is but
Mike.
Sorry, what's
you know
your,
what?
What's your number 7?
my number 7 is the Winter Soldier.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Revote.
We can't debate the
action
The recount.
9, action 9, story 8, risk 7,
But I still haven't heard.
emotion. What number is this? I think that's an
Winter
8.
Soldier.
Why
So
is it-
drunk.
Wait,
And okay, to be fair, my number 6, my number 6 is actually 2 numbers lower. But whatever. We're
now how
already
does that happen?
here.
Because he's redoing the numbers as we go.
Okay, great.
It's number 7, and it just is.
Is this what your schoolwork looks like?
Moving on.
All right, China,
Huh?
what's your number 7?
And no, we clown Skylar, but my number 7 is Infinity War, and let me tell you why.
Okay,
Oh my
see?
god, y'all are
I
sick.
hated the Hulk storyline in that whole fucking movie. He's in a fucking robot suit. Get it together.
I like that.
Peter Quill, I didn't want him to come back after that, honestly. He could have stayed in the blip. Just ruined the whole thing. And for what? But he could have stayed in the blip. Well, no, that was Endgame. Now I'm confusing my movies. But so
Yeah.
I almost confused the movies, but I'll talk about Endgame later. But yeah, Infinity War. Honestly, when I watched it, like I said, it had been so long since I'd seen some of the movies. So some of the stuff from way back when I forgot about, and I was like confused. And I'm like, oh, wait, this happened. So it took a little bit, having to really go deep into, back in the memory box to really figure out what was going on. But it got like what's the score? I'm gonna move on in a second. I know we gotta go quick.
You're okay.
It is a 37 out of 40 and it's 7th place. So like literally these are like 0.5 differences at this point.
Yeah.
Like between 1 and 10 and the 10th movie, it was only a 4-point difference. Like these top 10 are really like movies that I enjoy. But yeah, Peter Quill.
See, my score is higher than yours technically. It's just the placement's lower. So.
Yeah. The whole Peter, I don't want to go. Great. 10 out of 10 for emotion. Yeah, it's 7. Peter Quill didn't need to come back from the blip.
It's crazy to me because I rank. We'll get into it later. Okay, so my number. What number are we at?
7.
7.
Yeah, so number 7 is gonna be Avengers, the first one. Yeah, the introduction of the guy with the arrows. I'm blanking on his name. Hawkeye, that's his name. Yeah, I like the story, but I think if anything, it has a lot to do with everything but the villain. That's Loki T. Like I feel like it, and it's not even Loki the villain I'm referring to. It's that other guy, Raymond, I believe his name was.
Rowan?
Yeah.
Or
Rowan.
Did you want
Anyways,
Rowan?
I called him Raymond. It's probably Rowan. Sorry. It has less to do with him because I don't care about him. I feel like Loki's really the villain, but he was so unnecessary. I digress. I feel like Thanos could have directly talked to Loki and it would have been done, but whatever. But yeah, that's my number 7.
Yeah, your number 7, Jake.
I did Avengers: Age of Ultron.
Okay.
Oh,
5 out of
T.
4.
Interesting.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I don't know why.
And you haven't even seen WandaVision yet. WandaVision makes it better.
Yeah, I don't know why people shit on it so much. I really enjoyed it. Like, you meet Wanda for the first time. You have Pedro's death. The risks are very high with the fucking city. And it starts this chain of events that leads into forever with the Sokovia Accords. So I did action 9, story 9, risk 9, emotion 8. I really enjoyed it.
My number 7 with a 39 out of 40, so we're getting really close to the perfect scores for me, is Doctor Strange. Everybody said what they said, and I agree with. I love a good hero that gets teared down and then they have to be built back up. I enjoyed it. I loved it. The effects are gorgeous and amazing. And, I get where they can get you dizzy, but for someone who isn't like that, I get to really like study the visuals and really get to love them. And I don't know, it's just one of those movies where you can watch it and every detail isn't always there. Like you can find something new in the background. Plus the H one is amazing. I loved her death is literally one of the saddest deaths in the MCU, especially like I forgot what her line is, but it's like I've been imagining this moment forever, but even now I'm still trying to focus on like the Ranger, whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's so sad. I love it. So yeah, 39 out of 40. Number 6.
Okay. I am officially switching my number 6 and 7.
Okay.
So, Winter Soldier is 6. This movie is 7.
Okay.
Now, I don't think this is going to make anybody happy. I think some people are going to be mad, but it be what.
Oh no.
Thor Ragnarok.
No, wrong.
Action. I just saw all y'all's faces drop.
Well, mine was lower.
I'm
Ours
sorry.
were lower, so we're
So
okay.
this is how my
wrong.
This is how. Well, I saw y'all too. Y'all's faces drop. Y'all were just like, "Oh yeah, you switched." Okay. Anyway, action 8, story 8, risk 8, emotion 6, and I think this might be because I really Thor all that much. It's a good movie, but I really don't care about them. Hella though, amazing.
One of the
Ragnarok,
best villains.
She's one of the best villains. I love Hela. I hope she somehow survived and comes back. But it is my number 6, or it is my number 7 because they switched. Yes, moving on.
All right, your number 6, China.
My number 6 is the first Avengers. Like I said, it's a lot of the older ones now that are coming up in the top is going to be based on nostalgia. I remember exactly where I was when trailers dropped. I remember exactly what I was doing when I was this little kid. And the first Avengers was just like, it was like the like movie of like, I remember after phase 1 and when the hype of just all of them being in one movie was like ridiculous. But anyway, like I said, some of my favorite action sequences come from that movie when Loki lures them all in after you think he's kidnapped, but he's really fucking with all their minds, and then they start attacking each other, and then it's just like this huge thing, and it's like, the hitting back and forth. That's when Iron Man goes into space, and he starts having all these issues but sorry, but yeah, I gave it a 37.5 out of 30. Story 10, risk 10, because the monster is coming down into space trying to take over the world, and Iron Man almost died throwing himself into space so he could blow it up and then having to come back down not knowing if he died or not. Risk 10, action obviously 10, and emotion 7.5 because I laughed a little bit. I was on the edge of my seat a little bit, but usually I make them 10s when they make me like cry like a baby, and it didn't. All of the emotions. Right, so 37.5.
Oh, okay. So my next number is going to be Thor Ragnarok. Just both of my next two movies are tied. So I just choose to put Thor Ragnarok there because it's really the other Avenger movies, Black Panther and Captain America. So Thor can be sacrificed as
No.
number six. As number six, yes. Yeah. Um so Ragnarok really is creme de la creme. It is chef's kiss. Um but like in the grand scheme of everything, I feel like its risk reward type thing is not as much as the other movies for me in comparison to like Black Panther and the two other Captain America movies and then Infinity War and Endgame. Like there's so much more risk in that in comparison. And I feel like I'm emotionally connected to those movies before Thor. And then the story is like really cute, but like it feels like two different tones because you have like Helga and that, and then like the funny stuff and people getting beat up. But like I don't mind it as much. It's just like it reminds me of a kids' TV show where you have plotline A and plotline B, if that makes any sense, and they work together.
So you
Um,
liked the two different.
yeah, I liked it. Like it didn't bother me as much, but I like the movies way more than that one, so I had to be six.
Okay. What would be your six?
My sixth was Captain America Civil War. 36 out of 40. I did action 10, story 10, risk 8, emotion 8. I didn't think that, from what I remember, I don't think there were too many like emotional like parts of the movie. Was there? Just did I miss
Remember
something?
we found out that Bucky was the one that killed his parents?
Oh,
Oh fuck! I
Oh.
forgot about that. No, you're right.
Yes.
You're right.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that whole last like.
Okay, even if I gave it the extra 2 points, it'd still be tied with my next placement. So
Okay.
I think it'll stay right there. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was cool, like seeing all of them like kind of fight each other.
All right, so ready to be more controversial because if you guys have noticed, I have not listed this movie and it's been long gone for most of y'all's. Spider-Man Far From Home, number
no.
6.
Oh my lord.
39 out of 40, and I want
39.
Yes, I want to explain myself. Okay, this is the movie that I wanted from the first one because at Spider-Man / Peter Parker's heart, like in as a character, he is someone who struggles and is emotional, and this literally picked up right when he lost Tony Stark. This was the emotional weight I was looking for from the first one. Like this was his Uncle Ben basically for the MCU, and I loved it because Spider-Man, again, at the end of the day, is someone who will have this breakdown that will happen, but he never gives up. Like he still wants to be the neighborhood Spider-Man where he wants to save people. You know what I'm saying? And I also love this. And if you think about it, this was also the first Spider-Man movie that took him out of his like normal New York setting and threw him in this like completely different foreign land to him. And I loved it. I loved it. It was a new take on Spider-Man. It was something that was different. I also love Mysterio, Jake Gyllenhaal's Mysterio. Even though I knew Mysterio was a bad guy, the reveal was still spot on and it was still gag worthy, especially because of how they set it up with the whole bar scene and he gives him the glasses. I don't know. I loved it. Plus, no one's mentioned him yet, but I do enjoy Happy a lot for the character that you mentioned Happy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I like Happy as the character he is, and he definitely shined in this movie as much as he could. And even though it was still little for me, Zendaya did shine more in this one. And I know I don't mean to put Zendaya so high that, to make a good Spider-Man movie, but it's true, past Spider-Mans have had a really important love interest. It's time for this MJ Zendaya to step up, and hopefully we'll do that the next one. But yeah, 6th place, 39 out of 40, and we can unpack it later if y'all want, but that's my opinion. Top 5.
So top 5. I do 3, 4, and 5. I love all 3 of these movies for insanely different reasons, and it's so hard for me low or higher than the other. So really, all three of these are kind of on the same thing for me. I'm just doing it down. So my 5 is Civil War. I gave it a 37, action 9, story 9, risk 9, emotion 10. It is, of course, it's not as amazing as like the comics were because that's completely different. Like it was so much leading up to something crazy. This is a lot smaller scale, but with everything from the Accords to Tony's parents to the dividing of the group into two, everything's amazing. I love it, etc., etc. Of course, that's all I gotta say.
Good.
Okay, my number 5 is Endgame, and like I agree with Skylar, the whole time travel thing is never really a genre I've been interested in. I've never seen no Back to the Futures, no hot tub time machines, no none of that shit. I've never cared. I think with this movie, I get that Tony Stark is like the big thing, but I felt like still could have handled Black Widow's death a little bit better. It was this whole grand thing for Tony Stark, and then with Black Widow, it was like 2 seconds, and I wish I could have saved her. Oh well, let's move on, type of thing. So that I think that's why I've ranked it a little bit lower than it could have been. Um, I do love the fact that Tony, this is what put it up for me. Tony getting closure with his father was my favorite portion of the entire movie. I felt like he really, I think his death was easier to handle knowing he finally got the closure that he needed for years. So the fact that he got to like have that last moment was really, and that puts the emotion part at a 10. I think that scene was really necessary to really bring his character to a close, because that was one of the main spots of his, of who he was and how he developed because of, dealing with his relationship with his dad and then his parents passing away before he could really tell them that he cared. So, the hug, it was great. America's ass, love that line, great line. But yeah, so I gave it, where did it go? Sorry, I can't find it. Oh, Endgame, 38 out of 40. So risk 10, action 10, emotion 10. Story was only an 8 because like I said, like Skylar said, time travel is not really a genre that I've been interested in. Done.
Okay, so I'm in the same vein as Matt for my number 5. No, 4. 4 or 5.
It's we're on 5.
We're on 5. Yeah, sorry, I forgot I switched Thor and okay. My number 4 or 5, sorry, is Captain America: Civil War. I think in the grand scheme of things, I do think that there's so much emotion in it, but in terms of like the movie and everything like coming together, I just think it could have been a little bit more neater. We can get into that later. So that's my number 5. Or I can get it to now. The reason why I said it was the reason why I said it was 5 was
no, that Skylar's elbow was popping out, and I really thought it was his ass for a second. And I was like, is his ass on the camera right now?
Yeah, I just think 5. I think Captain America 3 is the least. No, it's the second strongest.
Jake's gonna yell his stuff from the bed.
Okay. I love that. Go ahead. I was just stalling so that Jake could say their number.
Oh my god, sorry.
Number 4.
No, it's okay. He works at 7 a.m., so he's just getting a little exhausted.
Yeah.
Do you just? I mean, we're at 5. You just want to skip yours, and I can just text them later to everybody. Okay, I think it's your turn. 5 is Black Panther for him.
I didn't mean to commit this atrocity. I didn't want to be the first one to say it, but it is.
You are the first one to say Black Panther.
I don't agree, but we'll get into that later.
Well, it's just in terms of risk. I didn't know if there was a lot of risk. So it's action 10, story 10, emotion 10, but risk is 8.
Michael B. Jordan's character wanted to sell weapons of mass destruction to third world countries to start wars all over the world and then take over the world.
But was it ever specifically explained that he wanted to take
Did he?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was explained. He was like, I'm tired of black folks struggling. Why does Wakanda have all these
Even
resources?
though he had several points. He was making.
Yeah, no, that's why my. Oh, we'll get into
We'll
that.
get into it
But that's
later.
why Killmonger is such a.
And he's fine. Oh my gosh, fine.
But yeah, that's his score.
Okay. What about you, Skyler?
He says I'm drunk and sad. All right, so my number 5 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. And the reason why it's so much higher than the first one is, and we can unpack it later, but I think at its core, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is like the MCU's version of X-Men when it comes to family, I think. Because I don't think the Avengers are family. I think the Guardians are very close and tight, and I think they are becoming a family. And anyway, long story short, I think that Volume 2 shows their dynamic a lot better than the first one, because when you really think about it, you really only got huge development on Peter, and that's it. You saw bits and pieces of like Gamora and her relationship with Nebula. You saw bits and pieces of Groot's and Rocket's relationship and everything, but like you really understood where all these characters are coming from and how they met in the second one. You saw Nebula and Gamora's relationship really come to its head in this one, which I enjoy. I love their relationship. And also I love Peter's dad, him finding his dad and then the dad ending up being this like maniac. I just really love it. Plus the music and score. Yes, the score is amazing also in the first one, but I think the second one is also, it's just, I don't know, it's so good. But anyway, it's 40 out of 40. This is my first perfect score. So anything from now on is a 40 out of 40. So yeah, anyway, so now we're to our top four.
Number 4. Okay, so my number 4 is Black Panther. I love this movie. I gave it a 35. Action 9. Story 10. Risk was an 8. Y'all changed my mind. It's a 9 now. Emotion 7. I think this movie is like probably the most amazing
Emotion 7. I'm sorry, just
like atmosphere building. Like it made Wakanda into the phenomenon that it is. Like they're literally building a fake Wakanda at like one of the Disney Worlds or Disneylands. Like it's insane. People literally think it's a real country. It's insane. It's wild. I love that this is the first movie really that kind of created a whole society, which I think is so cool. And they're literally making a series about it now. I think that's so amazing. I wish we could get like more of these world building things. I think they're so interesting. And all of the like female power representation in this movie is absolutely wild from all the characters they have. And I love this movie. It's awesome. So yeah, it's my number 4.
Wow.
I will unpack it later.
Emotion 7. Anyways,
and Josie's face when he said emotion 7, it was like, okay, my 4th, and yes, it is biased. And I could probably make it lower than some of these movies, but I won't because Bucky Barnes, let me tell you something about Captain America Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes, yes, it is.
Okay, period.
I am obsessed with this movie. The scene alone where he's about to kill Captain America. Captain America's laying on the glass that's about to break, and he's like, I don't care what you do to me. I would never hurt you. You're my best friend. You can see his eyes. He's starting to remember, but he doesn't understand. It's like this whole mind fuck. And then he falls from the glass, and then Bucky, of all people, is the person to drag him out of the water and like essentially saved his life after trying to kill him for the whole movie because that was his orders. It was also one of my favorite action sequences with Black Widow when they that first reveal of him of the mask falling off of his face and he turns around and then it's like, whoa, it's Bucky. Wow. Yeah. So 38.5, yes. So emotion 10 because it was the whole thing was emotional and it carried on into Civil War just how strong of a connection they had from childhood to like now and figuring out he's still alive and great, amazing, chef's kiss. Action, I gave it a 9. I don't remember why.
Could be even a 10.
Oh, it's a 10. It's a 10. It's a 10. Why am I lying? Story 10. Like I said, like the foundation of their friendship literally like starts so much shit just between all of the Avengers because Captain America every time will choose Bucky over anybody and it's made very clear. Story 10 and then risks 8.5. It could probably be higher because Captain America has risked a lot for Bucky Barnes. But I think compared to my top 3,
don't forget the Hydra. This was when they were like,
yeah. So this is like this is this is when everything just goes to shit. That scene, was this movie with the scene in the elevator?
Yes.
Oh, see, this could honestly be higher now. But I just when I look at what I have
higher.
when I look at what
literally dismantles and everything.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna switch it.
As you should. As you should.
It's 3, and then I'll do my 4th in the next round just so I don't take up too much time. Okay. So Winter Soldier is 3, and it'll be a 39. Yes.
Period.
Yes.
All right, friends. My number 4 after switching around. Actually, wow. I might switch. Okay. Let's okay. I'll impact it a bit. I'm really, I'm just gonna put Captain America higher again. So I'm just like in conflict between Endgame and Infinity War. At first, I had Infinity War above Endgame because I feel like Endgame, the story itself, I don't feel like it's a story. I feel like it's an aftermath, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like the story was Infinity War with everything that happened. And Endgame was just like, okay, this is what happened 5 years later. Let's solve the story that you know what? Endgame is going to be my 4th one. I've made it as I was talking. Yeah, Endgame is kind of like the aftermath. The only good, like, superior thing Endgame has is that battle scene.
When all the women just like walk up together, I'm like,
orgasmic.
Wow.
Like, it literally, Endgame, if it didn't have that level of ending fight scene, it could debatably be lower. I just think that fight scene, I think losing Black Widow, I cried my eyes out, and they treated her death like nothing. It was disgusting.
And it needs to be said.
I was shaking. I was crying in the theater.
Honestly,
and it felt like I was the only one.
I think they tried their best. I think it's just because the death happened like in the middle of the movie. And I think they did the best they could, but
I gave a big funeral for Iron Man and nothing.
I agree. It should have been bigger. But
I also think it's because they knew the movie was coming out already that they were like, we're about to show her again anyway. But still,
my issue with that is like, is Black Widow alive? Because if Black Widow doesn't become alive after this, then what's the point of having her own movie?
I think the movie is her backstory.
Yeah,
what's how she became Black Widow.
But my thing is like, what's the point of having her backstory when we were, she's dead? It adds really no value. They should have done it before Endgame.
People were writing for her to have a movie.
The post-credit scene. Soulstone.
Wait, what? You froze that whole time.
All we heard was the end credit scene.
And then Soulstone.
I have a theory.
Okay.
The Black Widow post-credit scene will be Black Widow and Gamora alive in the Soul Stone.
Perhaps.
We need to unpack that later. I'm sorry, I have
You
to
keep
like
saying this. This is gonna be like an 8-hour stream.
well, it's an 8-hour podcast episode, as it should be.
Period. I would do that.
You could do a lot of cleaning during this podcast. All right, so who's next? Is it
It's
Jake?
Jake.
Jake,
Yeah.
baby. Number 4. Captain America Winter Soldier, final score
Exactly.
39.
I had it at 4, and then I
39
switched
out
it
of
to
40.
2.
I switched it to 3 from 4.
Everything was at 10 except for Risk. Again, I don't know how because this was Hydra.
This is when Hydra's like, this is the big reveal.
Dismantled and everything.
It's so, I'm literally, when we get done, I'm about to watch it. And then go to work with no sleep.
Okay, so my number 4 with the 40 out of 40, again, everything after this is a perfect score, is the first Avengers. And I will say, I think this is so high because of nostalgia. I'll fully put that out there. But you guys, like, you have to how do you guys not jump and scream when you see them all
The
meet
circle,
in the middle,
the
and then
circle
that
scene.
camera goes around and you're like, oh my God, this is happening. Wow, and like all the interactions and in the beginning when it was like Thor versus Iron Man and then Captain America came, like I don't know, it's hype level at its height because this is literally what all phase 1 was building to, and it's amazing, and Risk, I mean, literally aliens were coming down ready to take all of Earth, that if you think about it, this was like Thanos' first plan because he was using Loki to like take over this Earth and everything. So like I don't know, 40 out of 40, no apologies. Anyway,
Final 3, baby.
Final 3.
final 3. And the gag is I can't remember like what was all said like fully. Like I know like
It's
you know
the
what I mean.
Big Brother finale.
First of all, this could have been
So-
a game. I just want like the length of it. Like isn't
my
that
God.
crazy? But
It's giving
anyway,
me Stan Brother. Anyways.
I've enjoyed it though.
Don't
I've
This
enjoyed
is-
it.
don't put that on
This
me.
is the secret. This is
So drunk.
secret Matt's over the top season 16. Anyways, my number 3. I feel like everybody has not realized I have said this movie. I love this movie. My number 3 is Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yep.
It is number 3.
3? Ooh.
Interesting.
It is number 3. 4 and 5 are all in the same thingy. Action 9. It's amazing. Is Jake gone, or are we still waiting for him? Or
Oh no, Jake's in the back. He's listening. Do you want
okay. Hello, Jake.
He can hear
Action 9. Story 8. Risk 7. Emotion 8. I love it. Heist movie. Ghost. Luis. The White People. Paul Rudd. Jim Van Dyne. Hank the Mom. Quantum Realm. Yes. Number 3. Total 32. That's it.
The end credit scene of him saying hello. Why isn't anyone bringing me back from the quantum
The
realm? And
end-
all you see
Yes.
is
Credit
dust
scene where they all
Yeah.
go
trickling
down.
down.
That poor Janet, she just got out.
She just got there and then
And
she got
now,
blipped. She's
like-
living a hard life.
Poor Janet.
Okay. So this is obviously my number 4 since I switched Winter Soldier to number 3, and it's Civil War. For me, I always forget this is a Captain America movie. It feels like one of the Avengers movies. I always include it in the
Agreed.
Avengers. But I will say Iron Man, he made a little when that lady shows the picture and says you killed him in Sokovia, I was like, oh my God.
Oh
She
my God.
shows the picture of the little boy. My favorite Black Widow action sequence is the beginning of that movie where she shows up on the motorcycle, throws it, knocks someone over, grabs them. My
Oh
favorite,
yeah,
my favorite Black
Yeah.
Widow action sequence. The whole Accords thing, it's like that could be real life. Like, government versus anti-government and the whole thing. I will say I was Team Iron Man simply because I feel like Captain America's decision was slightly biased. Had Bucky not been the reason of the Accords, would he still decide that way? That
For
could be
Bucky.
debated. That could be debated. Every single one of his emotions in that movie was led by Bucky.
Because
Was
Bucky
it ever a rationally thought out decision, or was it save my best friend over everything? Can you honestly say all the
I think it
decisions
was
in that
still
movie
rational.
was thought out and rational?
I think it was still rational. That's why he had so much support on the other side. But I think because not
And his
everyone
support
on
was
that,
from his besties.
but that's just Captain America too. You got to think there was other people on that side. You
Yeah,
know,
but when you think
Scarlet
about it,
switched.
Black Widow in the beginning, someone who was close to him, did fall on Team Iron Man.
that's
But
true.
The only
then-
reason Ant-Man was on his side was because of his connection to Falcon from the first Ant-Man movie.
Mhm.
But Scarlet switched. Okay, we'll unpack it later. Whatever.
The only reason Black Panther was on his side is because Black Panther had the vendetta, which was obviously a rightful vendetta of his father being killed. So, oh wait, no,
I
said
was
that
gonna say
wrong.
Black Panther was
I'm
on
a little
Iron
drunk.
Man's side.
I'm trying to think. Team Iron Man. No, I'm talking about Captain America.
But
But anyway,
Scarlet
the
Witch.
reason why it's top 3 and not higher is because for it to be a Captain America movie, I swear it's an Avengers movie.
No, it's true. It's because the studio wanted another Avengers movie.
And I think the scene of
It actually happened because Batman versus Superman got greenlighted, and Kevin Feige was all like, "Fuck DC," and he greenlit it. The Russo brothers confirmed that.
I remember seeing it in the movie when
Interesting.
Iron Man finds out that Bucky Barnes killed his parents
No, it's true.
and went off on one.
It's true.
When he said, "Put that shield down. That was my father's shield." Oh, like the
No, it's
shield
true.
dropping. Woo! Wow. Great.
True.
Great. What did I put? Hold on. Sorry. Civil War. Okay, it was a 39, but it's bumped to a 38.5 for reasons. But anyway, so story 10, action 10, emotion 10, and for risks, I will put 8.5 because I think some of the risks in the other movies were a little bit greater. I think this was more of a battle of should I sign the accords or should I not, where in the other ones it was like the world's about to explode, we gotta go do something.
That's true.
Okay, geez. Okay, so my number 3 is Endgame. I switched it. Yeah. I put Endgame, or no, I lied. Sorry, it was. I'm such a mess. So 4 was Endgame. 3 was Infinity War. I just feel like there was so much more story in Infinity War. There was so much more emotion in terms of everyone just dying or vanishing, the vanished. So much emotion. And it was like everyone coming in together, the stories, the different and by stories, like I claimed before, I don't like the mess of everything, but because it was so well organized, it wasn't messy to me. Okay, that's it.
Jake, what was your number 3? Infinity War was his number 3.
Haste.
That was his first perfect score. So it was 40 out of 40.
Mm.
All right, so mine is Civil War, as it should be. I think it's 40 out of 40, of course. And I will say, the risks, yeah, they weren't like save the world like level, but when you think about it, the risks like within this story is like, are the Avengers going to be the same after this? And if so, are they going to be able to save the world after this? You know what I'm saying? In a way, if you kind of phrase it like that, the risks are really high. You know, and there were long-term effects. And I loved how they didn't resolve it like in the end. Like they still went their separate ways, and you kind of saw the ripple effects in the next Avengers.
Infinity War.
I loved that. 40 out of 40. Yeah, my only negative, which is kind of shocking because it's number 3, but if you know the comics, it's a lot grander, the Civil War, and a lot of people die. Obviously, I know they can't kill off 10 different people because there's only so many at this point, but I don't know who. I'm not a writer, so I wouldn't choose. But I wish maybe someone would have died just so the stakes could have been raised a little bit higher. But other than that, though, it's 40 out of 40 for me. It's a good film.
Top 2.
Top 2.
Ooh. Yeah.
My number two is Avengers Infinity War. Action 10. Story 10. Risk 9.5. And I will explain why. Action 10. 39.5. And let's not beat around the bush. My top 2 are Infinity War and Endgame. I'll kind of combine them. So the reason Infinity War is 39.5 is because only half the world is at risk. Only half. In Endgame, yes, there's the emotional despair of having to bring everybody back. But then in the last hour, Thanos is like, I'm going to kill everybody. So everybody is at risk. Therefore, the 0.5 takes the lead. But I also do think from a story standpoint, Infinity War, yes, it's a little more neat and it's like iconic and everything, but Endgame has a pretty good send-off for Tony, a decent one for Captain America, an okay one for Black Widow, but they're the end of the threads for those 3 characters, and there's everything with the Hulk and all the other things, blah, 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 blah. We'll get into it later. Those are my reasons for, I guess I kind of combine them. Yeah, I don't have to, but those are my like differences between 1 and 2.
Interesting. All right, China.
Okay. Now these both are perfect scores. My top 2.
Okay.
So they can be interchangeable. So I'm gonna start Black Panther. Just the impact that let's just start off on the impact, child. You had people bringing plates. You had people going to the movie theater in dashikis. They had grills in there. They was grilling shit in there. Oh my god. I don't know. Chadwick Boseman, R.I.P. Just legend. The way he just does Black cinematography. Not just Black Panther, but the Jackie Robinson biopic. Like he for just pioneer for making Black culture mainstream for actors. We're not gonna get there's other stuff, but like acting wise. And the best part about this movie is that it really highlighted darker skinned Black people. Like this to its core, just the representation. Not only did it show strong Black, the women clearly could hold their own. The most intelligent woman, they said, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, that little girl. I'm far past the point of remembering people's names, but his little sister, smartest yes, just the smartest person just ever. Like
who I hope is the new Black Panther, by the way.
The storyline, 10 out of 10. When you talk about cinematography, the colors, not just the pieces, just the culture that they created in this country that's not even real, but so eloquently shows people what Black culture really is. The fact that it just goes into the fact that he's realizing his dad is not the person he thinks he is. The fact that the villain's not even a villain because he has points, like he's making points. Michael B. Jordan as an anti-hero, one
iconic.
Of the best, just blows Loki out of the water, and Loki had 10 years to develop a character.
I know that's right.
In these 2 and some change hours, when Michael B. Jordan is sitting on that sunset and they try to arrest him and he says, "Kill me, because my ancestors knew when they were taken on ships, it is better to die free than be enslaved." Genius writing.
Levitation.
Just genius. Just the little bits and pieces showing their characters by Chadwick Boseman's character choosing the necklace that was less gaudy because it's about wow.
How many nuances?
A cinematic masterpiece. On top of the impact that it had, representation matters.
It's
Done.
true.
Jenna, do you want to do your number one since Matt already did their number one too?
Oh, you did?
Well, Matt said Endgame and Infinity War.
Well, we know which one is my number one. Thor Ragnarok. Just the impact that movie had on me. It was like, because obviously, like Jake's more of a comedy girl. I'm more of a comedy girl. I also feel like because Mark Ruffalo didn't have his moment as the Hulk, this was also his opportunity to develop his character more outside of like the Avengers, dealing with the fact that he's having problems changing from Hulk to human, dealing with that. I think this movie for Thor was huge in his character development because the hammer was really a crutch for him. So him not having the hammer and having to navigate the true essence of what his power really is in this movie, amazing. Seeing how Loki and Thor's relationship finally comes full circle and they come to this point of finally trusting each other again and ready to develop a new relationship. I think the Valkyrie, strong Black woman, exactly. Period. That's all I have to say.
Bisexual as well.
Ween. And I love obviously Thor and the Hulk, I just like them the most. I'm just from a kid, they were just the ones that I was attached to the most. And the comedy aspect for me, I think really humanizes both of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
I think Thor finally had a little more personality for once.
Yeah, he wasn't some bland sandpaper. Anyways.
Odin's death was so necessary for these characters. I think they held on to their dad way too much. The introduction, the showing who the dad really was to his core. Mm-hmm. When she takes those knives, throws it into the ceiling, and says, proud that he has it, ashamed of how he got it, just showing imperialism and like taking over these other countries and like showing a side of Odin that, you know, because everyone has this perfect image of their parents, and then all of a sudden the mirage is just shattered and he has to really I love this movie.
As you should.
Story 10. This whole time you think, like, I'm not Jake, I don't know the mythology stuff. You think in the end you expect him to save Asgard. The fact that he allows it to get blown up and he has to now bring his people to a new place, and the introduction of, Thanos eventually taking over the ship, but oh well. But like, I didn't expect that he would just be like, all right, planets gotta go. Let's get these people on board. Like, I just never thought that was the end result. That was shocking. Hela, first main female villain that we've really had. And that role was played perfectly to a T.
Love Kate Blanchett.
Those are my top 2 movies.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about that. Just amazing.
That's all I'll say for
40
that.
out of 40. Yeah, after my long thing, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my top 2 are Captain America, Winter Soldier is number 2. Yeah, it was number 4, and I just like it a lot better than the other one. So I just said, F the scoreboard. Let me put it number 2 where it rightly deserves to be. I just think the relationship with Captain America and Bucky is so iconic, and the internal struggle, the fight scene, the elevator scene, like there's just so much good about the movie that we've already touched on, but like, oh my god, I just don't want to take too much time because I know Jake has to sleep, so we'll talk about it later. And then my number 1 is Black Panther. I had a music and movies project where I had to study the soundtrack of Black Panther. It was one of the choices we had, and I watched that movie 20 times for that project, and I can still sit there and watch Black Panther again. Killmonger and Killmonger and Black Panther are like mirrors of the struggle that Black people face on a daily basis. One is like, why don't we just give? The other person is like, no, we should just take. Like, it's just so. It's just the perfect emotional movie. And in terms of like, and I think that the reason why it's so high for me in China is because we're, Black folk. So the emotional level is like to its extreme for us. And then the storytelling is so beautiful. The risk, it's like the risk itself is so different for me in this movie than other movies, but we'll talk about that later. It's a 10. And then I don't know what the last point is. I'm blanking. Emotion, action, iconic. Anyways, next.
Jake, what are your top two? Yeah, we're doing that. So, can y'all hear him? Or do you need
I
me
heard
to-
Guardians of the Galaxy.
It's Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 2 at
Yeah.
number 2 with a perfect score.
It made me cry.
It made him cry. Yondu's death, which I also forgot to talk about, really got me.
No.
hmm
My number one is Endgame.
Endgame is his number
I
one.
saw 3 separate times.
He sobbed 3 separate times.
True.
40 out of 40. There you go. All right.
Good
my-
night, Jake.
9. All right. So my number 2 is Black Panther. As a movie by itself, it's amazing. It's just a good movie. However, what it stands for is even better. And I remember watching it, like, obviously I'm white and Asian. There's no Black in me, obviously. I got nothing in me like that. But I knew when I was seeing the trailer, I was like, this movie's gonna be important. But I didn't realize like the actual impact that this was gonna have to the Black community until I remember sitting with my mom's boyfriend's family. He's Black, and it was like this big, like almost like Easter brunch. It wasn't Easter, but it was like kind of like that. And I remember like all the little kids roaming around, and they had like Black Panther merch. They were, one of them was Black Panther, one of them was killed. Like it was just like I saw, like within just that small little household, how much it affected them. You know what I'm saying? And I just saw that and I was like, this is a good movie. And it's a movie that someone who is white and who isn't Black can watch and also still see how important this is. And I loved the fact, like Josanne said, how it was basically two sides of the same story. I loved that. And I liked how Marvel was, I think so many times that movies are so afraid to show that, like, I don't want to say bad side, because it's the same side, it's just a different point of view. But so many times people are like, writers and directors are so afraid to show it because it tends to be negative for a white audience. You know what I'm saying? But Marvel wasn't afraid to show it, and I loved that. And I even sympathized with Killmonger. I was like, I get it. Kind of like Ghost, obviously not the same kind of emotion behind it, but still, I was like, I get where he's coming from. I get what he's saying. And like, I don't know. It's such a good movie. And it's a movie that I can't wait to show my sister when she's older. And it's just like, I don't know. I'm just really, I can't. But anyway, number 1 is Captain America Winter Soldier. 40 out of 40. This is just so good. It's my favorite movie. I remember telling Jake when we were doing the rewatch, I said, I cannot wait for you to watch this masterpiece of a movie. Big Bucky fan over here. Anything with Bucky, I love. I don't want to get like too graphic because I'm like trying to be a good Christian, but he could do so many things with me with that metal arm. You guys have no idea.
Exactly. And you should say it. And you should say it.
But like not throw Bucky aside with like how hot he is and stuff. Like just this is my favorite Black Widow.
You could throw me aside.
Like I love Black Widow in this. I don't know why I think she somehow was important to this story. I think this one and Civil War are my favorite Black Widow like incarnations. I loved I also, this might be controversial with y'all because I know y'all haven't brought it up, but I ship Bucky and Steve a little bit.
I ship Falcon and Bucky.
Well, I listen, that's a new development for me.
They're
But
canon.
but I, for the longest time, I just thought there was so much like sexual chemistry with Steve and Bucky. And their relationship obviously was at the forefront. And y'all, when this scene, and I don't think you guys talked about it, but it's iconic when they're on the rooftop and Steve throws the shield and literally it just cuts to Bucky or Winter Soldier just grabbing it. And I'm like, oh my God, like that's because that was the first time we ever saw someone like do that with the shield. And I'm like, wait a minute, like hold on, what's going on?
He knows what this is.
And I knew it was gonna be Bucky, but I never forget when he took the mask off, because Jake had no idea Bucky survived. And Jake was gagged. I forgot like how that felt, not knowing, because Jake was like, oh my God. Like, but anyway, I love it. It's a good movie. It's my favorite. That, Black Panther and Civil War, they always switch. I think it just depends on where I'm at in life. But yeah, anyway, 40 out of 40.
So good. I agree. You know, Winter Soldier and Black Panther, so good.
And Shield, Shield, like literally dismantling and literally getting corrupted. And it's revealed that not only is it happening in this movie, but it's been happening for years. And years and years and years. And like they had no idea. Like, I don't know. It's so good.
That elevator scene is my favorite Captain America action sequence.
As it should.
It's probably my favorite action sequence, period.
As it should. And then I loved it when they redid it in was it Endgame? Well, they didn't like redo it, but like he was in the elevator and he was like Hell Hydra.
Yeah.
So like and I just thought that was funny too. But
yeah, Endgame has so many good callbacks. It's true.
No, okay, I wanted to explain why I put Endgame in it. I don't want to say low because it's top 9.
Yeah.
But the reason why is it's because like, of course it's gonna be amazing because it's like these, the Endgame has this big fight where it's literally every single established character pretty much that's alive right now versus Thanos and his army. Like, of course that's gonna be iconic. But I feel like with those movies, it's everything's leading up to that fight. You know what I'm saying? Like with all the other stories before it, after it, like Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy, to Civil War, whatever, they have their side stories, but they're good side stories. And I just think they're a little bit better. That's the only reason why, if it was just for entertainment and nostalgia and just like lead up and build up, they would be number 1 and number 2. But I was just trying to be a little bit like when you step back and say like, okay, is this movie leading up to this big thing? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's not a good standalone, which is fine. It's not supposed to be. It's an Avengers movie. But I just love a good side story as well. But that's my explanation. But that was fun. I'm sorry.
I stand by everything Yeah, that was fun. I liked that a lot.
I was also thinking halfway through, one day we need to rank the superheroes themselves.
Oh,
that would be interesting.
There's so many to. Oh wow,
that would be a completely different story.
That would be a mess. That would be a hot ass mess.
Hey, if y'all are down for it, I am too.
I have a slight bias towards Okoye. So she gonna be high. She don't got no powers. And that's fine.
She can fight.
She'll be top 5. She will be top 5. And I'm gonna have people fighting because Wanda will not be in my top 5. And that's fine.
Oh, I don't know what he's doing, but I think he's waving.
Oh, bye. Good night. Bye, Jake. I said bye like he's leaving.
Good night, Jake.
Oh, okay. Well, Eric's still on. Thank you, Eric, for still watching. Yeah, wait.
Wanda. You know what, China?
Go watch. Wait a minute.
He would be in top 10 solely based on the fact that I'm very well aware that she's the most powerful superhero.
But you didn't watch WandaVision.
No, I haven't. I've never had that attachment to Scarlet Witch that everybody else has had. I've just never.
Well, that's your.
Watch WandaVision.
Watch WandaVision.
Like Bucky
think-
Barnes is not the strongest, and he shouldn't be in the top. But I love him, so I don't care.
No,
Yeah, it's
same.
not based off strongest. We would. I mean, I think
Is
it would.
it, oh yeah, what are we basing it off of?
Oh,
Are we
just
doing a point
opinion.
system. Okay,
Just opinion. No point system. Just like, I mean, heck, Mantis can be in top 10. I don't care.
Because what's her face would be really high.
Who?
The Guardians of the Galaxy, not Gamora, the other one.
Nebula?
No,
Mantis?
yeah, Mantis.
Nebula.
I was about
Yeah,
to say Glamour. I was like, who is Glamour?
No, Mantis is so funny. She gets me going every time.
She would be.
I love man.
Quill would be bottom of the barrel, last place. I do not like Peter Quill.
Can I ask you a question? Is that, and it's fine if it is, but is that because it's Chris Pratt or you just don't like Peter?
Before I even knew about Chris Pratt being problematic, Peter
Wait,
Quill
Chris-
never did it.
Chris
for me.
Pratt is problematic.
Oh, we'll get
Yeah,
into. We can
a
get
little.
into that.
We can
Oh,
unpack
very
that.
much. A lot of it. A lot of it.
You know
You're
what?
not, you
movie-
won't be ready. You
Yeah,
won't.
he's my least favorite Chris for a reason.
Um,
Oh no.
who else would be unpopular for me that would be high?
For others,
That's what I meant.
Iron Man, perhaps for me.
Iron Man would be very low.
Captain America won't be as high for me
He
as for
won't
a lot
for
of
me
other
either.
people.
I was
I
gonna
would
say,
rank him high.
as shocking as it is, because like I said, I have all the Captain America movies, I think, in my top 12, I think. But him as a character would be pretty low.
He's very bland.
Well, he's very just like, I'm
I'm a goody two shoes.
a goody two shoe who loves America, which is fine, but whatever.
I can't love someone who loves America. Let me stop. That was a joke. But
I
yeah,
said it earlier. It's fine.
Captain America would be low. Iron Man Iron Man would be higher than Captain America, but he would still be low.
Can I just say I love how Austin never shut up.
Yeah,
He
Was Austin
never.
supposed
I don't
to?
know about y'all, but like,
he was
Black
supposed-
Widow and Hawkeye, I do not care.
Hawkeye
for
would be
that much
right next to
at
Peter
all.
Black
Quill.
Widow. I
Black
get
Widow is
Hawkeye,
up there
but
for me.
The reason I would put her higher is to have no powers and still be able to be on the same level as these other people. I have to give her props.
plus her story. There's like, okay, I don't. Which one was it where she talks about her being like she can't have babies?
Infinity War, I believe.
That
Yeah, I
I
forget.
like-
Or was that? Are you sure
It
that
was-
wasn't Winter Soldier?
Ultron.
No, because she
right?
was talking to
oh, she was
Mark
talking to
Ruffalo.
Hawkeye, right? Or no,
she
she's
was
talking to
Mark
Bruce
Ruffalo.
Banner.
No, that's
Yeah.
no, that's the scene where they find out about the babies, like the other Avengers, like Hawkeye has a family, and
Yeah,
then
so
they're
that
like
was-
up there, and then she's talking to Mark Ruffalo, who was her like love interest, which I was not a fan of. Thumbs down, and I'm pretty sure that was Infinity.
I think it was Infinity War.
I could have sworn it was earlier. I don't know.
I-
why.
Oh,
See,
wait,
I,
no,
rem-
I think
I remember
actually-
they did
actually
that
it's
little
earlier.
flashback scene of her like running out of the little room. Or was that in
I
my
think-
mind?
Wait, I think it is earlier, but where?
It is earlier. It's before Mark Ruffalo lost his powers ish.
Let me.
So like before.
So is it-
If
I-
you like,
What's
if you
What's
like gave
Ragnarok?
us a list of
What scene are you
heroes to
talking
rank,
about?
we could definitely.
We're
do
talking about the
like a
scene
video.
where Black Widow basically tells Mark or Bruce that she can't have kids,
I'll figure it out.
That was
Hold on.
Age of Ultron.
and how that makes her feel less of a woman.
That was Age of Ultron.
Okay, I thought it was because I was like,
Ultron.
well, last time we saw Hulk before Ragnarok was Age of Ultron,
So perhaps you're right.
so it had to be Age of Ultron.
It was
I think it
before
was.
Ragnarok.
But like,
Yeah.
I don't like. There's some,
Because that was a scene that Joss Whedon wrote, and everyone was like, Joss Whedon is disgusting.
but like, I liked it. Like, I liked. First of all, I think, and obviously, I'm not a woman, so like, I'm not gonna like. I don't want to comment too much, but like, I think women who can't have kids, so many of them feel that way, where they do feel less of a woman because that as a society, we're always told that women have to have kids, and when you can't do that, then obviously most people are going to feel some type of weak. And it's like, and Black Widow this whole time before this has been portrayed so strong, so level-headed, so independent. So to see that, like, I don't know, I like Black Widow a lot, especially for someone who doesn't have, like China said, doesn't have a lot of powers, or has no powers. But she's like literally up there in the ring with all these people. Like, I don't know, I love her so much. And that's why I'm so excited It comes
We
it
should
comes out
do.
on my
We should, we
birthday.
should do that. We should like rank the characters. That would be fun.
Let's do it.
If you like gave us like a list, obviously it's not going to be too long, so we're not here for another 80 hours.
Well,
but
and we got
like a good 20.
Mhm.
We obviously wouldn't do like every single character that's walked on screen.
Yeah.
But I think anybody that's been in some type of like costume,
Significant
or, like,
role.
some type of superhero costume, I think.
Yeah.
So like like Pepper would count, but like Jane wouldn't, if that makes sense. So even though Miss Jane is about to become Thor.
Yep, I can't wait. Natalie Portman, Chef's Kiss.
No, I love her. And I think they've done
That movie's gonna be amazing.
Before we go, what are we like most excited about in the future? Like what's coming up?
I would say
Oh my god,
show.
I am excited. I think Doctor Strange 2 and the Young Avengers are like maybe two most anticipated things.
I think the two that I'm looking most forward to, I'm gonna say Doctor Strange 2 because of the multiverse, and I'm excited. If that cartoon with the Avengers, I forget what it is, but like the one where they switch things so Captain America is actually a woman.
What if?
And like, what if that has to do with the multiverse? I will be really excited for that.
Oh, interesting. I haven't thought about that.
I thought about it because I was like, parallel stuff anyways. And I'm interested to see how they will bring X-Men into the MCU, especially since I've seen none of the movies.
I think there's 3 that I'm most excited for.
And Loki.
Oh, and Loki. Oh. I'm excited very soon, but I'm very excited for the Falcon and the Winter Soldier to complete. Because I will say again, I'm not a Black person, but I think this will be as important as Black Panther was in some level of, at least from what we're seeing.
Family values and stuff, yeah.
Like and I think I don't know if they're trying to tell this story, but I think based off what I'm getting from, but I think a lot of what has to do with Sam not wanting to become the new Captain America is because of his skin color, and I'm excited to see that. Like, are you guys picking up on that, or is it just me?
Yeah, I also think it has to do with like the whole family thing, because in the first episode they mentioned like they didn't even know who our dad was, and he was like this. I'm really excited to hear about who the dad was. They made it seem like he had this huge impact on something and no one even knew about it. So I want to know if that has also an impact on not Anthony Mackie, on Falcon.
Yeah. I'm excited for that to end, because I think it's like, and I love WandaVision for what it is, obviously, but this seems very like on brand, but at the same time not on brand for Marvel, if that makes sense. But anyway, I'm excited for that to end, and then I'm very excited for both the multiverse movie, so Doctor Strange and not Far From Home, No Way Home.
Yeah.
Because I think, especially No Way Home, I think that's literally gonna break the conversation a little bit, especially if the rumors are true, and I think they're 100% true, and I think Toby and Andrew will appear, and I think that's going to be so exciting, because it's already confirmed that Dr. Ock from Spider-Man 2 and Jamie Foxx as what's his Elektra?
The Iceman. I just remember he had a blue face.
Yeah.
Blue face, baby.
Electro.
Electro, yes.
Also, there are so many people saying that Charlie Cox, who plays Daredevil in the Daredevil show, is supposed to be in the movie.
No, I heard that.
It's not like 100% confirmed, but there are a lot of like very reliable sources saying that that's happening.
And there's also a rumor that Kristen Dust, who was the MJ in the original trilogy, and Emma Stone will appear as well.
Mhm.
Like it's literally gonna be like chaotic, but I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited.
I think it
for
might be Doctor Strange chaotic, not like messy.
Oh yeah, no, I think I trust
Hopefully.
Marvel. I think Marvel's so far into it now that I think they can handle some like a really chaotic storyline.
Or
That's
like in the rhythm of things, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this isn't really MCU related, but anyone who knows me knows when we Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, that's my shit.
It's
So
so
the second
good.
movie is coming, and I cannot
When is
wait
it coming out?
because it's supposed to be next year.
Oh, okay.
And Miles Morales is my favorite Spider-Man, and I'll say it.
He's coming too.
yet to
Let's
watch
not forget that they remember.
Josie, you need to watch this.
You haven't seen Into the Spider-Verse?
I was
It's
supposed to like 3 weeks ago, but
Oh, it's so
so it's the best Spider-Man. I don't care. I'll say it. It's the best Spider-Man. It has like 80 Spider-Mans in it.
That's true.
okay. I need to watch the
good.
old Spider-Mans and then I have to watch Into the Spider-Man.
And he's black.
Good luck for
A black
Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man. It's an Afro-Latino Spider-Man.
Oh,
Amazing.
kind of iconic.
And his
Oh,
dad's a cop, so it's like this whole thing.
His dad's a cop.
And the uncle,
Not the Latoya
and you don't know about
tease.
Uncle Ben, but I feel like when you see Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse,
Not Latoya.
Not the Latoya.
tease. Anyways.
We went this long without a Big Brother Canada reference, and then here we go.
he
No.
literally wears Air Forces with his Spider-Man suit. Not Air Forces, he wears Jordan 1s with his Spider-Man suit. It's
Okay,
so
that's
good.
Iconic. That's iconic. That's true.
When he spray paints it. Oh my god. Anyway, watch
Okay, I'll message you once I watch it.
watch Spider-Man
Because it's on Netflix, so
It is.
At least Netflix.
Oh, it is on
Canada.
Netflix. Yeah, I might
And
rewatch
the
it.
soundtrack is great. But yeah,
I'm gonna watch that right after this call ends.
right after this call ends, I'm watching Winter Soldier.
I think I'm gonna watch Winter Soldier too. I think.
I was
think I might do
debating
Winter
watching
Soldier.
Iron Man 1.
Oh, not the Iron Man one.
Do this
I'm not
Iron Man 1 praise.
I'm not watching those.
No, because no, y'all, literally for anybody, if there's anybody still watching,
There's
to
two
start
people.
my MCU rewatch for like the past like 2 months, and I've been waiting, and I was gonna do it after Black Widow because like we had WandaVision back to back with Falcon Winter Soldier, and then
Mhm.
right after was gonna be Black Widow, and right after was gonna be Loki.
Loki.
But then they pushed Loki and Black Widow, so now there's like a gap there. So now my MCU rewatch is gonna be
You
right
have
after Falcon
time.
and Winter Soldier. But I've been waiting so long to rewatch everything,
As you should.
and I just want to start. But
It
I'm gonna
didn't take
wait.
us no time either. He worked like crazy, but we still
I'm
finished
gonna
in
hold
like
it off.
less than 2 weeks.
I'm so excited now. I need to watch Into the Spider-Verse again.
Oh my god.
I've seen that movie like 20 times.
Also, going back to the Falcon and Winter Soldier, what's the old man's name? The
Asaya,
The one
right?
he eats dinner with every Wednesday. The one.
no, not you're talking about Bucky. I'm talking
No.
about Sam, the
Oh,
You mean the
one that
black
was
guy,
the
right?
Super Soldier.
Skyler?
Yeah,
Asaya.
Asaya. His son is a young Avenger. I don't know if y'all knew that.
Eli.
Yeah, he
Yes.
played
They I don't know if y'all know, but they've been sprinkling in
the Young Avengers. Oh, he-
are
I'm so
coming. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
And if y'all don't know, Miss America, America Chavez
There's three of the Tobey
in the-
Maguire Spider-Man.
Sam Raimi's trilogy.
There's two Andrew Garfield and then two
Mhm.
Tom Holland.
And if you want to get technical, there's also a 90s TV show, but
Oh, I know the 90s.
And then
TV
there's
show.
the Miles Morales.
Spider-Man.
You don't need to watch Spider-Man 3.
I think it's 90s. It could be 80s actually. I don't know, but it's a really old
I
show.
feel like it would be 90s because I definitely saw that like on my TV screen in the early 2000s because I'm running.
Oh my God.
But like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, I don't remember the Andrew Garfield one because I didn't really care to watch it again. But the Tobey Maguire one is a little bit different because that's the one where he actually like gets bit by the spider and that's how he gets his powers. He doesn't
It's like
create
the
webs.
origin.
Like the webs are in his body.
I also will say Spider-Man 3 is probably one of the worst movies you ever can watch.
Don't watch it. You don't need to watch it.
And I mean that.
Because the only Spider-Mans that I see
You
on my
think Thor the Dark
Netflix are
World
the.
bad? Good luck.
Oh no!
Yeah.
The only Spider-Mans I see on Canadian Netflix are like the original one, the Spider-Man, and then the Amazing Spider-Man, and then the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh, I
and
forget
then
The
Venom.
Amazing Spider-Mans are the Andrew Garfield one. The Tobey Maguire, which is the original one, is just Spider-Man.
What is Venom?
Venom is well, you know, a villain.
But it's his movie?
Oh, you're
It's a
talking about the
Sony-
solo
Venom
Venom.
has a movie. Are you looking at the
Yeah.
Venom movie or
No,
Spider-Man?
because I'm just showing like my screen right now. I just searched up Spider-Man and Venom also
Yeah,
popped up.
Venom is a villain.
Sony's doing their own little like Spider-Verse
Yeah.
thing.
Sony is because Sony and Marvel. Sony owns Spider-Man and Marvel is like renting him kind of, and Sony is trying to make their own little universe that connects to the MCU, but Marvel isn't really like acknowledging them. So they have like Venom, they have a movie called Morbius, I think it's coming out later this year.
Which is like a vampire.
They're trying to do like a Spider-Woman movie. Yeah, they're trying to make their own little universe that's connected to the MCU.
Aren't they trying to do a Sinister Six?
Like, oh, we're connected.
What a mess. Why
Yeah,
don't they just...
it's really weird.
It's
So they're
Sony.
trying to get Spider-Man to be in Venom 2, but it's not gonna really be acknowledged in the MCU, if that makes any sense. It's really weird.
So the Sony movies will be connected to the MCU, but the MCU won't be connected to the Sony movies, if that makes sense.
Basically.
Oh.
Yeah, that,
Correct.
I don't know why Sony just doesn't
Yeah.
give it up, but you know,
Sony's just trying to get that money, and they're
yeah,
trying.
they're trying to profit.
Kind of like
They
with
won't
DC.
get it though, because I'm not gonna
Yes,
go watch the Sony
struggling.
movies. I'm gonna just stick with the MCU. That's just me.
No, it's so funny that
Correct.
like all these.
Oh,
like,
and
I
something really petty Sony did, like about a year ago, Sony told Marvel, oh, Spider-Man Far From Home made so much money, we're gonna take Tom Holland back and y'all can more. And that was a part of their like negotiation. So for about like 6 months or something, Tom Holland, Peter Parker was taken out of the MCU, and he was going to star in his own stuff over there, not connected like whatsoever.
Yeah.
Hey, we can still talk, but I'm going to end the live stream. So if you guys want to say bye.
Oh,
Bye. Thank you guys so much. And you
Good
guys
night.
will see, if anyone's still watching, or maybe later, you guys will see some of these people again for a future video.
Period.
Anyway, bye y'all. This has been Queer POV.
Yay.